I cannot wait to talk about what we're doing today.
I know, like this is one of those things that this live you all are going to be obsessed with. Number one, you love it when we test things out, and especially when we test things out for the very first time in person. This is what we're doing today.
Yeah.
You all know, like in years past, our go-to method of glitter ornaments has been polyacrylic.
Yes.
However, there's been a new product hit the market that we are so excited about.
Yes.
And we're going to be testing it out and seeing if it works with, seeing how well it works with glitter ornaments too.
All of the videos on TikTok says that it's amazing and it's flawless, but if you're new around here, you may not know all of our tips and tricks for making the best glitter ornaments.
Yep.
So what we're doing is we're going head to head, polyacrylic versus Maker's Magic from Scorch Marker. It's incredible. I think you're going to really be impressed with just doing the comparison. I love both products, like just to start out.
Yeah.
I love polyacrylic.
Absolutely.
And I'm always ready for something better. So that's kind of what we're hoping for and excited to compare and contrast to give you guys the ideas. In addition, I've been teaching glitter ornaments for 5 or 6 years.
Yep.
Every year, we kind of like perfect a new technique, a little this, a little that. So this year's is, you know, testing out. Is Maker's Magic like the thing? Like,
Is it the it product that you need to have?
Yeah, it's gonna be super fun. I'm gonna head over. We're going to dive in. Lauren's getting emails about Cyber Monday deals right now on her computer.
Yep, I was.
So it's so good. I'm so excited. As you can see, the table has quite an array of items. Don't let this overwhelm you, my friends. We're crafting together in real time. So imagine you were just in the studio with me and Lauren and we were just crafting away. That's kind of what we've set up for today's show. We are adding the supply list right after the show. So if it's not there, it'll be there. Just give us a moment. So I'm gonna go over the supplies and then here's my plan for this show today. We're going to start using the polyacrylic versus the Maker's Magic, all right, from Scorch Marker. Super fun. We're going to set these up, we're going to do the glitter, and then we're going to kind of let it cure, dry for a little bit, not the whole time. So good. And then what we're going to do is head into Design Space, head over to makersgonnalearn.com, pick through some of the amazing cut files, and we're going to cut it and then add it. If you've never used vinyl on ornaments, this is gonna be a great training for you. I'm using paper masking tape, which is probably one of my favorites when it comes to making glitter ornaments. We don't use masking paper transfer tape a lot anymore, but I will tell you, I think it's the best transfer tape for this technique personally. There's a few different ones you can use. Like any transfer tape will work, obviously, but if you want the best, that's like super easy, this is also very affordable. So I just kind of like, I think everyone who Cricuts like a lot should have some of this. It's just very helpful. It's also like your B team transfer tape. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think it's more of like a BC
JV.
team. Yeah. It's not like your start. It's not your starter.
It's not on varsity.
Not varsity team. No, it's like the B team, the C team.
Something to have in your back pocket if you need it.
Yeah, and
very
this is
affordable
only
option.
like $7 to $10, and this is like a lifetime roll.
Yeah.
It took me like a year and a half to use a whole roll, and I only used this transfer tape for about a year or two.
Wow.
So I stopped using any other transfer tape.
Oh wow.
So I've married it before, you know what I'm saying? So I love it. Super fun. But let's go overhead. Let's talk about these supplies in depth. So first up, we have the Scorch Marker Maker Magic. Now, this is new, and it's the #1 all-purpose waterproof sealer, craft glue, project finish, and decoupage medium. What I want to say about Maker's Magic, some of the objections I've been hearing from people in the comments, people on the internet, anything like that, you are saying, or maybe you're thinking this, why is this little bitty bottle so expensive? And what I want to show you, and I wish I had a paintbrush to really show you, it looks like this is a small bottle, right? Like this is 8 ounces, but it's so thin, a little, and I know everyone says this, a little really does go a long way.
So much.
For example, I would almost debate that the Maker's Magic is going to give you double the amount of a Mod Podge.
Oh, for sure.
Because you're going to need a lot of Mod Podge.
100%.
You do not need a lot of this. So 8 ounces is going to go a long way, and it is so much fun. All right. It's going to be so, so good. I love it, love it, love it. And then we're comparing this to the polyacrylic. So this is the Minwax polyacrylic. This is the classic satin. Again, tried and true. I want to say this is like a pretty big investment for this size. All right. This is a pretty big container. So it's just to, to know the differences, really awesome. Next, we're also going to compare plastic and glass ornaments. So we have really awesome plastic ones. We have really awesome glass ones. You can really do whichever ones you want. These are some of my favorite to do, like snowmen on here, anything like that. These are glass. They're found at Hobby Lobby. Super fun. I love glass ornaments, but with pets or as pets and kids and things, plastic will probably be the best bet for you. So love it. You're gonna need some painter's tape. There's a few reasons we're gonna use it to build our funnel, but we also use a roll of tape to kind of be our guide to hold ornaments in place when we're applying the vinyl and things like that. So that's just a really good thing to keep on hand. Lauren, do you remember the name of these? The Popettes. Okay, listen. This is the Popettes. We order these in just a pack. You do not have to get a lot of these, okay? You are more than welcome to go to your local Walmart pharmacy and just ask for a syringe. I have done that more times than I can count. Where I'm like, hey, can I just get a syringe? And they give you one for free. Super easy. Super, super easy. We just like having these. We use them. They're very handy. So that's what we're going to use today. And we've talked about transfer tape. I've literally just grabbed a variety pack of vinyl. Okay, we have all the basic colors.
And I can always go grab some colors if something hits us, like if I'm looking at if you pick a color and something hits me, I'll just go grab some different colors.
So we just have whatever variety pack of vinyl. Super good. We are using the StarCraft glitter. So we have a bunch of StarCraft glitter on the table. I'm not a big proponent of glitter, but we really love their glitter. Like, they've done such a great job coming out with awesome, awesome glitter. So we're going to use these glitters today. And I'm actually going to teach you how to make your very own funnel too, because it's one of the easiest things to do and everyone has trouble getting all the glitter in there. So that's our supplies. It feels like a lot, but also not a lot. Like, it's all things that you probably already have, everything like that. So now I'm going to teach you how to make your paper funnel first. And it's also very easy. You need a piece of copy paper. You also need just a little piece of painter's tape, okay? You'll need painter's tape, and you're gonna need a piece of copy paper, all right? You're literally just gonna take it. We can go overhead with this. You're gonna take it, just like so, and you're just gonna roll it. So just roll you a little funnel, just like this. And you can see, if you bring it down more, you can make it pretty small. So I'm just gonna fold this. I want it to be a little tighter because some of our smaller ones needs to be a little tighter. So super fun. This is the easiest way to have a funnel, is just do this. Beautiful. And then once you get it wrapped up like this, all you're gonna do is just add your tape. So you're just gonna add your tape right like this.
And this is truly the easiest thing to do when it comes to making your glitter ornaments, is just creating a paper funnel, because a lot of times we try using
Yeah.
Let's just go ahead and say, don't even attempt to use a silicone funnel.
No, do not. No, this
Do not.
is a toss away.
This is, you toss it, you don't even have to worry about, if you can use a metal funnel, but even a metal funnel, like, you're gonna have to wash it, and glitter is
please.
Like the STD of the craft world.
Yeah. So we just made a little funnel. It's go fit in our big ornaments, and it's go fit, I really made it this size, for our little tiny ornaments. So look at that.
Beautiful.
Like, this is go fit perfect no matter which ornaments you do. If you don't do it as tight as I did, you could have a wider area, but it's fun. So we're pros, so we're gonna have fun doing it. It's gonna be really, really easy. And now we have our funnel ready, so we can go straight from, you know, putting our Maker's Magic and our polyurethane or polyacrylic in the ornament to glitter. Like, it's super simple. So we're gonna start off by going head to head against the Maker's Magic and the polyacrylic in plastic, and then we're gonna do head to head with glass. All right, so let's go ahead and just get a pipette, and I'm just going to start with the polyacrylic. Let me bring this over. Woo, I got glass rolling around. So we're just gonna start, and this is a pretty big ornament, so we're gonna probably need like 2 or 3 pipettes. Beautiful. And the polyacrylic is like pretty thin. Trying to compare consistencies. You know, this is water-based. They're both water-based materials, but I really, you know, this is kind of my tried and true. So I'm excited to start with this first. And
so you're starting with polyacrylic, right?
I'm starting with polyacrylic because it's, you know, our tried and true.
Okay.
It's gonna be good. And then notice after you have it, I just like to circle it around.
So you're doing this on a plastic ornament, right?
We're doing plastic first, yes.
Okay.
So we're gonna do plastic and glass for both.
So this is where it's gonna get really, really, you all are gonna see like.
Oh yeah.
The difference.
Oh yeah. And I'm gonna need to add just a little bit more polyacrylic. Beautiful. I mean, there's no waste in this either, which is really nice. And then as we get closer, we can just like start going around. And then you can let it soak out. Okay. So we're just letting this go. I'm gonna let it drip drip for a little bit. It's nice to start with this one because it is like, this is a very like watery, you know, formula, which I think is really neat. Which one do you think is going to work best, guys? Let me know in the comments. Love it, love it, love it. I love the word pipette, Sin, or Liz. So funny. Okay, so we've let that drip through. This again is our polyacrylic. So now that we did this one, we're going to do another plastic one with the Maker's Magic. So let's use the same thing. Okay.
Can you tell already, is it thicker or the same?
Is this water-based?
Yes.
Assume, okay, it is water-based. I want to say it's like, it feels denser, I think. I don't know. Feels pretty similar. Love it.
The ornament that we are working with right now is probably, I would assume, if I'm just having to guess by looking at it, a 3 or 4 inch ball.
Oh, it's giant. It is giant. Yeah, this is for like them 9 to 12 foot Christmas trees, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so I've coated the whole thing. Then I'm gonna pour out the excess. I will say it was pretty similar, like the experience.
Yeah.
Wasn't anything like that different. I'm gonna let that like drain out for a second. And then I'm gonna let this one drain out just a little bit more too. So they both need a little bit extra drain.
I feel like I can see, like, I feel like the Maker's Magic is a little more cloudy. I would think, meaning it's a little thicker.
I think it's thicker in a nice way, honestly.
Yes, not in a bad way. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a good way.
Yeah, I think, because it was really easy for it all to like drain out.
Yeah, it seemed like it did cover easier as well.
It did. And I don't know if it took as much because I had to add a lot to the polyacrylic and this already coated. So that's really interesting. Very, very interesting to note. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add the glitter. Let's go ahead and add some glitter. So let's start with the polyacrylic. I'm going to scoot these to the side. We have this. Now you can see there's still some polyacrylic that needs to get out. This is the third time letting it kind of drip. It's pretty, like it doesn't, you know, you don't have to work super fast, but I do usually work pretty fast. Like some people say like you need to let it like sit for an hour. I don't believe that. I like to go ahead and coat it. So we are going to add our funnel in here. What color should we start with? Oh, I've got to do this glitter, this gold.
I brought that out.
I love the gold. Oh yeah, this is amazing. Okay, perfect. So we've added some in here. The funnel was super easy. And then look at this. And again, this is the polyacrylic. So
that's so pretty.
I know. I love, this is Sunbath. I love it. Love it. Do you have to let them dry for a while? No, Sonia, I do not have time for that. Neither do you. We gotta go. We gotta craft. You know what I'm saying? So it's super easy. Now, you can have this like over it to put it back in here, or you could just have it out on a piece of paper towel, whichever way you need. You just gotta make sure you cover it up. I also sometimes put this back in here, like the little cover. I like to put it on and then just shake it to make sure it coats everything. So like you could literally, now that this is on here, just shake it. Super easy. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Oh, look at that. Now here's my tip. There's some excess glitter in here. You can open this up and remove it, which is probably what I'm gonna do. But if you want, you could just leave it in there because nobody knows, okay? Nobody knows that the glitter's in there besides us. Okay?
This glitter is fine glitter, just so everybody knows.
Super fun.
Now, you can use a more chunky glitter, but it needs to be mixed with a fine. It needs to be a chunky mix. It can't be just straight chunky, and it can't be super chunky either.
Correct.
And the reason I say that is because we did do one, and the chunky works best, in my opinion, on glass.
Here's a great example of a chunky, but this was mixed with some fine. This one's really fun.
Yes.
Have a holly dolly Christmas.
Now there was one that I did last year that I tried to do yellow chunky glitter with on a plastic ornament, and it straight up like did not stick at all.
Oh really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so I'm adding the glitter in here again. And again, you can literally, holy cow, Lauren. I feel like it's just coating so much better.
Really?
Yeah. Like it.
You don't have any holes or gaps or anything?
No, it's like getting really nice coverage. That's pretty impressive. That's really nice. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Wow. Do you see that?
That gold is beautiful.
It is, it is. So you will want to shake it. You'll still want to do your technique that I showed you with the polyacrylic because you want to get all the edges. So I'm just going to pour, already poured it out. Now I'm going to put the lid on it like so. And we're going to shake it around just a little bit. Just because I want to cover it right here. It's not that anything else needs coating, okay? So it's just to get around those edges, shake, shake, shake.
Yes, this one that we're doing right now is the Maker's Magic.
Yes, this is Maker's Magic. And then I'm just gonna pour the excess out right here. Super fun. All right, put our lid on the proper way. Beautiful. Okay, Maker's Magic, polyacrylic.
I can already see a color difference.
I can too.
Feel like from over here.
Oh my, this is, okay. Here's, and again, let's just go to me for a second. We make no commission off of Maker's Magic
hold it up and look at
polyacrylic.
me.
What I already have a thought. What I'm seeing here is a difference between the like the white, like it's like when it dries it may go away. I have no idea, But like this is already like, you can see the glitter like in its truest form, in the truest color. This you can still see like.
I just feel like I can see through it. Like it doesn't look like it's coated as much.
So
you know what I mean?
Let's go overhead just for all of you guys to see. What do we think? Maker's Magic, polyacrylic. Maker's Magic, polyacrylic.
Karen saying Maker's Magic looks brighter, saying definite difference. One is brighter than the other.
Wow.
We don't have an affiliate link, but there should be a link down below.
We'll be adding a link to the Maker's Magic if it's not already
it's already
down there.
It's there.
Yeah, it's down there. So we do not have an affiliate link. You can just order it. Is it from Amazon?
It's from Amazon.
Okay, that's our affiliate link. If you're ordering it from Amazon, we got you. But we did not ask for them to make us an affiliate link or anything like that.
Now, if we're being picky, and what I'm saying when I say being picky, if you have polyacrylic and you want to use it and you don't want to spend more money,
oh my gosh,
yes, it works.
This is still awesome.
Because I did see that we have a friend say, just jokingly earlier say, I hope it doesn't work because I just spent 23, I think they're from UK, just spent 23 pounds on polyacrylic.
Oh my goodness.
The polyacrylic still looks beautiful.
Oh yeah.
But if you're in the market for something different, if I had to pick between the two, I would pick Maker's Magic.
Here's the thing. Maker's Magic, you're going to use it for way more things than just ornaments once a year. Like, that's the cool thing. So poly is cloudy first. Should it dry clear? Amy, I think it will dry to some degree, but I don't think it'll ever be as transparent and as crystal clear as the Maker's Magic. And let's just go overhead and talk about why that is. So if you can see, this is naturally white and it has that tint no matter what. This is naturally clear, y'all. Like, can you just see the difference in these two, developments? Like, interesting. Yes, this is developed by Scorch Marker. Me and Evan's like one of my, I want to say like closest like craft industry friends now. We're like super tight, so he's super cool. I've got to hear about him developing this product for a very long time. I'm so excited. So I am just friends with him, which I think is so cool. I earn no like direct relationship for like there's no financial obligation or addition for us. We just like it because I think I love supporting people that make the craft industry better. So thanks to Evan and his team. Super cool. Now, let's do this some more because I want to do this one in Maker's Magic, and now we're going to test Maker's Magic versus polyacrylic for glass. So let's just repeat the same process. Let's go in with the polyacrylic.
So Francis did ask, what all could you use Maker's Magic for? There is a plethora of things that you can use Maker's Magic for. You can use it on wood, ceramics. You can use it to sublimate with, hint, hint.
Yeah, we're working on that.
We're working on developing that, like perfecting that, but it can be done.
Yes.
You can use it on fabric. You can use it on...
It will replace it is like hands down way better than Mod Podge. I'm sorry to Mod Podge. Love y'all, sending you love. But holy cow, they really redefine the standard, which I love. So super, super cool. Yeah, this is just a little bit cloudier than Maker's Magic. So that's why I think it's just the hands down winner when it comes to like polyacrylic versus this. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna set this one here. We're gonna grab this one and do Maker's Magic. Beautiful.
Yeah, Jean said use Maker's Magic on a glass cutting board. It is food grade safe.
Yeah, it's awesome.
From my understanding, yes, it is.
And the cure time's like 48 hours versus Mod Podge, which is like 28 days.
Yes.
Beautiful. And then look, we're just coating this with the Maker's Magic. Beautiful, beautiful. Love it, love it, love it. Okay. I'm just gonna let this drain for a second. Okay, now is our glass.
Is it only U.S. and Canada right now? That
I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't think so.
I thought it was worldwide.
You can check. Yeah, you can check. I have no idea. We're gonna have to do. Let's Let's do a red. Ooh, we're gonna have a red for these little guys.
I'm so glad you did red. You can do white,
yeah,
B and C on them.
Yeah, I'm seeing this like tan.
Oh no, you need
Cream.
to do oh, they're glass. Never mind, you don't need to do white. I was thinking of for your tree downstairs.
Oh yeah.
With a B and a C on it.
Oh, that would be adorable. We should totally do that. We do a little monogram action. I love that. Okay, so then here's what you can do when it's like smaller. You can literally just shake it with your hand. Beautiful, beautiful. Super, super easy. And then you have some glitter on you. Yay.
Love that.
Love that.
For you.
I also sometimes get a little piece of painter's tape. So I'll show you how I do that too. So you don't have to put the label on it. Okay, go pour out the excess. Now this one is poly. Was this one poly? Yes. This is the poly, I think.
I wasn't watching.
Yeah, this is the poly because you can see. But I will say, it looks different. Like it looks really good for the poly. With all things considered for poly. Looks really good. Okay, so this is poly over here. This is Maker's Magic over here. I'm gonna let it drip out for a second. Drip, drip, drip.
I'm trying to see if they ship internationally on their website.
How would you apply the Maker's Magic on glass with a brush or sponge? Johanna, they do not recommend foam brushes. If you've read any negative reviews about Maker's Magic, let me tell you, it's because they used a foam brush.
Yes.
Use a bristle brush.
Bristle brush.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, and notice I'm using the same funnel and even we mix glitter, and that's okay. Like it's such a small amount that would transfer, you would never notice. Okay, super cool. Here's what I wanted to tell you while we're overhead. You can grab literally just a little tiny piece of painter's tape. I like to do this too, because when you're making a bunch of glitter ornaments or something like that, you don't want to have to like put the lid on it, shake it, then take the lid off, things like that. Like who's got time for that? I like to have a piece of painter's tape, shake, shake, shake. Look how easy that is. Now you're not getting it on your hand, nothing.
You could have also done that for the big one too. That
1,000%.
Is
yeah,
so big.
yeah. I should have done this for all of them. It would have saved me so much time, energy, effort. And these are just the hacks that you get when you watch a live stream.
Or get the hack book.
Yeah, or get the hack book.
Or sign up for a year and get the free hack book.
Yeah, I mean, you can buy any program today and you're getting our hack book completely free, which it'll be a $200 program. It's everything.
I love it. And I'm not a huge red fan, but I'm starting to become one.
When you compare this side by side, holy cow. Polyacrylic, Maker's Magic. Polyacrylic, Maker's Magic.
For me.
For you. I mean, you can already tell the difference.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what happens as it dries, which we're going to have time to compare that because we're about to, do a little crafty craft.
I will say this.
Tell us.
I don't think I can see it as much with the red as I could the gold.
But it's still there.
It's still there.
Yep.
But I don't think I can tell it as much with the red as I can the gold.
I agree. Okay, now I'm just going to grab a new one because I've got them all mixed up. I'm just going to do an extra one in here.
And this one, are you doing the Maker's Magic? I want you to do the blue because it's a more chunky. I want to test that.
Okay, perfect. We'll do Maker's Magic. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let us know what you guys are thinking.
Plus, I think that blue is going to be beautiful for like a snowflake or snowman design.
Winter Wonderland action.
Yes.
I love that. Yeah, let us know what questions you guys may have regarding the process. I know there's so many newbies here. I want to make sure you feel super confident in this entire process.
So Sandy does ask, when you put on the top, does the wire hook ever scratch the glitter? I can see how I've never had that issue, but I also tend to leave mine open, but we're on a live right now, so we're having to put them like back together.
Yeah.
But if I was creating bulk creating ornaments, or I was just creating them for myself, I would leave the tops off until at least the next day.
Yeah, if you could. So, for example, here's what I want to tell. Let it investigate one of these. No. I see where you're thinking that, and like, It could, but has that ever happened? And I've taught this for 5 years. No, it's never happened to me. You just got to be careful. You're just a smart crafter. All right. So I like to craft fast. I like to craft effective. So it's gonna be so good. Okay. Now you can always use rubbing alcohol if you want to get some of your Maker's Magic off of something. Okay. So I got a little Maker's Magic. I was a little too sloppy. So I got a little here. So I'll clean that up with some rubbing alcohol. It'll be good to go. Beautiful. So I'm gonna go put some lids on here before we start cross-contaminating glues with glitter. It's not good. And then we're going to coat this one with the blue. Are we doing blue chunky?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I want to try.
We're just gonna do the chunks. This is gonna look so good.
Yep.
It's gonna be so good. Okay, let me find my funnel. Here's my funnel. Ah! Getting glitter everywhere. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Beautiful. Here we go. Oh my word.
What?
There's like chunks of this red getting on my ornament. Okay, we'll cover it up. We'll see how this works.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Oh, this is brand new. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
I loved that blue. That's why I picked it.
I know.
I just think it's just a very. Is it a mix or is it more of a chunk?
It's really just chunk.
Okay, we're gonna test.
This is a good one to test, y'all. It's a really good one to test with. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It looks so good. It looks so good.
No problem at all.
No problem at all. Of course not. We need a snowman face on here. Little snowman. Oh,
or just let it snow.
Ooh.
In white, just simple.
Yeah.
Or silver.
Silver. Oh, we have silver today.
Did you put it back or did you actually bring it?
I think I brought it.
Okay.
Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, here's what we got going on. I mean, these are so easy, so fun, so simple.
So it does look like Maker's Magic is only they're
US
only
and Canada right now?
sending to US,
Okay.
maybe Canada. But if you are not based in the US, polyacrylic is a great alternative.
Oh my gosh, it's
fantastic.
So good.
It has been our #1 for years.
For 3 or 4 years.
Yes, polyacrylic has been #1, and it is like I said, it is a great alternative.
Now, while we're just doing general crafting, you're going to see on Pinterest and you're going to see these other shows where they try to use some type of floor cleaner, Lauren.
I did used to use a floor cleaner.
I'm not a fan. I've tested it. I don't like it.
Well, that was before I really got into crafting.
Yeah.
And I agree, it was very splotchy.
Yeah, it just did not work properly. Y'all, I'm so sorry. I'm having to do a little cleaning. Lauren cleaned the craft table so well before coming out today. And I was like, Lauren, this is the cleanest the craft table's been all year. And I just want to respect and honor that. So we're going to do a little cleaning.
We did have a friend ask us, and okay, couple things.
We're going to do a little action fire Q&A, and then we're going to dive into this amazing
lid on the
promo.
red is not on. Before you knock it off, turn that on.
I would totally do that.
You're also missing a lid on some glitter because there's
I must
a lid.
be. Oh, here it is. Found it.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
And then Kathy was asking what color
Kathy.
that blue is. What's the name of the blue?
Crankin' Hugs? C-R-A-K-E-N.
Kraken.
Crankin' Hugs.
Like, okay, so all of 143 vinyls glitters are
Enlighten
sea,
me.
like under the sea, like beach sea themed. Did you know that?
I do now.
Yes.
I do now.
They're all beach / sea themed. So
Okay.
look at all of the, look at them, look at the names.
Oh, Sunbath. Seaweed. Peer Pressure.
Yep.
Wow.
Pirates Cove probably.
Sandcastle.
Sandcastle.
Call me Captain. Wow. Shark Bite.
There you go.
What a hoot.
Kraken Hugs.
What a hoot. I was like, what in the world am I missing here? Now, we just made 5 ornaments in less than an hour. So that's the hardest, messiest, also the funnest part. This next part is regular crafting. So fun. Now, thank you for my pep talk, my speech. On to the second part of today's project, which is so much fun. Look at this. Let's go overhead, or excuse me, let's go to the share screen. I went ahead and loaded up the Maker's Gonna Learn Christmas files. The reason why I had to let this preload is that there's so many. Like, I'm just go quickly scroll through. This is what happens when you load the whole page. Like, there's so
It's wild.
Many good ones. So you have plenty of time to like scroll through. Ooh, we are like a snowflake, all different in our own beautiful way. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices. Oh my gosh, there's so many good files. Okay, the snowflakes, the sweater pattern, Santa's sleigh cutout. I mean, the Santa's magic keys, like North Pole cookies and milk. Oh, have yourself a very Merry Christmas. Merry everything and happy. I just want to make all these, okay?
I know.
I'm gonna do all of them. I'm gonna do all of these, okay? So, you can prowl through. We need to get, oh my gosh, this collection right here. We went to a event in Atlanta called Atlanta Mart. Have you ever been?
I have not.
This was an inspired. We should go this next year.
I want to go to.
We got inspired and did this collection by seeing some product lines at Atlanta Mart. And this is some of my favorites. So these files, Merry Everything, Merry Christmas, Merry Holly Jolly, 'Tis the Season. This one's so fun for a Santa sack.
We did that for a Santa sack. I'm pretty sure a couple years ago.
Yeah, I think it was the last late night live that I did. It was so good, so good. Probably do it for the boys. Oh, Happy, Jolly, Merry, A Thrill of Hope. Oh my gosh, so much fun. So we have like Christmas in July. Love it, love it, love it, love it.
Christmas by the Sea.
Yes, so fun, so fun. Okay, Christmas hedgehog, if y'all love oh my gosh, our Christmas trucks, our snowflake truck. We have 3D files. We have so many fun ones. I wanna see if we have our first, what's funny is our first version Christmas files are still some of my favorites. Okay, oh my gosh, I love them all.
Yes, I know which ones you're talking about.
Okay.
Here they are.
So if you're new around here, all of these files, like on down, are the first collection Maker's Gonna Learn ever launched. And it was a Christmas file. It was a Christmas collection.
I've used that Happy Holidays so many times.
I love it. So these are like vintage Maker's Gonna Learn files. They're still some of my favorites. I think you all should use them. They're super fun. So, oh, this is hands down. Okay, this one and the Oh Come Let Us Adore Him in the Christmas tree and the Walking in Winter Wonderland, hands down 2 of my favorite files on the website.
Yeah.
Okay, hands down. So we need to actually start picking some.
I know, I was looking.
Okay, we need a...
I like that Walking in a Winter Wonderland. Is it kind of square or is it?
It
more
is square.
circular?
Yeah, it's just gonna be fun to weed.
Yeah, I know. I thought of that too.
Yeah. You know what? We're here for a long time, not a good time today. Okay, so we'll do that one for our
Well,
blue.
you can cut one and then I'll weed while you cut another if you want to, or we can just stick with one.
It'll be good. Okay, so we're gonna do that one, and then on our little red guys, what should we do on them? Let's scroll through here. I'm just gonna jump to a different collection.
The red ones are the little, why don't we do a cute little monogram?
Oh, we talked about doing a monogram.
Let's do a monogram.
Go over here. Let's go over to fonts.
And this is a really good way to see what kind of like font you want. I would for sure go to, I wouldn't have gone to monogram.
Yeah,
I would have gone to fancy.
Ooh.
I would have just gone to fancy.
Love it.
And then typed in the 2 letters
I love that
I
our
need.
fonts, like guys, these are all the categories of our fonts, and it actually makes your crafting so much easier.
Yeah.
You don't need a bunch. So we're just gonna use a C and a B.
Just so you can preview what they look like.
So then you can scroll through.
Right.
I actually like using the grid view too, to kind of see more. Oh yeah, so good. So good. Huh.
I know which ones I'm looking for, but you just gotta.
Okay, well these are all so fun.
Century is the first one that
Carrie
comes
says,
to mind.
are those on the front page or do you type in Christmas? So Carrie, go to cut files and go to category and load Christmas. That's what I would do. What were you saying? I wasn't listening. Century, did I pass it?
Nope, I was just thinking that's the font like that I first think of.
Okay, let's search for it. Is that the right spelling of century?
Just type in CEN.
I did. Ooh, I love that. Perfect. It's very Christmassy, very Santa-y, very like whimsical. Okay, so we're gonna use Century. We're go upload Century. Install that font. Super easy. Just downloaded the Good Morning font. Yay! So fun, so fun. Okay, so we've got that. So we've done those, and it's gonna be good. So love it, love it. Let's go over to Cricut Design Space. What we're gonna do is we're gonna press done. We're going to create a new project. We're going to reload. Why do we reload, my friends? We just downloaded a new font and we want access to it. Now, we need to measure, just really quickly, our ornament, okay?
And honestly, I don't know that I wouldn't just do all of them in white.
Oh, I know. Super
and just do it all
easy.
on the same page.
Yeah, yeah. So this is about a 2-inch, so we could do like 2-inch by 2-inch. So 2-inch by 2-inch for our design today. Super, super fun. 2-inch by 2-inch square. And then for this little guy, or this big guy, we can do 3-inch. A little less than 3-inch, 2 3/4. Yep, 2 3/4, 2-inch square. All right, I love it, I love it, I love it. Okay, so let's go over here to fonts. I'm going to switch from the Cricut font to the system. And you can see Century. Beautiful. So we're going to grab C, and then we're going to size it. Beautiful. And then get another one. This is for B. Oh, B's a lot bigger, so you just got to be careful. Beautiful. So we have these two right here. And now we're going to upload our file. But before we upload the file, we just want to unzip it. So this is our Winter Wonderland. And y'all, this, if you ever wonder if I love you, you should watching me weed this for you. It's how much I love the file, truly. I love the file. So upload that and click upload. Yeah, and any of you, seriously, the $1 trial, I mean, I saw so many people comment like, oh, that's how I got started here. Like, we love, love, love that this is a great way to help get you guys like plugged into Makers Gonna Learn. So what we're gonna do is I'm not gonna weed out this and like have all these little dots, all right? So let's go to contour and we're just gonna take out the ones we don't want, okay? So we can just zoom in and we can just click on these that we don't want. Beautiful, beautiful. Any of these dots we just don't need. We need all those inner pieces. We don't need that one. We don't need that one. So I'm just going through and just like picking them out. Notice how easy it is to like just pick out the things you don't want. Love it. Okay, I see 2 more that I don't want. File's acting a little funky. Yeah, Cricut's being a little funny. Oh, and then look, I accidentally clicked, got a little click happy. Let me bring back this one. Beautiful, walking in a winter wonderland. And I have 2 other dots I'm gonna try to get out.
See, I would have just let it cut and not even and just weed it on my hand.
They're not gonna make the cut anyway.
Yeah, they won't make it.
All
It's
right.
all good.
So, this is a, what size did I say?
Lisa said, OMG, just learned you can zoom in on
my gosh, Lisa.
on contour.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, so this is like a 2, it's like a 2.5. So we're gonna do 2.5 by 2.5. 2.5 by 2.5. Beautiful. Love it.
Yes,
this is gonna be really small. I don't know if I can weed it. This is gonna be like a little craft challenge, y'all.
Maybe we don't want to do it.
We're here for fun.
We're here for fun.
We're here for y'all. We're using the Explorer 3. I think it needs a fresh blade. Okay, so I've got this. We're gonna do, should we do, we could do a true white. Yeah, we're just gonna do white. we're just gonna do what? And then put this on here, just like so. And then you can grab a X-Acto knife, cut it off. Beautiful. Love it, love it, love it. And now we're gonna load this in. Oh, I gotta select what material I'm using. I'm gonna click premium vinyl, and we're going to load this in here. So good. Have you guys done a shadow box? We love shadow boxes, especially for Christmas. They're so fun.
And that may be something we can add to the channel.
Yeah.
If you all are wanting to do a shadow box.
We love that. So we're just gonna cut these out and see how well they cut.
So we did have some friends that were asking if we could maybe do a quick, we'll see how much time we have left.
What is it?
They wanted to do a quick multicolor.
Oh, we will not have time for that because you're
Yeah.
gonna see us weeding this boy.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a good one to weed. Multicolor is also, I will recommend, please stick to flatter ornaments.
Yes.
Okay, flatter ornaments. If you're trying to do like rounded, no, not for multicolor. All right, y'all, you gotta know your limits.
And it's one of those things, if
So
you're gonna do
good.
multicolor, I would do a mix of a medium chunky and a fine glitter that's a different shade. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you could have done that blue with some of the white, fine white glitter would have worked, but you just have to be careful if I wouldn't do multicolor all fine glitter.
Yeah.
Because it can change the color completely. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just watching it cut. I'm getting a little nervy. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have changed the blade. Oh, but it's quiet. Y'all hear how quiet these machines are? Like the Cricut Maker 3 and the Explorer 3, they're just quiet. They are solid and they're quiet, which is why we use them on the show so much, which is so fun. So good. This is a really complex file to do for this size, but it's going to be well worth it. And I probably could have cut it a little bit larger too. Okay, for everyone here that just wants a quick win, we will do these
hand me
first
the other
ones.
ones.
Well, I'll just make these and then we'll just start weeding. It's fine. Look at these. This is gonna be so good. So we're just gonna weed this out first. And these are just like, you don't even need transfer tape really. Like, you don't even have to use transfer tape because these are just regular letters, very easy. And you can treat it like a sticker. Peel off your B. You can just apply it on. Oh my gosh, Lauren, this font is it. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. So adorable. So adorable. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look at this. It's precious.
So Kelly
So
did ask, is it
fun.
possible to do half the ornament in one color, let it dry, and then put another color of glitter? That's a lot to
I
try.
would not. That is a no. It won't, because
I
it's
would
still gonna
not
be
recommend.
tacky. Yeah, I would not recommend that. Also, I don't know in what colors that would look good. I'm a little worried.
It would be really neat if you could, but I just don't know.
Now, let me
if it
tell
would
you
be
what you
worth
could
it.
do, Kelly. You can mix and make your own glitter. Okay? So feel free to do that. Like, mix the two glitters together to make one glitter. That would be really fun.
The font is Century, in case anybody
Yes.
missed it.
Yes. And what I'm doing here, this is a great example. Transfer tape would have been best for something like the C because it's hard to line it up. But you know me, I'm trying to be minimal today.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So we have C and we have our B. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Love that. So, oh my gosh, y'all, once you add the once you add the decal, you can still see how good Maker's Magic looks in comparison. Like if you don't have the Maker's Magic, this still looks really awesome. But when you have it, you just can't deny. You can't deny it.
Can't
deny it, period. Okay, now it's go time, y'all. Who is ready for a weeding session? I feel like it's been a while.
You're going in with it.
Did you think I wasn't?
I don't know.
Lauren, we cut it. Of course we're gonna weed it.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know if I should zoom in, Sadie. How, should I zoom in? Can I zoom in? Okay, we're zoomed in. I just wanna teach you all a few things because I know we have a lot of newbies here. I need to get a burnishing tool. Okay, perfect. This is our Maker's gonna learn one. I'm starting with this. Why is Tanner starting with this? I wanna make sure the vinyl knows to stay down. All right, that's step one. Step two is to pull out an edge, get to a corner, and start going in. All right, super easy. Don't get overwhelmed, take deep breaths. Remember, don't get overwhelmed, take deep breaths.
See, you've already got the outside done.
Already got the outside done. Now we're gonna come in, start picking out some centerpieces to get. Don't get overwhelmed.
Y'all, burnishing before you weed small things really is a game changer.
Yes, 1,000%.
Oh.
Correct.
Push it up.
Mm-hmm.
No, like I think all I'm seeing is your head.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thought you were talking about my weeding.
Nope, all I was seeing was your head.
Oh, that's so funny. Sadie, let me know if I need to move my head as I am weeding. Oh, no. Okay, perfect. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so I'm just weeding away. Love it, love it, love it, love it. This is a pretty
This
intricate.
is also a pen tool would come in very beautiful for this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need one?
Do I have one? Oh, I have a
should
pin
have
pen.
one.
I have one. So yeah, this is really where the pen tool can shine, like show up and show out.
Absolutely shines.
Yeah, it really does do wonders. And if you guys are like, where do I get this cut file? You got to get it at makersgonnalearn.com, my friends.
So a couple of people are saying reverse weeding, would this work with that, with the transfer tape? Yes, absolutely.
You need to use strong transfer tape though.
Yes.
Yeah, you can totally reverse weed this. This is definitely one that you would do well with reverse weeding. Great question. You guys are pros.
Already pros.
Oh yeah. So if you've never reverse weeded, this could be a really good one. Mm-hmm. It's just very, very intricate. And this was cut at a 2.5 by 2.5 design. So it's pretty small. If this was on a big sign, anything like that, so easy. But it's honestly weeding a lot better. I think changing the blade, having a great cut.
For sure.
Is very important. It makes the weeding process so much easier. Okay. Look at that. Lauren thought I wasn't gonna weed this out, y'all.
I just wasn't sure.
Just wasn't sure. I love it.
That's it.
Okay, so we've weeded out. Now you just gotta take a look. Walking in winter wonderland. It looks beautiful. Didn't even need an eye in winter. Took that out. Okay, so now we're gonna grab our transfer tape, rip it off. We're just going to apply it taco method style. Grab our burnishing tool. Burnish, burnish, burnish. Love it, love it, love it. Grab a little X-Acto knife, wherever mine disappeared to. Cut off some of this excess. All right, now peel it off the mat. Or go back over here. Okay, we gotta get this in frame. Is this in frame? Beautiful. Then we're going to peel this back. Peel it back. Okay, now, if you're doing a curved surface, which we're kind of not doing because this is just a square one, you will want to, I like to trim it down. So if you have any excess like this, it really throws me off. So you don't want to trim it down. And then you can cut slits. So slits like so for round ornaments. All right, this is flat, so it really doesn't necessarily need it. I can already tell how good this looks. Oh my word.
I knew it would.
Oh my word. Holy cow. Burnish, burnish, burnish. And peel back. Oh my goodness. Walking in a winter wonderland.
Look how beautiful.
How about it? Have a holly dolly Christmas. Guys, I mean, look at all these. We could just keep going. We could have a whole marathon of just ornaments. Can you see all these?
Ornament marathon.
So fun.
Does cutting on the mat affect the stickiness? Absolutely not.
Sonia, if you are not cutting on the mat,
Ooh.
this is one of my favorite hacks. This is your third hand, okay? You have your right hand, you have your left hand, and this is your third one. Because the mats go keep it on, like on the mat, right where you want it to be. No hustle, no bustle. You know what I'm saying? So good. So good. Love it, love it, love it.
I love that C and that B and that century font.
This is really, this is it. So these are our twins' initials, and this is going on their tree in their activity room that we're doing for them. And it'll be really, really special on their little trees. So it's gonna be so fun. So the font Century. So you got to see us download a font today, put a font in Design Space, make 2 monograms, make a bunch of ornaments.
Make 5 ornaments.
Holy cow.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? This file is beautiful. Walking in Winter Wonderland. Don't walk, run to download this. Here is the glitters we used. Let me grab the red one too. Okay, screenshot this if anyone's wondering which glitters were used today. These are them.
The
Love
blue
it.
glitter is like Kraken
Hugs. Yeah, Kraken Hugs, Sun Bath, and Shark Bot.
Yep.
So good. We have links for these down below. Super easy. You're going to be a glitter connoisseur. Like you're gonna be a glitter ornament like pro because you've just now learned how to make how many? So many. You could sell these as a set. You could sell these individually. I would charge at least like $7 to $8 per ornament. I think at minimum, probably $10, you know, would be ideal, $15, things like that. As you do customizations, as you do multi-layer, as you do more, you can charge more for it, things like that. Super, super fun. Let us know down below what you've got going on. Let me bring you some of these ornaments over here to take a look at. I mean, they're so much fun.
Do you guys want to see what we're making?
Let's show them.
Okay, this is like the most adorable, what Tanner called this like revolutionary or something the other day.
Revolutionary.
It's very cute. So this is like, so it's gonna be hard. I'll show you this way, okay? And then I'm gonna kind of grab the bottom of it and turn it. Are you guys seeing what's happening here? So we have used the same snowflake file and we put holes in it, stacked it, and kind of adjusted the sizing to create a Christmas tree. We can go to camera 1 so you all can see it just like
Hold
hanging.
it in front of your black shirt.
I know,
I think that's going to be like the ticket.
Can you see it well from there? Look how cute.
So cute.
We're gonna do a green one today, which I'm really excited about because I love this like dark, this green. I'm about to say green is really in for Christmas this year.
Not like it's a Christmas color.
But I mean like, you know, like lime green comes in and out and then there's like Kelly green and dark green. Y'all, if you are a color person, just leave us a comment and let us know. Me, Lauren, I think all the girls in here in the studio are color girls.
Oh, for
like
sure.
we're really weird about like the shades of color. Like it's not just green, it's olive, or it's not pink, it's magenta.
Yeah, and it's
know?
not only that, but when we're making stuff, like it has to be the exact color that we have in our brain, or it's not right.
Yeah, exactly. Like Ashley Falco's ivory is superior.
The ivory.
It's the only one.
Yeah.
So anyways, you don't need a lot of a lot of supplies for this project. If you've got some cardstock and you've got some beads and string, you can whip this up in no time. So you're gonna need a light grip mat. If we're working with paper, light grip mat is the best choice because it's not gonna allow your paper to stick to it. Or you can use a well-loved standard grip mat. Now we're gonna be using green today. You can use whatever colors you want. I will say if you use any glitter, typically glitter cardstock is not double-sided, so it is gonna give your project a little bit of a different look. You're gonna wanna stick to solid colors, color core.
Yes.
And what I mean by color core, we always like to have this conversation because if you're just getting into paper crafting, then maybe you don't know this, but the inside of all the paper cardstock that you use will either be colored or it will be white. The inside of this one is green. So this is color core paper. This is what we would consider color core. Now I didn't bring in any like non-color core, but if it wasn't, it would have a white little edge right here. And so whenever you cut it, all of that white shows, and it really, sometimes you can't notice it a lot, but it really makes your project look elevated if you use color core. So it like doesn't really hinder it, but it makes it a lot better if you don't. Okay, so we're gonna be using color core cardstock, colored on both sides. And then I've got some scissors. I'm gonna talk about the techniques that you can use to paint wooden beads because you are gonna need to get some wooden beads. I also think this would be really cute with just like these raw natural colored beads in between, maybe with like a beige cardstock or like a neutral colored cardstock. But you can kind of switch it up and do whatever you want. So these beads have been spray painted green, so you can actually just like sit these on a paper plate or not a styrofoam plate, like a paper plate, and spray paint them whatever color you want. Or you can take all your little beads and drop them in a Ziploc bag.
I am so glad you said that.
Yes, I was gonna show you guys this because we're not gonna do it because it takes forever for them to dry. But just take a Ziploc bag, put your raw wooden beads in there. So these started out looking like these little wooden beads. You're gonna put them in the bag, put in just a little bit of paint. You don't need a lot. You can add more, but you can't really take away. Put in a little bit and you're gonna close the bag up and just shake, 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 shake. You can even like rub them around like this. And then you can kind of, after they're completely covered, dump them out on a paper plate, let them dry, voila. Okay, so that's one way to do it. I like spray painting them a lot more, because I feel like it's like full coverage better. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I think that shaking it in a bag is a really good, quick, easy way to get them painted.
Yeah.
I think that it is, but it doesn't give as even of a coat. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So like you want to make sure that you get an even coat. So even when you shake it in the bag, it's super quick. You can dump it out on like a paper plate and separate them out. You still may have to go through and touch up little spots is the only thing.
Anyways, oh, and you're gonna need string. Sorry, I didn't finish my supplies. You're gonna need string. So you could use fishing line, white string. We're gonna use this very fine white, this is literally like sewing thread. You can use whatever you've got on hand, but I would try to pick something that isn't super like standy outish unless you're wanting it to be like a bold string, but you're really not gonna see it.
Right.
And I also like that these look like they're floating.
Yes. And like I said earlier, if you don't have string, you could also use a very small gauge wire if you wanted it to kind of stand up semi on its own.
Yes.
So yeah, there's lots of different ways that you can do this.
Like I just feel you could get like a little wood circle from Hobby Lobby and put the wire in, and just instead of stringing it on a string, you're just going to put it down on the wire and then bend that wire at the top. It'd be so, you could add a little star.
Oh, so cute.
Be so cute. Okay, let's get into Design Space. Now, all of the links for everything that we're using today are linked in the description for you guys. So if you're already a member, you can get access to these files right now. But if you're wanting to become a member, you can get access to the files today.
Absolutely.
So let's go. Let's go to Maker's Gonna Learn. We're literally already here.
We're on Maker's Gonna Learn.
Okay, we're gonna go to cut files. I'm just gonna show you how you would search for it on our website once you get logged in. So I'm in our cut files area, or if you're on your dashboard, you can also get to cut files from there. And then we're just gonna search snowflake. Honestly, I feel like this type of tree would work with, I'm trying to think of other examples, but like pretty much any snowflake, but you need to consider things like this. You see this little dot in here? Those are gonna not be on your design. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or like this one has multiple rings. Like those are gonna fall out when you cut the paper. So this
Honestly,
specific one is the best.
Yes, but if the one up top would be super pretty.
This one?
Nope, the other one.
Oh,
I feel
yeah.
like that one would be beautiful if it didn't have as large of a hole in the middle.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It'd be cute.
So you can manipulate it to make it work. You totally could, but I just want you all to know, like you can use whatever snowflake, but just know you're gonna have to kind of manipulate some of them if they have like separate pieces. Like this one we could do because everything's connected. This one's all connected.
The one you said, I still like those to me, you could do them, but I would almost be like, would that be too intricate almost?
It would be, yeah, a lot of work.
It would be a lot of work and very much.
This would be a good starter one.
Yeah.
This would be a good starter one.
That's a good one.
Now that's not the one that we use. Should we use that one or should we use a different one? I don't feel like it would matter either way. Let's see what other options we have and then go from there. So we're gonna click this little download icon. That is going to download our image into a zip folder. Now, if you're on a Mac, it should pop up, or if you're on, what am I using? Safari? Am I in Chrome? I'm in Chrome. It'll pop up into a little zip folder up here at your recent downloads, or you can go find the downloads in your Finder or your File Explorer. So I'm gonna open up that folder, maybe, okay, cool. And then I'm gonna double click to open it up. And you're gonna get a PNG and an SVG option. We need the SVG option. That is our cutting option. PNG is for print then cut. We are just cutting, so we only need the SVG. So I'm gonna keep my dialog box pulled up, and then we're gonna go over to Cricut, and it's gonna tell me to restart my machine because it just keeps telling me to do that, and I have, and I'm not gonna do it again, you know? Okay, let me open this up and we'll do that. We'll take a pause before we start. Okie dokie. If you have tuned out, I need you to tune back in. We're gonna start designing. So this is where we're gonna end up, okay? This is like the final, where we wanna land, okay? So what we need to do is pull in our snowflake image first. That's the first step. We've downloaded it. Now we're gonna go upload it into Design Space because it's just living on our computer right now. So I'm gonna go to Upload Image, and you're gonna get this screen. Now you can go to Browse and go find it in your recent downloads. I don't like to do it that way because it never is where I want it to be. So what I'm gonna do is come over here to my Finder, and I've still got it popped up because we just opened the folder. And I'm just gonna drag and drop my SVG into Design Space, okay? From here, you can select Continue. You can name it whatever you want. If it makes it easier for you to rename it, you can do it there. And then we're going to upload. Now, the first snowflake, our image is in here. This snowflake needs to be 4 inches if you wanna have the same size that we have. Our biggest snowflake is 4. Make sure that you have this little lock closed. If it looks like that, it's gonna size your snowflake unproportionally. Let me just give you an exaggerated example. If I came in here and put in like a 7,
ooh.
Yeah, and it's because it doesn't change my height proportionally. Now, if I undo that, thank you. If I lock it and change it to 7.
Beautiful.
So it changes the height to 7.58. So make sure it's locked to keep everything proportional because we are gonna be resizing this multiple times, okay? So I'm gonna put this back down to 4. We're gonna start with our biggest one, okay? So we've got a 4-inch snowflake. From here, I'm gonna hit Command D. It's gonna duplicate my next snowflake. And actually, before we do that, let's go ahead and cut a hole in the middle of the snowflake. That way we don't have to do it 20 times.
Oh, yes.
Because Lordy day, we would be here all day. So let me zoom in. So we want to put a hole in here for us to, string our little string through. So I'm just going to go to my basic shapes and grab a circle, and I'm going to zoom 250%. And I'm going to take this little circle and I'm going to shrink them down, and I'm going to zoom in more.
And honestly, it might be one of those things where you make it very, very big to put the hole in there, and then after that, resize it.
Yeah.
And you do have to be careful because seal yet. Like, it's going to be pretty intricate. You know?
I'm going to change it to white so you guys can really get an idea. So this is a 0.2, so almost a 1/4 inch circle in the middle here, but you've got to think like as you get to smaller snowflakes, the hole's going to even get smaller. Okay, so.
And that's why we use thread.
Exactly, exactly. Okay, so we're going to keep that there. You want to make sure that circle, like you want to make it as big as possible, but you don't want to bring it all the way to the edges.
No, you can't bring it to the edges.
Yeah, and I just want to check. Let me make sure on the size of these over here. That looks pretty close. Not me just eyeballing it. I'm going to resize and kind of see if we're close to the original right here. Oh yeah, this one is almost exactly 0.2. So perfect. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Now let's zoom back out. Now I put a circle there, but like the circle and the snowflake are separate entities, right? So you need to make sure to slice that circle out, or in this case, you can select both layers, so both the snowflake and the hole, and you can go to combine, exclude, and it's just gonna take that circle out, and now it's on its own little layer, okay? So from here, I'm gonna group these and hide them. Fun little hack for you. Group it and hide it. Okay, so this one is our first one, okay? And actually, I'm gonna change the biggest dimension to 4 inches, so it's 4 by 4.3. I'm gonna actually change it to, the height is our biggest dimension with this specific file, so I'm gonna change that to 4. So it's not perfectly symmetrical, that's okay. Now, duplicate, we're gonna select the image, hit Command D, and then we're going to shrink this down by 1/4 inch. So we're gonna make it 3.75, okay? Duplicate, and then we're gonna go to 3.5. Command D. Wait, let's see how many we got. We'll spread them out. I'll spread them out for you guys so you can really see. Command D, 3.25. You guys picking up what I'm putting down here? And we're gonna go all the way down. Let's see how small we did. Oops, I grouped it, so I messed it up. We're gonna go all the way down to 1.5. Okay, so you're just gonna keep copying and resizing, okay, until we get down to 1.5. So 2.75, we're going down 0.25 inch every single time. You want them to change, but you don't want it to change too drastically because we need it to look like a cone, like it needs to look like a tree. All right, any questions on that?
So Lisa said, do you really need the hole or can you just use a needle and thread? So if you want to just use a needle and thread, you are more than welcome to do that. But we wanted to make sure we showed everybody exactly how we did it, just so you can see. And plus, we always like to learn a new skill.
Yeah, get to use that exclude button. I don't use it that often. I'm kind of attached to my slice feature, if you want me to be honest with you. I've just been using it forever. Oops. I know it doesn't matter, but I'm changing that to 7.5 because it'll bother me. Okay, and then this is our last one, 1.5. Okay, so altogether we've got 3, 6, 9, 10 snowflakes. Perfect, right? Now, make sure you've got your correct machine selected, and then we are going to go to make it. Wonder why it didn't prompt me to save my project. Because it's been asking me and it didn't.
Huh.
I'm gonna save it, just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case. And then, it's just loading and loading. Come on. Okay, and now we're gonna go to the mega screen. So we've got all of our snowflakes. Now we need to put our paper on our mat. So we're using a light grit mat, like I said before. I've got my cardstock ready to go. I'm just gonna take a burnishing tool and make sure this is down really good. Okay, and then back on our share screen, we're gonna go to continue. And then my machine is plugged in. So hopefully it will connect. It is easier to string with the hole, but you know, if you're using a really fine thread, it could also be easy to just poke it through the paper. Okay, base material is medium cardstock, And we're gonna be using a fine point blade. So I'm gonna take my mat and we're just gonna load this into our Cricut. And I've already got a fine point blade in here ready to go.
I'm gonna have to step out and take.
Okay, that's fine. So it's just measuring my mat now, and then it will start cutting. Does anyone have any questions? I feel like this is a pretty straightforward project, and I love it. Like, I love when projects happen like that. They look intricate, but they're not, you know? So this is gonna take a minute to cut. And actually, it's 156, or I'm sorry, yeah, 156. So we'll see how long it takes us to cut one ornament, because I feel like a lot of you all are gonna be like, can I sell these? We're gonna time it and see how long it's taken us. Because really, we haven't been designing that long, and you can just put this, like, if you have a 24-inch mat, you could cut like 2-3 of these at a time.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, it's saying 82% cut, but it's lying. It's only cut out one big snowflake, so. And usually this cardstock is really, is this Ashley Falco?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think so.
This is usually, it is, okay. This is usually really good paper for intricate cuts. And a lot of you may say like, it really doesn't matter, but it really does. If you want to get good intricate cuts. Recollections is another good brand if you're just in the store and want to buy some. I think Michaels sells it. And does Hobby Lobby sell it?
I
think they do.
Hobby Lobby sells right there. I don't know. I'll have to look.
I know.
Look real quick.
Okay, Lauren's going to look it up for us. But the fibers of the paper really matter, and Ashley's just taking the time to figure out which papers work the best. And we just swear by it. Like, it just cuts so good. If the fibers of the paper are like not the way they should be, then your cuts are gonna not be good. So
I'm not seeing Recollections paper.
Oh, okay. So maybe it's just Michaels then. Maybe it's just Michaels. How large is this? This one actually comes out. Let's measure it. This one, finished product. Like top snowflake to bottom snowflake is like 4 1/4.
I said 5 inches.
Yeah.
I was pretty close.
I mean, with the beads, it's like 6 inches tall. So look how pretty. Does that look cool overhead?
It looks so good.
I feel like I really want to do a sparkly one, but it's like, I don't know if it would look right. So if y'all do a glitter one, please post it in the Facebook group. If you are not a member yet, we do have an exclusive Facebook group that is like, it just accounts for half of our membership because people are so active in there and so helpful. Okay, so while Lauren is getting some glitter cardstock, because we have feelings about that, I'm gonna take my thread and I'm gonna take my bead and I'm just gonna weed it through there. If you've got thicker thread and it's frayed on the ends, just lick it. I don't know, stick it in your mouth, I don't know how else to say it, and make sure that the thread is like all together.
Okay, I just literally picked this up with my teeny tiny fingers, and then I brought this so you could show them all the colors.
Okay, hold on. And we're just gonna tie a knot.
I truly cannot get over this color right here.
That red is money all day.
Gosh, and I don't even like red.
Ooh, I do. Red's one of my favorite colors.
I mean, I do, but I don't.
Okay, this is non-Ashley Falco. This is Ashley Falco. This is white. I don't know if you guys...
Just rub it on your hands and show them your hands. I literally got so much glitter just on my fingers.
Okay.
I hate it.
Now, let me go in with Ashley's. Now, this is my hand before Ashley's, okay? You can even hear the difference. I have white glitter on my hands, you guys. But there's like literally no glitter, okay? This is completely shed-free glitter. Ashley Falco's glitter is shed-free glitter. It is like the end-all be-all of glitter cardstocks, unless she comes out with a colored core glitter cardstock. Hello.
But I brought that in there so you could see all of her colors. I mean,
we'll show you our favorites. This is beautiful. Do we have that?
Which one? No.
That's
the other
yummy.
one.
I love that color. Okay. This, gorgeous. Also gorgeous. These blues are like my colored palette.
That icy blue that she has.
Yes. Which one?
I think it's that one right there. Yes, I love that one.
Yes, this is giving Elsa.
Yeah.
Giving Elsa, giving Cinderella. Ooh, these are pretty together. She has a white standard a white glitter cardstock and a white sublimation glitter cardstock as well. That's really nice. Her black. There's silver. We're about to get to our favorite.
Champagne right there.
Yeah, we love this one.
And there's some colors that are not in that. We've had that one for a long time, and she's come out with new glitter colors that we don't have. That red.
This is like the best color of cardstock.
I cannot even. Like, it's just so gorgeous. And I don't even know if it translates as well on camera. I'm fixing to see here in just a second.
I know.
Like,
I feel like
it doesn't translate near as well on camera as it does in person.
Sad day.
Oh, it's so pretty in person.
These are pretty too. I mean, I just love it. These for fall right here. I think we did something with these orange and brown last year.
We did. I think we did a gift card holder maybe.
Oh, yeah. Also, sorry, I keep coughing into my mic. Love you, mean it. I'm doing better today than I was. Okay, so I tied our bead onto the bottom here. And I've cut myself a really long string. I would say this is like 20 inches. Way too much, way more than I needed, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. I didn't want to cut it too short and then not have enough. You know what I'm saying? And then I've got all my little beads ready to go. We only need one bead on the bottom, and we're gonna start with our biggest snowflake as soon as it's done cutting. Yeah, Lauren knows what she's doing. That's why she won.
I mean, listen, I love unique stuff. I personally am obsessed with unique stuff. But in my mind, because it was a challenge, unique stuff doesn't always hit everybody's voting.
Lauren knows. She's a true competitor. A true competitor. Okay, so all my little snowflakes are cut. This is how I would remove my snowflakes, okay? You're gonna flip your mat over, and we're gonna let these pop off of the mat, like all of it. Just let it kind of pop off the mat. Don't bend your mat too much or it may snap. These are very delicate. Sometimes taking a Cricut spatula is very helpful for stuff like this to get under the papers. I'm hoping you guys can kind of see what I'm doing here. But we call this going with gravity. And this spatula is really good for getting the stuff off of the mat without you having to pull it, which will cause it to bend, cause it to tear, and all the stuff like that. So, but bending the mat back like this is really helpful too. Okay, and these are little. So I'm gonna, okay. These ones, I'm gonna come from this side and pop these off. This Cricut spatula is like the goat for stuff like this. You can also use tweezers, but be careful not to pull too hard if you're using tweezers.
Tamara said, what did you suggest as a stand for the bottom of a standing tree? So Hobby Lobby has, like, if you look in the wood pile section, they have these like little wooden discs. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying that like I know exactly.
They do.
I don't know exactly. I'm assuming they make like these little wooden discs.
They do.
I feel like that would be a really good thing to put like some very small gauge wire in.
Yeah.
And kind of put it in there with some super glue, E6000, whatever, so that it stays standing, and then start building your tree that way.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Like a coaster, yes.
Cricut really like set this up nicely for me. So I'm gonna just lay these out in size order so I put them on correctly. Just right here out in front of me. And then it'll be so much easier for me to like know what goes where and know where to start and all that. Cute. This green's gonna be so cute. Okay, so we've got all of our little things. I've got my string and my bead. I'm so sorry. Okay.
What are you sorry for?
Because I'm like sniffling and coughing.
Girly pop, we're all sick.
We have all been sick. It's awful. Okay, first snowflake, we're gonna string it on, okay? The bead is going underneath the first snowflake. Just like that, okay? It's gonna look like this from this side, which is actually kind of cute, like that. But we're gonna keep going. We're gonna grab a bead. I've got my beads in my ornament hanger. You can use a bowl for your beads. Listen, whatever's gonna contain the beads. You don't wanna be stressing about no beads.
That's right.
Ain't nobody got time.
I know that's right.
Now that song's going to be stuck in my head.
Honey, that song has been in my head for the past 30 minutes, and I don't know why.
We must have said something. Also, this will get so tangled so fast.
Yeah, you do have to be very Mindful, careful, demure. Are we the same person?
I knew you were going to say it. I was on to you. I don't know why this string won't go through. Okay, come on, Bobby. Come on through. I'm trying to hold tension on my string beneath it. I like kind of wrapped it up. Okay, we're going to go to the next bead. This is peaceful crafting with Alicia and Lauren, not stress about my string not going.
We're not stressing today. We're having peace. We're having joy. We're having love.
I love that.
It might even be easier to just string it on a needle and put it through that way.
Gosh, it would be.
Would you want me to go grab you
You know where they're at.
I do know where they're at.
Okay, we're going to
put exactly where they're at.
We're going to put the string on a needle and then we'll string the needle through the bead hole because it'll take us way less time. So I'll keep fidgeting until you do that. But I think the string is just getting stuck on the innards of the wooden bead and like it doesn't want to go through. You know what I'm saying? So we are going to readjust. Fishing wire would go through a lot easier too. The thread is getting caught on the wood. Yay. Okay.
That's more of like a embroidery needle. It's not as thin as a sewing needle. But it'll work.
Yeah, it's fine. So just poke it through that little hole and I'm going to give it a tail. I know y'all just can't see what I'm doing because this is a white string and I'm so sorry. So just string it through. It's going to have a little bit of a tail because I want to keep some tension on that string so I don't keep getting it tangled in my bottom snowflake. And we're just going to pop on this bead. Beautiful.
So we have a couple questions.
Okay.
Carol says, what size are these beads? I would say these are, do we know
like 2 millimeter, 1.5 millimeter?
They should be linked in the description. And then that should also tell you if you, because we got them off Amazon, correct?
Oh, Lordy, I don't even know. We usually have a supply of them.
I know.
So it's like, and like they're all thrown together.
Also, someone said, Jen says, I wonder how it would look if you use those flat circular beads that are used for bracelets. So that would be cute. The only thing is you'd have to use quite a few of those. If you wanted separation between your layers of snowflakes,
yeah,
you would have to use quite a few of those flat beads. But if you wanted them closer together, that would give you the option to kind of adjust the size.
For sure. Y'all, this is starting to come together. So let me hold it up. You can see I'm doing a snowflake and a bead and a snowflake and a bead, and we just keep rotating until we get to the top. So super easy once you get going. Obviously, this sewing needle is like helping things tremendously. Which is great. We are working our way up. Excuse me.
Oh.
Oh. What? Why'd you say that?
I don't think that the beads that we have linked are the right ones.
What are they?
20 millimeter are really big beads. I think this is more like a 6 millimeter bead.
I think it's like a 2.
There's different sizes. Yeah, okay. So this is going to be, I would go with this one being like the 6 millimeter. For sure.
Look in the reviews and see if someone wrote what they ordered and like see if they have their hand in the review photo. And see if
there are 2 millimeter beads that are a lot smaller.
I swear I think these are like 1.5 or 2, but I'm no bead expert.
They may be 2.
Okay, so we're getting to the top.
I just said when I clicked on it, it automatically went to 20. So just if you're going to purchase from the link down below, make sure you're getting the 6.
Yeah.
At least the 6, if not smaller.
My string came out. Hold on. Please hold. I've got to let it hang so I have tension. Okay, so we're restringing my top. We're restringing my string, my thread, because my top one.
Everybody's loving the, yeah, it's definitely not 20. Somebody said, are you sure it's 20? It's definitely not.
No, big gigantic. Okay, we're going to pull that through. There we go. And then we got our 2 green beads on the top. Sounds like I said green beans, but I said green beads.
It's green beans, girl.
Green beans.
Everybody's saying they love the green.
Okay. Me too.
I'm digging it.
I'm digging it. Okay, and then you would, if this were me, I would take the left, let me find my words. I would take what's left of this string right here. Let me first of all put this here so you can maybe see better. Can y'all see that better? Yeah, okay. This is how much is left-ish. I'm going to kind of fold it in half, okay? So it looks like this. And then I'm going to cinch it and we're going to tie a knot. Okay. Was that a good description? I don't know. Y'all tell me. We're just making a hoop, okay? We're just making a hoop. We're making a hoop.
Making a hoop.
It's just
And you can
subtle.
make it as close to the bottom or as far away from the bottom as you'd like.
And if, like, that's too far away for you, it's kind of far away, you know? It's
But
kind
you
of far
can
away.
always
knot it.
knot it.
Yeah, like we could just fold it in half again and do the same thing and cut off the excess. So totally up to you. But as you can see, I do have a hoop here and it will hang. Let's test it out. Will it hang? Shut up, Lauren.
No, you
We always say this. We always say the same thing. I was thinking in my head, it will cut.
It will cut.
I'm going to make my hoop smaller, you guys. Don't listen to me. Because it's just too long and it won't hang correctly.
Stuff. Sorry.
The green is a vibe, you guys.
The green is such a vibe. As it is right now, if you use sewing thread or fishing line, it is not. However, we did suggest if you wanted it to stand on its own, to use a very small gauge wire, put it in like a little wooden post. Are you ready to get crafting? Because we got a lot to do today. Let's go ahead and jump in over here. First off, let's have a moment for the project.
Ooh.
Look, she's cute, she's gorgeous, she's adorable.
She's festive.
The box, I can't. And then look how cute.
I love it.
It's the velvet ribbon, the textured vinyl. It's all of it together is really, really, it's just giving festive. It's giving Christmas. It's joy. It's giving joy.
It's giving joy.
It's giving joy.
Susan loves your 70s vibe today.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. I was literally just talking to Alicia about how sometimes when you are, like, I was just standing in my closet this morning and for some reason the outfit just came to me. It just came to me and it's just like,
I love it when it happens like that.
It just happens. Sometimes it just happens. Anyway, this is what we're going to be making today. Let's go ahead and talk about all of the supplies that you are going to need to recreate this project. So first up, you are going to need your arabesque tiles. Now, if you want these exact tiles, these came from Home Depot. Satori is the brand. You can buy them in sheets. If you all want to take a screenshot of that brand, it is also linked in that description, or not in the description. I'm so sorry. There is a link to get the supply list and the cut files for free. You do need to give us your email. It's free. You just give us your email. Not a big deal. We send it straight over to you. It is linked in the supply list. But just so you guys know, it is that Satori brand of tile. That is what the size of our cut files are actually made for this specifically. I don't think, is it Lowe's or is it Home Depot?
I think you can get them at either place, you guys.
No, it's very specific.
Oh.
I think so.
Let me look.
I can't.
The supply list is right there.
Okay. It is Lowe's. It is not Home Depot. I normally shop at Home Depot. I'm a Home Depot girl.
Are you?
I am.
I'm a Lowe's girl.
I've always been a Home Depot girl. I said I'm not always. If it's not a Home Depot, I go to Lowe's. But if I have a choice, I go to Home Depot over Lowe's. I don't know why. Maybe it's where my family worked there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, it's Lowe's. So sorry. I misspoke. So you are going to need these tiles. We'll go back overhead. The next thing that you are going to need we can just quickly talk about the box. You are gonna need some cardstock. Like we talked yesterday, we are obsessed with Celebration Warehouse cardstock. It's the best. There truly isn't any better that we have found. It's just the bee's knees. That's all. I don't know how else to say it. It is the bee's knees. Next up, when we get into our tile, we do have a few different types of vinyl that we are using, okay? So we are, and I'll move this right here and I'll show you the difference. So we have our base, which is gonna be our red. So you're going to need 4 different types of permanent vinyl for this project, okay? We have our base, which is the red. That's just gonna be the basic arabesque shape we're gonna cut out of this red. Next, we have like this metallic green. You can see it here. Y'all, this has to be tech wrap. This has to be tech wrap.
If it has that plasticky backer,
yes.
yeah.
So this is tech wrap vinyl. It's such a yummy green.
Oh, it's like one of my favorite shades of green.
Goodness gracious.
I love it.
So I love this green. It is tech wrap vinyl. This is gonna be our second layer. Our third layer is going to be the Offset of Joy. That's just gonna be in your standard white vinyl. And then lastly is the actual word joy and this little outline of the arabesque. You are going to use or you don't have to, but we use a textured vinyl. So this specifically is Cricut Premium or Permanent Premium Vinyl. This is their textured. This is like a true yellow gold. This is like a softer gold, and this is silver. Honestly, guys, this is such a pretty vinyl. We don't use Cricut vinyl a lot, but this is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Like they did something right with this one.
At Christmas, this is like perfect set to have, I
yes.
feel like.
So this is what we are using. Oh yeah, you all wanted to see the nails real quick.
Let's see them.
I don't know if they can really even see them like on camera
In the
as
full
well.
capacity. The color's really pretty, but they're like
can you see it as well?
It's
Not
delayed,
really.
but yeah, you can tell. You can tell a little bit.
Anyway, they're like the jelly chrome cat eye nails.
I love it.
So other than that, we do have a piece of vellum that is going to go on the top of your box here. This just makes your box enclosed. So we are using a piece of vellum.
Vellum?
Here. I did say vellum. Thank you.
Acetate.
Acetate.
Or mylar.
Mylar, not vellum. Vellum is not see-through.
I guess you could use vellum. It would be like semi-transparent.
I don't think vellum would look as good.
No.
This is mylar. Yeah. I'm so confused. So sorry.
Sometimes the wrong words just be coming out.
Sometimes the wrong words just do come out. And then, of course, we do need some type of mat, whether it is a light grip or a standard grip. Y'all know the grip of your mat. This is a brand new light grip, so it's actually more like a used standard grip, in my opinion. And then we have our transfer tape and tape runner. And yes, this tape runner is in stock. You saw it here first. We're not using the ATG gun, guys.
Tanner already had words about it. He already had words about it yesterday.
Oh, he did have words about it yesterday.
Yeah, he's like, well, he's salty about it. But we can't do anything because they don't make them anymore.
They don't make them anymore and they don't sell them. Honestly, I don't hate this one.
I don't either. I like it,
I don't hate it.
actually.
Scrapbook Adhesives is the name brand of this one.
I'll send y'all a link real quick in the chat.
Yeah. So yeah, those are all of the supplies that we are going to be using today. So with all of that being said, let's go ahead and hop over to our share screen and we are going to grab the files that we're going to be using today.
Yay.
So here on our share screen, this is actually our bootcamp supply list page. What you're going to do is to download this, you need to... Where's it at?
At the top, top. It's the blue line of text, yep.
Right there. To download these for free if you are not a member, because if you're not, all you have to do is give us your email. You get these files for free, just FYI. When you get to this page to find all of the cut files, if you'll click this, I'll show you exactly where to find it. Here is the graphic for boot camp showing you everything we're making this week. Then if you'll scroll down underneath this pink box, there is a line of blue text. If you'll click that, you can see that it downloads. We need to double click that, and now you have a folder, okay? After you see this folder, we're gonna double click this folder, and we have it separated out into days for you. So you don't have to go looking. You have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and day 5. So we are in day 2, so we're gonna double click day 2, and now you can see that we have the arabesque tile ornament. This is the box, and then this is the actual design that we're gonna be making. They are both zipped, so we have to double click them both to unzip them, and you can see they kind of like overlap the zipped file. You can move them around perfectly fine, but now we do have these open, unzipped, and ready to load into Cricut Design Space. So now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna hop over to Design Space. Here you can see we do already have it uploaded, but I'm gonna upload it again for you guys. We'll just go ahead and delete this out and start over completely new so that you know exactly what to do. Once you have unzipped your files, you have opened Cricut Design Space, we're gonna come over here to upload. You're gonna click that upload button, upload image, and now you can either browse or you can pull in your Finder. So let me show you both. Here I'm gonna pull up my Finder in front of the Cricut window, and you can see we have a lot of things open right here. So I'm just gonna, a lot of these Finder windows open. So what you're gonna do, if you pull in your Finder or your file, I think for Windows it's called like
File Explorer.
File Explorer. Either one, we're gonna drag and drop, and we'll start with the design. So you can see here, it's selected because it's highlighted blue. We're going to click and drag and drop. It's really that simple. So once you have done that, we are gonna upload it, and it's going to add to Canvas. Now, it does come in a little wonky. Do not fear, that's fine, because what we can do is we can take this layer and just move it over, and look, it's back to normal. That's how simple it is. Like I said, it does come in a little off to the side, but it is in layers, so you can just move it over to make sure it looks the way that you want it. So we have our file in there. Next, we need to grab our box. So same process, we're gonna go to upload image, and this time I'm going to browse, and I'm gonna show you how you can browse and look for your files. So instead of dragging and dropping, which is what we normally like to do, if you can't figure it out, you can click this green browse. What it's gonna do is it's gonna pull up your file, I guess, Finder. What I would then do is go to your actual download section, okay? Now it looks crazy, or you can go to recents. Either one I think will work. Sometimes the reason that we personally, for us, don't always use the browse function is because it's harder to find files. So either way, if you can't find it, one thing I really think I suggest you all doing is searching. So if you just type in the first part of, well, I thought I could type in the first part of arabesque, but I guess I can't.
I'm wondering what the name of the file is.
Well, let me pull in my Finder, and it's arabesque tile ornament.
So I have issues with the browse upload feature. That's why I always drag and drop.
I know.
I can never find my file.
But I wanted to, oh, there it is. Okay, so I started typing in arabesque. So if you can't find it, because it does, for some reason, it's just a little bit wonky, at least for us it has been. So if you type in your file name, it's a lot easier sometimes to find it that way. So you can see here we have the arabesque tile ornament box, the SVG version. So we're just gonna select that and open it, and that's how you would go about if you are browsing. Once you have done that, we are gonna go to continue. We are going to upload this to our canvas, and y'all, that's it. We're not touching the size. If you want to touch the colors, you can do that. And how you would do that, let's say you want to try out some different colors over here on your ornament, you can click this drop down menu. That's the wrong one. This drop down menu, the Joy Arabesque Tile Ornament, drop that down and you can choose each individual layer and you can change the color without having to ungroup it. So I can even separate them so you all can see them all. They're still gonna be grouped together, but we're gonna separate these out so you can see exactly what we're doing. So this is the 4 layers. We have our base layer here, which is what we are going to put down first. Then we have our holly cutouts. That will go down next. Next, we have our Joy offset. That's what the word I was trying to find. This is the Joy offset. Yes, you can see that there are pieces cut out of the bottoms of that letter. That's really kind of just to help you guys line that up where it needs to go. So that is the offset. That is the 3rd layer that we're going to be laying on our arabesque tile ornament. And then finally we have this is, I don't know if this is more intricate or if that's more intricate, but look, because like,
it's like intricate in different ways.
It's so intricate in different ways. Like this is going to hold together better than this is going to hold together because it's so thin, but this is going to be our top layer, which is the textured vinyl. Now, I said we were ready to go, but there is one other thing that you do need to complete before we go forward with this project, and that is turning these lines into score lines. That is one thing that I did forget to mention in our materials, is that you are going to need either a scoring stylus or a scoring wheel. Either one of those will work depending on what machine you have, but you are going to need to score this to make sure you get the lines correct on this box when we go to fold it. So what it is now, when you drop down this menu right here, you can see that we still have 2 more drop down menus. So let me close that one out. And that is, this is going to be the bottom of the box. This is the top of the box. So they are grouped together, and when you drop both of those down, you can see these lines. So these lines, for example, and I wish I could zoom in on Design Space so you all could see this better. I don't like moving and messing with these, and really I don't like ungrouping. I only like working with my drop down menu and selecting my layers from this without moving anything, because when you move something on a file that is made for you to upload and cut, you can get your sizes off, okay? So yes, Kara, you can score on the Air 2, perfectly fine. Kathy, the box size, I don't know the exact dimensions. I can tell you the dimensions of this box, but you do not need to resize this file if you want this size. So this box is 3.5 by 3.5. That's what the end result is you get a 3.5 by 3.5 inch square box.
And it'll fit your tile perfectly if you've got the same tiles as us.
And the height of the box is a little under an inch. It's about 3/4 of an inch. But like I said, this file, if you resize it, you're gonna make it, it'll get bigger, and it's gonna be too big for the tile if this is what you're making it for. Now you can take this and make it larger and make a bigger box if you wanna make it for something else, but for this specific project, we are leaving it as is. So, back to turning these lines from basic cut into score lines. The way that we know these are basic cut lines are a couple different ways. One, you can see underneath here, it says basic cut. The other way we know that it is a basic cut is because these lines are solid. These are solid lines. We do not want them to be solid lines. We want them to be dashed lines. So, how do you create a dash line or a score line? You are going to select the layer on the right-hand side of your layers panel. You are going to select the one that is the lines. Once you see that it is selected, because it is highlighted green here, you can also see the bounding box on your canvas. Once it is highlighted, you're going to come up here to the top left corner where it says Operation, okay? drop that menu down, and then you're gonna come on down here to where it says score. Now watch what happens when I change this from a basic cut to a score line. Did you see that happen?
Yes.
So it went from a solid line to a dashed line. That dashed line is telling me that that is a score line. That is what we want, okay? You do not want it to be a solid line, you want it to be a dashed line. Beautiful, just like that. So once you have done that to your first, or to the bottom of the box, top of the box, whichever one you started with, your next thing is you're gonna do it, you need to do this to the top as well. So let me move this guy out of the way so you all can see what we're doing. Once again, working over here on our layers panel, and I'm gonna, let me zoom out because I keep clicking on one thing or the other. So once again, I'm gonna zoom in so you guys can see and you all can watch what happens. So once again, we know this is what it needs to look like, not this. How do we do that? We come over here to our layers panel. We make sure that all of these arrows are pointing down so we can see all of the grouped layers together. And this is the one we're working with. This is the top of the box. Currently, we can tell it is basic cut. How can we tell? Once again, because it says basic cut here, but also because it is solid lines. To turn it into a score line, once again, come up here to the top left-hand corner. Sometimes I get my left and right confused, guys, so if I say the wrong one, I'm sorry. It's my other left, or my other right. Operations panel, or operation section right here, we're gonna drop that menu down, change it from basic cut to score, and it turns it into a dash line, and now it's scored. Now, if this was not already attached to, actually it's not attached together. We do have to attach it.
It's only grouped.
It's only grouped. So your next step before moving forward, and this is with most all 3D projects, a lot of our 3D projects are gonna come in grouped. What is the difference between grouped and attached?
Tell us.
I would love to tell you. If it is grouped on the canvas together, meaning I want all of these pieces to stay together, but like once I go, all I'm just gonna say is, you're a group over there in the corner.
You can stand wherever you want.
You can stand wherever you want, but you're gonna go over there and stand with these other people. However, when we attach it, the way that I like to explain this to people is we're putting a permanent fixture, like we're fixing them together, but it's kind of like semi-permanently. Very similar to a paper clip. Down here at the bottom, that's why they use the paper clip icon for attach, because it is kind of like semi-permanent. You can take a paper clip off, you can put it back on. It's not as permanent as a staple. A staple, you have to rip it.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So that's why attach is, a paper clip is used, because we're just gonna, boop, I just wanna boop them together. I shouldn't have done that though. Shouldn't have done that.
And it when everything changes colors like that, it's because everything's already grouped all together, and so it thinks you're attaching everything.
Right. So what you have to do once you have changed these lines, we're gonna come up here to the top where it says ungroup. We're gonna ungroup them. Okay. Now it doesn't look any different. Nothing looks different. But we now have, these are all still kind of like separate. So once again, we're gonna select these two together and we're gonna attach them together. Once it doesn't look like anything changed, but you can see that it has attached that together. If you want to, you can rename that attachment to box lid. Now we know we have attached the lid together. Next, we need to attach the base score line with the base. So how I'm going to select that, there's a couple different ways you can select it, okay? You can drag and drop that way. The only problem is it's going to go ahead and select multiple ones. And actually this one we need to ungroup another time. That needed to be ungrouped twice. So you can drag and drop the area that you want here attached, or you can work from your layers panel here and you can click the base, hold your shift key down, and select the score lines as well. Now, because they are both highlighted green, you can see that they are both selected, and we're just gonna boop, attach them together. Now we can rename this one as box bottom. I don't know, box base.
Box bottom.
Box base. Beautiful. So now we have our base of our box attached with the score lines, the top of the box attached with score lines. This guy here that is white colored is going to represent your Mylar or your clear film, and then this is going to be just a different piece that you can cut out of like textured cardstock, glitter cardstock, whatever.
Whatever,
as just like
fun pop.
Yeah, it's like a base of your box. And we'll go ahead and I'll show you what I mean. So you can see we've put a piece of like decorative paper inside, and it just kind of elevates it. It's just not a white box all the way through.
Right.
So that's what that green layer is for, is just for the base. The white layer is going to be the clear for the top of the lid.
Love it.
Okay.
I love adding a little pop of something on the inside.
Bobby says, how did I not know that you can rename like that? You learn something new every day. I'll be real honest, I don't use the rename function as much as I feel like I should.
Listen, whenever I work in Illustrator a lot, I name my layers all the time, but for some reason in Design Space, I don't ever do it.
I don't know what it is, but I feel like, especially after we slice, I should just go and rename something. But yes, in case you didn't know, we'll go back to our share screen to double click to rename something, even if it's a file like this one that's all grouped together. If you don't like the name of that file, you can double click it and just rename it Joy. I don't know. And then you can name all of these layers. So
Easy as pie.
Easy as pie. Now, with that being said, we're gonna start the process of cutting all of this stuff, because y'all, we got a lot to cut today.
Lots to cut, and
Lots to cut.
we have a green layer on the way being weeded for you.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
I don't know why, but earlier I was like, oh, we should have weeded that before we
That would have been really good. That would have been good.
We got it.
Now we're gonna go to the Make It. At this point, you can save your project if you want. We already have a project like this saved, so I'm not personally gonna save it. Don't do as I, do not do that though. Do it, save your project. I think what I want to do is I want to start with my base, and then we'll just build from there. And then after that, we will start building the box. So we're gonna start with our base layer first, and we're gonna cut this guy. Let me kind of get my stuff organized here real quick. Lorraine asked, will the Joy layer be a little bumpy from the vinyl layers underneath it? Can they see that? Is that too close? I don't feel like it looks bumpy.
No, it doesn't at all.
It doesn't in person. I just
No.
wanted to make sure you guys see it as well.
Yeah, it looks good.
So
It's perfect.
there you go. Also, while she was talking, I got to thinking, like, I need to show you guys how to cut multiple colors on the same mat.
Definitely. It's so much easier.
Especially for a project like this. Like,
Yeah.
if I didn't have a green layer already being cut and weeded, I would put my green in the bottom as well.
Yeah.
Like, I have 4 corners for my 4 different vinyls.
Exactly.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you how we're gonna do this. So we're gonna pop back over to our share screen. So I have my red, and we'll go to our overhead, you can see where I have my colors. I have my red in the top right, my gold in the top, you see what my top right, my other right. Red in the top left, gold in the top right. Left, right.
Somebody
that's right.
come get her.
Somebody come get her. And then the white in the bottom left. So what I'm gonna do is I'm back over to our share screen. We're gonna grab our gold layer. I'm gonna click these 3 dots, move object, and we're gonna move it to this red mat. Not the bright red. The bright red is gonna be our box. This kind of like good, like juicy red. We're gonna move it here. Now it's gonna come in behind it and it's gonna turn it red, but y'all don't worry. We still want our base red layer in the top left, Goldie over here in the top right. Now we're gonna come here to where it says Joy. This is our white layer. 3 dots, once again, click that, move object, move it to this mat and continue. Same thing, it's gonna turn it red, but we're gonna pull it down here to the bottom because that's where our white is on our mat. Okay, are we good?
So easy. So it looks like everything's being cut out of red, but you can see on the mat, like obviously we have gold, red, and white on mats.
Yes.
Super helpful.
So once we have moved our colors or our layers to our respective corners of the mat, we're gonna go to continue. It is going to connect to our machine. Yes, Megan, I also knew when to finish that song. And we are cutting this on. Please tell me why vinyl is just not on our favorites.
Like permanent vinyl?
Like just permanent adhesive vinyl.
There's no, because we're HTVers, I guess. Sometimes it just changes my favorites. Like it changes. Look, special delivery.
Special
Merry
delivery.
Christmas. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I'm reading.
What do we, it's not, what do we cut?
Premium vinyl.
Premium vinyl. Okay, but it's like, okay.
I do permanent.
Dude, there's
Glossy.
too much of this.
They really have too many extras.
There's just too much of this. We're just gonna favorite that. Let's just have one vinyl cut setting, premium vinyl. Okay, here you can see we have our beautiful green layer already cut out. Thank you, Holly. Lifesaver. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna come over here and we're gonna load our mat
locked and
into our
loaded.
machine. Locked and loaded. Okay, so I am a weed on the mat girly. Sue me. I love it. Alicia does not, and that's fine. To
I
each
do
their own.
for you guys sometimes, just to be nice. The
Erica,
brand,
okay, is Erica, are you going to see the Eagles in the Sphere? Because if you are,
oh my gosh, that would be
that is
epic.
my dream concert.
I just want to go to the Sphere though, because I just can't.
I just want to see the Eagles. Actually,
Yeah.
I would be happy to see them anywhere.
Yeah, honestly.
So like, has anybody? I know somebody here has watched Legends of the Fall.
No, but this is Lauren's favorite movie.
It is my favorite. I know somebody in the comments has watched Legends of the Fall.
Surely.
It's my favorite movie. One of my favorite movies. It's definitely top 3 for me. I don't know why. I've just loved it. Any Hoosier, the reason that I brought this up is because I go around quoting the father after he has his stroke all the time. And all the time. After he has a stroke, he says, "Scrum!" And I'm like, I love that. And I say it all the time. So anyway.
That's hilarious. Okay.
So I have weeded everything. We were just talking while I weeded. It's not a big deal. Back to crafting. We are taking our transfer tape and we're laying it on the vinyl.
Lindsay brought up my other man crush, Tom Hardy. Oh, Tom Hardy in shoot. Hold on.
I mean,
Venom.
I don't really want to get started on all my man crushes because I have a very specific type. And me and my mom were literally just talking about this last night, I think. Yesterday, something. I don't know. Because I asked, no, it was Sunday. It was Sunday because I was watching Tennessee Titans. We were watching football.
On a Monday?
On a Sunday. I
Oh.
said Sunday.
Oh,
I said Sunday. Sorry. Let's do this craft so I can concentrate. So I'm layering this. We're gonna do the taco method. And I'm doing this because I'm sorry if they can't see because of my big hat in my head. Can they see this, Sadie? Okay. I'm trying my best to line this up without being over top of the tile and it's not working. But you just want to line this up as good as you can, leaving the edges enough, the same amount of space on the
edges, and I'm still getting it down too far. What is wrong with me? Is it the amount of caffeine I've had today? Who knows?
How much caffeine have you had?
Probably about 250 milligrams.
Approximately 257 milligrams of caffeine has been ingested today.
Well, that one Starbucks drink that I had like a lot.
Oh.
Like 200 plus.
Oh my.
Sue me. Sue me.
What, a cold brew? Did you have a cold brew?
No, I had a refresher.
Yeah.
Corey, I did not clean the tile first. Should I have? Yeah. Did I? No.
You can, I mean, listen, you can if you really, especially if you're selling these.
It is going to stick a lot better if you clean it with alcohol first, but I mean, that was pretty darn good in my opinion.
I love this project too because you're going to be able to reuse your transfer tape 4 times.
Yes. Okay, one little thing I want to show you guys, a little trick of the trade that I have learned. If you get bubbles, do you see that? Can they see this bubble right here, Sadie? What I like to do, if you have a pen, I like to take my pen and literally just make one little tiny hole. Did y'all see that just disappear? Watch.
You just poke a little hole in it.
Okay, can they see this pretty good? You see this right here, there's a bubble. We're just gonna poke, move it around, take your finger, it's gone. It's gone. Like that's honestly, that's how I don't even do the wet method anymore because you cannot see where I have poked holes in this, but it's allowing that air to escape. So you can poke that hole, rub it down, and it comes right out. But that's it. Okay, so we have this. We're now gonna move on to this one. While I'm putting this on, back to what I was saying, my very specific type of men.
Let's hear it. Can I guess it?
Yeah.
What's that?
What's that old? Stop. First
What's
of all,
that
no,
old
no,
guy?
just hush for just a minute. Just hush. Because when I say this, you all are gonna be like, "Dang,
Okay.
she really does have daddy issues." I mean, I'm part of the Dead Dads Club. What can I say? Anyway,
I'm not allowed to laugh at that joke, but it's always funny when you say it.
if you don't have humor about stuff, what do you have?
What do you have? Nothing. Exactly.
Well, I was watching the football game. First of all, the Titans are terrible this year. And I was like, I couldn't remember the guy's name who used to coach. And I was asking Mom, and I was like, I remember him being like pretty good looking back in the day. It was Jeff Fisher.
Jeff Fisher.
Yes. He's like a very average. Once I looked it up, like he's not as good looking in my brain as he was, like how I thought he was back in the day.
Jeffrey Todd Fisher, a voice actor?
No.
A Titans football player?
Maybe his...
Hold on. I'm looking him
you
up.
see
Former cornerback.
No, he was a coach.
Oh, yeah. This is him.
With his mustache.
Yeah.
Okay, very average looking.
Very.
Very average
Yeah.
looking. And
Looks like a dad.
that's what I said. I said he's very average looking, whatever. But then I was like, but in my brain, he falls in the same category as Burt Reynolds, Tom Selleck, Sam Elliott.
Elliott,
those are my man crushes.
Sam Elliott is Lauren's type to
No,
a T.
Burt Reynolds.
Okay.
Burt Reynolds.
They're like the same word in a different font, you know? Or is that what people say?
Yeah.
Same font, different word?
Yeah.
Okay.
Burt Reynolds is my guy.
My type, long hair, bad boy.
Artsy.
Artsy, eccentric.
Yeah.
My husband is not my type though. My husband is very like, he's an accountant. He's more clean cut. Like he does ride motorcycles. So maybe that's like his edginess.
That's his claim to edgy fame.
You know that Trey's celebrity lookalike is the Green Babe.
No, that guy on that show that you sent me the picture of.
Oh, he did have a lookalike on a reality show. What's the football player that's really old and he won't give it up and he plays for the Packers?
Ben Roethlisberger?
No, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh yeah. Oh, Ben Roethlisberger plays for like the Steelers. Or played for the I don't know.
Y'all,
I'm not a big
if you
football
know what my
girl.
husband looks like, Aaron Rodgers looks like my husband in like 10 or 15 years, in my opinion.
Everybody's saying Sam Elliott could speak sweet nothings. He absolutely could. 100%. I
mean,
I don't care. He is a good-looking man.
I think it's his voice and like his charisma.
Jamie says you do have daddy issues. I can't help it.
If it puts in perspective, me and Lauren are the same age, and she has a crush on Sam
Older
Elliott and
men.
Burt Reynolds. Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to back to our craft. When you are adding, so we've added our green layer. You can see I've just lined it up with the red. When you're adding your offset, this is gonna be our third layer that we add. Line it up to the bottom corners. That way you can get the perfect alignment just like this. And that it's so much easier to line up those bottom corners first. And then we're gonna press this on and make sure that it goes on really well. And then we'll only have one more layer left. And then we'll just add our little hanger and we'll cut, I guess I could be cutting the, after I get this on, I'm gonna load the mat and we're gonna cut the box while I'm adding this last layer. So here, there's our offset. I'm saving my transfer tape here. I'm gonna bring my mat in and I'm going to go ahead and add my paper. And we are going to start cutting the box. Now, our original box is in white. We're gonna make a black one today.
I figured it'd be easier for y'all to see it.
Yeah, this black is definitely gonna be easier for you guys to see on the camera. So I'm just gonna make sure that I burnish this down really well. Beautiful. We'll go back to our share screen. We're gonna go to the layer that is the red layer down here, where it says score and basic cut. From there, we are gonna choose medium cardstock, and we are using the scoring stylus. We'll come back over here to camera 3. You can see we have our scoring stylus in clamp A ready to go. So what we are going to do now is we are going to load our mat and then we'll hop back. I was gonna say we're gonna hop back over to share screen, but we're not. We're just gonna wait just a second. I mean, you could have done that. You could have added this to the offset. That would have worked. I just went ahead and did it because we do have these cutouts on the bottom of Joy, so I know exactly where it's supposed to go. So that's why with this project, it's okay to do it that way instead of, and I'm gonna burnish this one from the back because it is textured vinyl, and I'm afraid that it's gonna maybe be a little bit harder to stick to this. Okay, not as bad as I thought.
Oh, it came right off.
I know.
I was actually wondering if it would stick.
Now, y'all, I did lose the dot to my J. I'm gonna have to recut that. But once again, I'm gonna line up these bottom corners like this, and y'all, look how perfectly that goes on. I mean, I'm a little off over here, but like I'm more worried about the center than I am the outside edges, and that's what you need to be as well. You need to be worried more about the center instead of the offside edges, and making sure that these offside edges get stuck down before you even attempt to take your transfer tape off. And this might be one where, okay, I'm so glad that we did this. You want to reuse this transfer tape because had we used this transfer tape the first time, pulling it off of the backer like we did with the red, it would have been so hard to have gotten this little teeny gold off of there, and I'm afraid that it would have ripped it. But because we have used this 4 different times now, look how easy this comes off of that vinyl without even ripping it.
Oh, that's nice.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So reusing your transfer tape really, really does the trick. I think it really helps. You know what
Now,
I'm gonna do?
Cut out a J
I'm
dot.
gonna use my True Control knife and I'm gonna cut out a little circle.
Now, if you guys are using a different size tile, you're just gonna wanna make sure to measure from the very top of the tile to the very bottom. Make sure that your shape is locked so it keeps its proportions, and you can put in the measurement into the height, okay? And that way you can get the exact size that you need for this project. because ours is measured, we don't have to adjust it at all. Ours is measured exactly to this specific tile, but I know a lot of you all aren't gonna be able to find it as easy, so.
This may not look good, but we're gonna try it.
Sometimes you just gotta do it. It'd be cute to have a little jewel there, a little sparkly jewel.
I mean, it doesn't look that great, but you know what? It looks better than that white did. It looks better than the white. Mm-hmm. It still don't look great, but it's okay. So we have our ornament. Beautiful. We're gonna lay this guy over to the side.
Is your hot glue gun on?
It is. I turned it on.
I was gonna remind you.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. So this is gonna be the top and the bottom of our box. I am going to unload this from the mat. When we are working with paper, we love to turn our mat upside down and unload it this way. That way it doesn't bend our paper as much. So you no longer need this piece. We're gonna toss that out. And now we're gonna bring in our Mylar and go ahead and add this to our mat so we can cut this while we start assembling our box. One thing you do need to be very careful with is when you are using Mylar, you can use a burnishing tool. I would do it from the back, burnish from the back, because you don't want to scratch up that Mylar. So if you have a brayer, we have two, I just don't know where they're at now. If you have a brayer, use a brayer. It just rolls it on there, it's great. If you don't and you just have a burnishing tool, flip your mat upside down and burnish from the back. That way you do not scratch your Mylar, okay? So once we've done that, we're gonna come back over to Design Space. We're gonna browse all material. We're gonna type in Mylar, if I can find my thing.
You can put something on the back of these tiles. You can do cardstock, felt. I wouldn't recommend vinyl because it's like,
I think the best that I have seen, the prettiest one I have seen is when people add felt to the back of it.
I agree. It looks the most finished.
I love when the felt is added, but I would add the felt after you add like your hanger. Clearly you can see we don't have anything on the back of it. It does look a little unfinished, but the way that this is hanging and the way that we have this ribbon on here, and I'll show you how we do it. If you put that on your tree, we'll go to 1. It really doesn't even give it a chance to turn. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It just hangs straight. It holds it forward and it hangs straight. So if you have this on a tree, you can see like even when I'm turning it, like I'm having to physically move it and it turns your ribbon, but like it's going to hang straight, okay? So go ahead and press play on that. And we are going to start assembling our box. Can they see these score lines-ish? Okay, so what you want to do, this is what I have found with this box specifically. I like folding this second line first. So we're gonna fold this up like this, and we're just gonna keep moving around, folding that second line up first, like that. And I'll show you why here in just a minute, because when I first put this together, I thought, oh, well this side folds in, like I fold in each side and then I connect it with these tabs. That is how it works, but I want to show you why that we're folding this bottom first before folding the top, because it kind of just makes it look a little bit more finished when you do it this way. So we're just folding, 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 like this. And now what I like to do is I like to fold in my tabs. So we fold this one in this way. You're just folding them all toward the center. It really is, we're just folding everything toward the center. And now what we can do is I like to add the glue here and here. That way I can put these tabs on, and I'm gonna do a glue strip all the way across, because once I put those tabs on, I'm then gonna fold this top one over the tabs so that you don't see the tabs. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, so what we're doing, the sides that the tabs are not on the bottom half, so you can see here, there's clearly bottom, and then this top one also is gonna fold in, and I'll show you where. You just need to remember, everything is folding in. Everything is folding in. Folding in, folding in, folding in, okay? So you can go ahead and pre-fold these if you want to. It's not necessary, you can do it closer to time, but we'll just go ahead for the sake of this and I'll show you exactly how everything folds. We'll just go ahead and fold everything toward the center like this, but we still want it to be out because we're not ready to use it just yet. Beautiful. So on this first section of the sides that do not have the tabs, we're going to take our tape runner and we're going to run it along that bottom portion like that. Okay? You see that? Now, once you have done that, we're going to bring our sides in like this. And this is why I personally probably wouldn't fold these sides just yet. We're going to pull in our tabs in. We're going to line them up. And we're going to press that down. So we're lining up, making them even, pressing that down, lining it up, making it even, pressing it down, lining this up, making that even, pressing it down. Now you can see that we still have tape, so we're just gonna fold these other sides in here, and that where it was, I had tape all the way across this side and this side, it stays down perfectly. Now all we have to do is add tape. You can either add it to the inside of the box or to this top tab, either one. Now it does make it a little harder now that we have put this box together. I will say that. It makes it a little harder to add your tape, but it's perfectly fine. We just need a little bit. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. And we're just gonna fold this guy down right here, make sure that it gets secured down really well, and then fold this other guy down, and you have the base of your box. Now, you can see the difference in the base when we're looking at this box versus the white, and that's why we like to add just a little bit of flair, just a little bit of flair to the inside. So what I'm gonna do now, before we start building the top, I'm gonna take my Mylar off.
Bethany was asking any tips for cutting felt on the Cricut. She tried to add felt to the back of her tile last year, but the Maker 3 couldn't cut it. And my best advice is to get a rotary cutter. If you were trying to cut it with a fine point blade, that's probably not gonna work great. Also, Benzie felt. Benzie felt, rotary cutter, chef's kiss. You'll be able to cut it every single time.
Also, this was an instance where I should have checked my cut before I took it off, and I didn't. So that's on me.
I always have to, even on the Mylar setting, I always end up having to run it through like 2 or 3 times.
So I did take my True Control knife and just run along that edge. Not a big deal. Excuse me. We're gonna take this off, and we're just gonna add in this decorative cardstock. This is so pretty.
Yeah, it is. It's very
I think
cute.
that's beautiful.
I'm gonna drop the tape runner link again for those of you all that are asking. It's $19 right now, so it's not too bad.
And then we're gonna go back to our share screen. We're just choosing this green layer that was part of the box. Medium cardstock, and then we will press play. So the top of the box is kind of the same concept, except I think I would go ahead and add my Mylar first before I start assembling the box, just because it's gonna, you have more wiggle room here and you can line it up a lot better. I would not put tape on the Mylar. I would put the tape on the box. And I think, it really doesn't matter what side. We can use both sides. So, but I do think I want to do it on this side so I can see my score lines on the outside a little bit better when I'm folding it in. Actually, no, I lied. I want to do it on this side so I know where to line it up. So that is definitely something that I would do, is if you're making this and you're putting the Mylar, the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, yeah, I need to add this Mylar to the side that has the score lines. That way I can line it up right. And you can see here.
Some Mylars and some acetates, they all have different thicknesses. So it just depends on what you purchase.
Yes. So there we go. We have our beautiful piece in there. And the same concept. We're going to be folding these in. Folding these edges in all across here. Now, if you have a bone folder, I would suggest using a bone folder to help you, especially with this. It can.
I used a credit or a gift card yesterday.
Oh yeah, I need to check and see if there's anything on that gift card.
So that's your gift card.
From last Christmas. Last Christmas,
I gave you my heart. You're welcome for that.
You're welcome. Are you excited as excited as me for Moana 2?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
You know I am. I've been watching Moana 1 for like 2 years straight. I'm like, please God.
Please God.
2. We need a sequel. Send help.
Okay. So what I'm going to do now, same thing. I'm actually going to go ahead and add tape here because that's going to be folded down here on the bottom side. And I think from my past making the bottom of the box, I think I want to go ahead and add tape to the top just to see how well it does. That way I'm not trying to like finagle my way through. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So now we're going to fold this in. We're going to make sure that our tabbies are folded toward the center. And just like this. And this. And this. Now we're going to start lining them up. Does anybody have any questions so far?
We're talking about how obsessed we are with the song Last Christmas. And Cheryl says she uses the clear removable easy liner from Walmart most of the time for transfer tape. That's a good little hack for you. Mm-hmm. I don't know when the second Moana is coming out.
November.
This
like,
November?
Yeah, it's like I thought.
Like this month?
I thought it was like around Thanksgiving.
Please hold. Moana 2 release date. I just went to the movies recently. What did I see?
Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice. Yeah.
No, and then you and your mom and your sister went to see a scary movie too, as well.
Did we?
Yeah.
Long legs.
Mm-hmm.
It was awful. Disappointment. Oh, Tuesday, November 26th, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm going to have to take Rubes. Maybe Georgie, too, if she's feeling... No, Georgia is not a movie girl. Ruby, on the other hand, she loves a movie. That girl has sat through a movie her entire life since she was a baby. She is a movie watcher.
I love that.
Georgia, she could give a crap. She don't even want to watch Miss Rachel. She's like, I don't like you.
No,
too.
thank you.
Not really into that.
Not really feeling that.
So you guys, these projects we're doing all week, nobody's required to create them at all. You are entered to win the giveaways no matter if you could just comment. You don't have to make the projects. We want you to make them because
we want you to, yeah.
But I've seen a couple people say like, when do we need to post these? And like, how fast do we have to get them done? You don't have to.
You don't have to.
Nope. If you want to be entered to win, you just need to leave a comment.
Time out.
We picked a winner. We just haven't announced it.
Okay, so what I'm doing, you can see I put my little pretty little cardstock. I just put some adhesive on the back of it, stuck it in the bottom of my box. Beautiful, I love it. Gorgeous, she's gorgeous. Ribbon. We're using a velvet ribbon from Dollar Tree. Love it. We did cut it in half. This is too thick. Too thick, okay?
That good. We've just been having so much fun.
We've just been
Sometimes
having
it's like
fun.
we've been doing it forever, but like now,
I don't feel like we've been doing this forever.
no, this is a fun.
This has been
fun
really
vibe.
fun.
I like when we talk about non-craft related things sometimes too. I don't know, some of you guys don't like that, but some of y'all love it. So
I'm just adding my glue first. I meant to tell you guys how I was going to do this. Do you see how it's kind of to the side? You want to keep that velvet in the front. So glue down, left or right, it doesn't matter, but you do want to glue it diagonally. You can see here. And we're just going to flip it this way so that we have a loop. We can still see the velvet on the outside. Do y'all see that? Mm-hmm. And now we're just going to plop some glue down on top of this right here. And we're going to put that down there. And now, ouch, that was hot. Very hot. We have our beautiful ornament.
Gorgina,
Bobina.
I love it. I want to see it in the black box.
I love.
We'll have to tuck the tail.
I know. Give me a second. I'm going to have to tuck this tail. Like that. And look how perfect that fits in there without resizing.
I love it.
Look at that. Look at that.
Would you just look at it?
Would you look at it?
So cute.
Yes.
Let me see.
Lauren, tell us about our project we're making today.
So the project that we're going to be making today is one that we have pretty much set this up for you. All you have to do is go in there and put the name that you need. And y'all, I think you're going to be super, super impressed with how easy this is and how much this truly is going to elevate. I think these would be, you're talking about gift tags.
Oh, I love
We have these as ornaments, but those as gift tags.
That would be money.
I'm telling you.
That'd be money right there.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Absolutely. So if you want to up your game, whether you are creating these as ornaments or if you want to make them as stocking tags, gift tags, so many things you can do with that. So if we're ready, you want to go ahead and get started?
Let's dive in.
Let's go. Hi, hello.
I still, just
So
to let
glad
everyone know,
you're
we
here.
are a little flustered today.
We still are a little bit.
And I think it's important, like when you're on a live show, the energy matters so much.
It really does.
So I just want to let you guys know, again, so sorry. Thank you guys for being so faithful and patient with us. We're so excited. So we're going to have so much fun forgetting about all of that. And I am just so thrilled. This is, show this overhead. Like,
yeah, let's go
guys,
overhead and look at this.
I keep thinking this project is made out of wood and like it's so elaborate.
Nope.
It's not.
It's just white
Yes.
white and brown cardstock. And really, you can do this with any colors that you want. You could even make the face all of like the carrot nose. You could do orange. You could do the toboggan. We are going to do it a little bit more simple today and just do one color. I really love this neutral looking snowman. So this is what we're going to do today. Like I said, super, super easy. What you're going to need to get started to create this is, of course, you're going to need a mat. We have a light grip mat today. You know us, we like to switch between a light grip mat, a standard grip, whichever one feels like it's not going to tear your cardstock.
Yes.
Really is the mat to go with. Next up, we do have some ribbon. This is just your standard silk ribbon, nothing really special. That's going to be sandwiched in between two pieces of cardstock. You can see that we've cut that out twice. So this is going to be sandwiched, your ribbon's going to be sandwiched in between those two pieces. Next, we do have some foam tape. Now, I'm pretty sure this came from the Dollar Tree. This is just really thin. I do like this for projects like this because I can take this and really maneuver it around my project and not have to cut it as much. So we do have some foam tape, and that's just to give it that 3D effect. It's not a large gap. It's just a pretty small gap. So that's why we're using this small foam tape. But we are using that to sandwich these two pieces together. And then finally, we have our cardstock. Now, if you've been around this channel for a while, you know that Celebration Warehouse cardstock is our absolute go-to cardstock. It is our favorite.
Yes, we love it.
It cuts like butter. It never gives us an issue. So if you want to head over to the Celebration Warehouse website, it should be linked down below for you. You can grab you some cardstock to stock up for this holiday season because y'all, I'm telling you, and honestly, if you're grabbing cardstock from them, first of all, and you like glitter,
grab their red glitter. It's phenomenal. It's my favorite. I think that there is no other better red shed-free glitter out there. And I don't even like the color red that much.
Right.
But it's gorgeous. Plus, you need to use code MGL for 20% off.
So good.
Now, I will say this. That code is not stackable if she does have a sale going on. But if there is not a sale going on, make sure to use code MGL for 20% off. Now, the last thing that we're going to need, and I knew I was going to get hot, the last thing that you are going to need, and we'll go back overhead if we're not, is your craft glue. I know we have a lot of friends here that love the Barely There art. Y'all just use your favorite craft glue. Our favorite, we go back and forth between these two. We've always been a huge supporter of the Zig pen. I do love this two-way glue.
The
it's
Zig
amazing.
pen has been faithful to me since 2010. Not that I've been using the same one, but the company.
I mean, if this Zig pen was 14 years old, I was going to say absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And the other kind that we do like is this super tight. Now, once again, we were talking about Celebration Warehouse. The owner of Celebration Warehouse is none other than Miss Ashley Falco herself. She helped them create this precision craft glue.
It's really good.
It's really good. It even has like a little needle in the lid that goes down into that precision tip so that it doesn't dry it out. So we go back and forth between these two. We really like them for different reasons, but these are two of our favorite craft glues. Okay.
Love it.
So with all of that being said, guys, that is all of the materials that we're going to need to make our name snowman today. So with that being said,
Not much at all.
Not much at all. No. I mean, the only other thing that I didn't touch on, I have my hot glue gun on right now just because sometimes it's easier to quickly glue down the ribbon instead of having to wait for the adhesive to dry. Yeah. Just to use a little dollop of hot glue on that ribbon. That's the only other thing that you might need. But as a crafter, I really hope you have a hot glue gun at home. I mean, if you don't have a hot glue gun at home as a crafter, then grab you a Sure Bonder.
So fun.
Now, let's go ahead and hop over to the share screen, and we are going to start building this. So we are here in Cricut Design Space, but before we start doing anything, I'm going to hop over to the Makers Gonna Learn website. And if you are looking for this specific file, you are going to be able to find it in the description of this video. But if you are a member and you don't see it, you can always search Snowman Name Ornament. This is the one that we're going to be using today. So what we need to do is we are going to download that. That's going to download in a zip file that we're going to double click to make sure we unzip it. Beautiful. And then we're also going to come back to Makers Gonna Learn because I love to grab all of the elements that I plan on using and go ahead and get those downloaded and ready to go. So I'm not going back and forth between Design Space and the website. So I'm just going to go ahead. The font that we are using today, if you want to make yours just like ours, is Queens from our website. Now, to download that font, you will click this download icon.
I love this font just because it is thick.
Yep.
It's pretty whimsical.
Yep.
I love it.
It's not as blocky. We were going for, and that's the thing with this project. If you don't like the font Queens, that's perfectly fine.
Use your favorite.
But use your favorite font, but we want a thick font. We want one that's really thick. It's like Wren, Whitlock, those are not going to work. And honestly, I don't know that I wouldn't go with, I wish we had like a thick font section. Annabelle would be a good one.
I love it.
Annabelle would be good. I mean, Starshine is thick, but like, I don't know that it fits the vibe for this. Mangoes in all caps, that looks pretty thin. You kind of want one that's thick all the way through. So just Cosmos would be a good one in all caps, probably. And you are going to want to find a printed font, not a script font for this.
Yes.
Okay?
Love it.
So once we have grabbed our font, I did hit download. I'm going to pop my Finder back into view. because to download this so that you can use it in Cricut Design Space, if you weren't aware, you do have to double click that font once you have downloaded it. If you are on a Windows computer, it's going to be found in your character map. If you are on a Mac, it is going to be your font book. So you are going to, either way, you're going to click install font. What that's going to do is it's going to install it on your computer. Now, just because it's on your computer doesn't necessarily...
Lauren, I think you're going really fast. So let's just slow down a little bit. Oh. I don't know if we're still energy from the live. I want you to feel really good.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we're not rushed.
No, I don't feel rushed.
Good time.
I was just going through it.
Love it. Okay. Just want to make sure we're feeling good.
No, I'm feeling great. I'm just a little bit hot, but I'm feeling great.
Maybe I feel rushed.
I don't know about you.
Checking in, making sure we're all good. I love it.
Okay.
This one's a really fun one.
Okay. So we've downloaded it on our computer. Now let's go back over to Cricut Design Space, because once you download it on your computer, Cricut doesn't necessarily know that it's there yet. So what you have to do, and there's a good chance that we have Queens downloaded, but let me just double check, because if we don't, I want to show you what this does. Okay, so we don't have Queens downloaded. Perfect, perfect. So you can see here, I have my text box. If I come over here to my font and I go to System and I type in Queens, there is no fonts that are showing up, right? So I know that I've downloaded it on my computer, because when I bring my font book back up, it says Queens and there it is. So what you have to do is you have to allow Cricut and your computer to communicate with each other. So what we're going to do now is, if you will click View and Reload. Now, if you're working on something, save it. Do not go to reload if you haven't saved your project.
Because it wouldn't save it.
Because it would not save it.
That's scary.
We're working on a blank canvas, so we can go to View and Reload. If this was not a blank canvas, I would click Save and then Reload. But this is another reason why I like to download everything that I need first before I start the actual process of designing.
So good.
Now that we've done that, we're going to click Reload. It's going to take a minute. See, it's going to prompt you to save it. I would save it anyway. I don't need to save it, so I'm just going to click Replace.
So awesome.
So we're coming back over here to Design Space, and we're going to go back. Remember, we were talking about the font Queens. We didn't have it on our in Design Space yet. We had downloaded it on our computer, but not onto Design Space. So, and I showed you that it wasn't there. So when we come over here to our font, we go to our system fonts, and now when we type in Queens, look what pops up.
Boom.
Beautiful. That's it. Ta-da!
Yay!
That's it. So now we have our font ready. Now we need to upload our snowman. So what we're going to do, over here on the left-hand side at the very bottom, you're going to see the upload icon. We're going to click that. We're going to click upload image. And from here, you can either browse, or my favorite is to drag and drop what I need. So I brought in my Finder here. I can now drag and drop that there. And my snowman will be uploaded onto my canvas beautifully. Look how beautiful.
Woohoo!
So it comes in pre-sized for the size that we have made. If you want to keep it that size, you can. If you want to make it larger or smaller, you can do that as well. But one thing I do want to show you guys is over here on the layers panel. When we click this arrow, we want to look at all of these different layers, right? So we have our basic shape layer here. We have our decorative pieces like the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the scarf, the buttons, all there. And then we have the bottom piece separate. Now, you might be asking, Lauren, why is the bottom piece separate? Well, the reason that we decided to keep the bottom piece separate is that way you had the option to either move this bottom piece up, just like this. Can y'all see it moving?
or
Yes.
down, depending on how tall or how long the name is.
Love it.
Okay. So if you have a long name so give me Nathaniel, and let's actually do.
This is such a fun part of the process. I have a few questions I want to clarify before we dive into this. Is the best part of the training, y'all. I don't want you to miss out.
Because I wanted to talk about why it is so important that this bottom piece, although still grouped together, is separate from our top piece without having to duplicate, contour, and all of that stuff. We don't want to do that because you can see here, if you have a longer name, Nathaniel is a great one. If I keep it to this size, my N and my L and part of my E are over here, not even with the snowman. So like I can't size it up any further to touch the top and the bottom, which is the key in this project, is that your name touches the top and the bottom. But you can see that when I size that name up, I have lots and lots of letters hanging off the side. So what we must do, and why it is so important that this bottom piece is separate, is because once you have your name typed out, you are going to have to size it down so that the first letter and the last letter fit within your snowman. And you want to use the top as your base. So we'll size this on down, and you're probably going to have to zoom in, and that's fine.
I like that you're giving a more complex name.
Yes.
Like as the example, just so for anyone with a Elizabeth or like just a really, really long name, this will be perfect.
Yes. So you want to make sure that and we'll zoom in even more. You can see here, these letters fit within this parameter. So your next step, and what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to bring this one to the front so that we can see here. You can see that all of my letters are barely touching the top, but they are touching. That is extremely important. All of your letters, the tops of all of your letters must touch the top of the snowman. Now, because of this, you're more than likely going to have to do the name in all caps. There is not going to be a way. So let's take this name. Let's duplicate it. Let me actually just retype it out. So if it was all lower cases, yes, it's smaller. We could make it bigger, but look what happens. Let me just hide this for a minute. Look what happens. We have the N. If I get to the N to where the I touches, the T and the H touch, but the A doesn't. Neither does the E or the N. And it just doesn't look right.
In other words, it's not the vibe, y'all.
It's not the vibe. And plus
it won't logistically work.
Logistically, you need all of your letters touching both the top and the bottom.
Love it.
Yes. So you need your letters touching the top and the bottom, which is why we're doing it in all caps. Now, back to why I was talking about this bottom piece, why it's so important. Now what we can do is we can move this bottom piece up, and I can actually make this bottom piece larger if I need to. Smart. And I can get it to touch our name. You can see here, I kind of could use it a little bit larger just to make sure we cover the L. And there you go.
Now we're just going to weld that right on up.
Well, we ain't doing that. I'm glad you said that, because that's what we're leaving behind. Weld, we're no longer doing weld. Weld is out of the picture. We don't like weld.
Cricut said we don't like weld, so we said we don't like weld.
Cricut said we don't like weld, so we don't like weld.
Love it.
What we're going to do now, and you can zoom out and check it, make sure it looks good. This might be an instance, I will say this. Let me just say this really quickly. This may be an instance where I normally say we're not stretching a name, but if you have to, and especially with this font, why did it just do that? Why did it just do that to me? Here, let me just show you. With this font, I normally don't. Are you kidding me?
Cricut, what are you doing?
I wanted to stretch it, but whatever.
We don't. I think you would
We
have to.
normally don't. But
So, well, have you converted it so it's not a text box? You would need to make it. Yeah, that would be the secret. If you want to stretch it, you've got to turn it. You pretty much have to like weld it.
we're not doing it.
Okay.
We're just leaving it like this. If you want to go through the process to stretch this font, I give you permission to stretch it. I'm talking like centimeters. If you want to make it just a little bit taller with this font, I think it would be okay. Most of the time, I'm going to tell you that's a cardinal sin, but this time it's okay. Now, before we go and to our next function, what we're going to do next, our next step, we are going to need to make sure that the bottom, you can see, is touching or behind part of this name, just like the top. Are we all on the same page? Are we good?
Love it.
Okay. Now what we're going to do, we are going to select our top and our bottom and our name. We are not going to select this part. You see this brown part right here, the eyes, the scarf, we're not selecting it.
It would take away our snowman.
It would take away the snowman. We are literally just selecting the top and the bottom and the name. Once you have done that, we are going to go to combine and we are going to unite. Now, do you see what just happened? You're probably thinking, oh my gosh,
my
Lauren,
project
where did it
go?
go? Where did it go? Don't worry.
That's what I would say.
Each right. Where'd it go? Hold on. There.
Oh my gosh,
There it is.
Carol, my son's name's Braden too.
It just popped right back.
Love
All it
it.
did is that when we united that Nathaniel to the snowman, it put it in the front and it put our cutouts in the back. So you might be thinking, oh, that's all I have to do? Very close, but not quite. One other thing that we really need to do now is once you have done that, you need to duplicate that layer. So we need to duplicate this layer, and that's going to be our back layer. Now, the thing that I love about Unite, and the reason that we are getting rid of weld and just using Unite, is because y'all, if you feel like that these are too close. So for example, after I've welded this, I'm thinking, man, that Nathaniel's, I mean, I can read it, but like, did I get it too close? Should I redo it? What you can do.
Well, listen, Lauren, I'm going to use this honestly, probably as my gift tag this year. What if I just need to add someone else's name?
I'm so glad that you asked.
Like, what if I need to change it? I've already cut Nathaniel's out. I want to do something different.
You're done with Nathaniel's. You're ready to go to the next one. Now, if you had done weld and then gone out of Cricut Design Space, you can't hit that back button anymore.
Right.
But let me show you. Let me just show you. Used to, we'll do this. Let's go to save. We'll save our project. Oh, Lauren's project, snowman, tag, save. Okay. So like right now, I can hit this back button till I'm blue in the face. You know what I mean? I can keep on hitting back button. But if I, let's say, reload Cricut Design Space, or I go out and replace this, I can't hit that back button anymore.
Right.
But this right here is why I wanted to show you why it's so important that we go from using weld to using Unite, is because now that I've reopened Cricut Design Space, maybe you spent one night cutting Nathaniel's name tags for his present, and now you're moving on to the next. And you're like, oh, darn, Cricut exited out for me. But I was forward thinking, and look, I can just undo that Unite.
Yes.
Used to, you couldn't do that.
So good.
And now what you can do is come in here and change the name.
Love it.
I mean, it's just really that simple.
So awesome.
Yes.
So awesome.
So now I'm just going to move this down just a hair. You can still see it's still touching. I'm going to come back in here, grab these 3 layers, come back to combine and unite them back. And there we go.
We're still touching in lots of different places, but I do feel like that this allows for me to kind of read the name just a little bit better.
Yep.
So what we're doing now, once again, we are going to duplicate Command D, or you can click this button up here at the top to duplicate that layer. So that is going to represent the back of our ornament or tag. This is going to represent the front. And then, of course, this represents the little pieces that we're going to cut out. And
now, Lauren, do you want to go above and beyond for the people today?
I would love to go above and beyond.
So we've had quite a few people ask, and now I'm curious too. What would you do for a short name? Let's say Ruby. Like
Ruby.
4 letters. People are saying 4 letters. So I was like,
Okay.
Ruby. Like Ruby would be a good example of like, what would we do? Would you just make it a really long snowman? Would you? I'm excited to see what you're thinking here.
Okay. Here is what I would probably do if I had a smaller name. So let's just say Ruby. Let's R-U-B-Y.
Love it.
So yes, Ruby is smaller. We can make it large. So first thing that I would do is I would probably scale it up about like this. I don't know that I would go much more than that, just because it will start looking a little less proportionate.
Oh, that looks so good.
But if you wanted to, I mean, you could get, I don't know. I kind of honestly might just leave it like this.
It looks way better than I envisioned before. That's kind of why I was like, oh, I kind of want to see what that looks like. So a 4-letter word, even if it was only 3 letters, like I think it would still look really good.
But what you can do, if
it looks like a skinny snowman.
Well, let's do this. Let's do undo unite. What you could do is with your letter spacing, you could space your letters out a little bit more like this to take up a little bit more room.
Love it.
I think would be super cute. If it's still too small and you don't like that, what I was thinking personally is let's just come back over here.
Where you go add like a tree or something?
I was going to see if I could find like a little snowflake.
Ooh.
Like to the first
Heck,
or the front
yeah,
or the last
snowflake. Y'all, get your snowflakes out.
Let's go back to our cut files.
So good.
Type in snowflake and let's find us a really good snowflake.
Yes.
Pop in that coupon code 750F. Any of you guys have questions, our customer care team, they're there to like serve you. Like it's their Super Bowl too. So you can go ahead and email us hi@makersgonna.com all your questions. And welcome all new members. So excited. So excited. And we're adding that extension link. So if you're watching later, if you want to extend your membership, you don't have to email customer care. It will be on the Black Friday deals page.
So, yes, Lauren. And then you can size the Ruby down.
I could size Ruby down if I wanted to.
Or just leave that one snowflake.
But I kind of just want to see what this looks like united together.
Love it.
I mean,
love it.
So many different things you could do.
Okay, so you all have options. You're not eliminated if you have a short name.
No.
That's what I wanted to just show y'all. Thank you, Lauren, for going.
I will say this. And this is just because I do think if I were doing, if it was a short name, let's say we sized it down even more if you wanted to. I still think that if you add, let's say somebody said adding 2 snowflakes, if that's what you want to do, that's great. Honestly, I think I would just do.
Well, think about it. The Cricuts go cut that snowflake.
Yeah.
And it would be too small.
It's just going to be too much.
Yeah.
So I think.
Oh, it's actually not that great with 2. I thought it would look better.
No, with 2, I'll show you when it's united. It doesn't. It looks fine.
Here's the thing, Lauren. I don't even know it's a snowflake.
I just feel like utilizing your line spacing is going to be the key, in my opinion. Yes. In my humble opinion, I feel like sizing your name up, number 1, that's way too big. Sizing it up, moving this down, see how it still looks very proportionate. You can even make this smaller if you wanted to. Like we could make this name, like you could make the top name fit all of that. And then like really and truly, look right here. This doesn't look bad at all.
So good.
This is still, I would still even size this down a little bit more.
Love it.
But this is why we made
the top and bottom separate because look, even that looks really good.
Yeah, I love it.
And that's
someone asked if we should do brackets. I actually don't love the idea of brackets. I would rather it be open.
What do you mean brackets?
Like it, and just doing like rectangles on the side just to keep it. I don't think that's needed either. So good. Okay, let's get back to Nathaniel because that one we're ready. Great. Playing around with that. I love it, y'all. So good.
Okay, I'm just gonna do undo you not. We're just gonna redo Nathaniel.
Karen says, I love that one snowflake. So good. If you've already emailed customer service, Ginger, they'll be right back to you. Just give them some time. They'll get right back to you. Yeah, love that one snowflake. One snowflake is so cute. Everyone's saying so good. Yeah, you just want to be careful because that Cricut, you know, we're cutting this in cardstock. So you have to be ready for the Cricut to cut it. So this is the time, you know, this is our Super Bowl. Like we said, be sure to change out your blades, sharpen them up, clean them up, things like that. If you are like, Tanner, I have to get my hands on a trilogy. We have 100 spots available today. So you want to act fast. What you'll want to do is 2 options. If you're not a member, y'all, membership is the best way to craft with me at the highest level. So definitely join the membership to get all the resources, everything. Number 2, if you're already a member, you can grab this for $97. Or if you like free, you can grab any program at their Black Friday price. Maker's Gonna Sublimate, lowest price possible. Make-a-thon, lowest price possible. Maker U bundle. Oh my gosh, 40 advanced level projects at the lowest price possible.
Lowest price.
Get ready.
Okay, so we're ready to start cutting our ornament.
Yes, let's do it.
Let me make sure. Nope, that's not big enough. We'll just get a new piece.
Susan, yay! Joined the membership for a year. Susan, we're so excited to craft with you. You're going to make your money's worth just in November alone crafting with us.
Yep.
Just in November alone, you're going to make the whole value of a year in a month. Like, it's going to be so much fun. Get ready, y'all. We have boot camp coming. And at the end of this live, I'm going to share something super crazy that you're going to want to get ready for this month too. So
yeah,
I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I'm going to give you more details on what you need to do. So super good. Love it. Love it. Lauren, what size is your ornament this year for this project?
I didn't size it. I just went with it. I don't know. It could be extra large, like my little Halloween tag was. I don't know. This one on our table comes to about 5.5 inches.
It's a good size, actually.
I think this one is a little over 6, so it's fine.
Beautiful.
Great.
Beautiful, beautiful.
So we are using our Explorer series machine today, medium cardstock, and we are going to run this through. You all are not going to be able to see the Cricut cut.
We're not using gold cardstock, right? No glitter?
No.
Just regular. Yeah, you could use glitter. That would be fun. Yes, so good.
And there it goes.
Oh, no.
I think I saved it.
Oh, no.
Our snowman on the backside might just be a little deformed, but maybe not. I don't know.
We're rolling with it today.
I think I saved it. I think my babysitting helped. I'm not going to lie.
So good. So good.
It did. It did.
No way. Yay.
Look at that.
Love it, love it, love it.
And look how easy that came, like that cut. Also, if you're not using your little scraper tool to scrape stuff off your mat, I'm telling you, it's so great. Where it's at. Okay, we're going to, once again, my burnishing tool, but Lauren's
getting a little crazy. I'm offering to go get you another mat.
Nope.
You already had one scare.
No, it's good.
At this point, she's doing it for, I don't want to say spot, but
risk
for fun.
It for the biscuit.
Oh my gosh, I love Cricut. That's the only reason why I call them out. Like I tell my wife, I only call her out to call her up.
That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do.
Oh, so fun.
It's uncomfortable being called out to be called up at first, but once you get used to it, it's nice.
So yay, love it, love it, love it, love it. So good.
So this
so
part
good.
right here is what is, and I'm going to actually, I know you guys are always wanting to move white stuff off of the white tape. Hi, hello, welcome, how are you? Today we are going to be making this cute ornament, magnet, literally whatever you want to make it. Let's go overhead and see this overhead because y'all, I'm obsessed with this. I think this is so stinking cute. We are going to teach you guys today how you can take a regular photo and turn it into one of these silhouette photos. So I'm going to teach you all of that today. Now, with that being said, and we'll talk more about it when we get into it, you do need a very specific photo. You need a side profile of someone to recreate this, to get this going on. So what we're going to need to recreate this specific one, like I said, we're working with all paper if you want to recreate this specific one today. So we do have, as you all know, we love Celebration Warehouse paper. We do have, now these two 8.5 by 11 pieces are not Celebration Warehouse. They're just your standard cardstock. Do we want to try to send that through again and see if we can get it up here in that corner? Or just
I'll stick it in the printer if you want me to.
It doesn't matter. We're just using 8.5 by 11 cardstock. That is going to be because we are going to be print and cutting the name and the date. That is going to be done with print and cut. Guys, if you don't have an inkjet printer or you don't have the capabilities to do the print and cut, this can easily be done with HTV if you wanted to. Just cut out the oval and HTV that name onto some cardstock.
Also
very easily
sketch
done.
fonts.
Also sketch fonts.
Yeah.
Sketch fonts work as well. So, other than your 8.5 by 11 cardstock, we have some black Celebration Warehouse cardstock, and this is the star of the show right here, this mirrored gold cardstock from Celebration Warehouse. It's just so yummy. I love it.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Is it?
Oh, that wasn't supposed to be pulled into here. The other one should be though.
Okay. Well, then I'll need another piece of this.
Yeah, I'm going to give you, because I do not trust the Hobby Lobby foiled
No,
cardstock. I mean, it'll cut, but like, it's not nearly as good.
Yeah.
I would love to do a head-to-head test, honestly.
We should do a head-to-head test. So, with all of that being said, we have our black, we have our gold, we have our print and cut ready cardstock. We do have some foam tape, guys. This is the Dollar Tree foam tape. Very cheap, inexpensive. We love it. Now, I was talking about the different frames that you can purchase that we have done. And Alicia, while you're out there, if you'll run and grab the other silhouette frame. Is it on your desk, Sadie? This one? Yeah, go grab that other frame where we did the face with the actual frame so we can show them this one.
Okay.
So these frames we purchased from Amazon. And you can recreate this using these frames. They are going to be heavier, so it's just depending on if you are wanting to make a very lightweight ornament. Heavy, they're not super heavy, but they are a little bit more heavy.
I also brought this.
Okay.
For our print-on-demand peeps.
And this is what it looks like if you use the frame. So we have Colton's here, Carson's here. You can see the difference. But you can choose which one you like the best. The link for Celebration Warehouse, if you'll just search Celebration Warehouse cardstock, it should pull up. If there is not a sale going on right now for Celebration Warehouse, you can use code MGL, and that's going to save you 20%. So, little fun fact.
Yes.
Other than that, what we are going to need is some type of precision craft glue. We'll go overhead.
Bless you.
Thank you, thank you.
Also, all the links are in the description for Celebration Warehouse.
Yes, all the links are there. These are the two glues that we have in here right now. I really love this Super Type. You all have your own favorite craft glue. I know there are so many people in the comments that use different kinds of craft glue.
whichever is your favorite, grab it, but you are going to need a very precision tip for this one, just because this is pretty precise. So you do need a precision tip, okay? Other than that, we do have our mats, and then we have some type of ribbon that you can use to hang your designs. This one we have sandwiched in between the two layers, so you can't really see it from the back. This one we just have glued to the top of the frame. So either way, you are going to need some type of ribbon to secure your little ornament. So, with all of that being said, are we ready to go ahead and start crafting?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, so we're gonna hop over to our share screen, and here is our final piece that we are gonna be making today. You can see here we have this is separate from our silhouette, and then also separate from the two sides of the frame. So you do need to have two sides, and I'll show you overhead. It's so that we can sandwich this together and have it sandwiched together like that. Okay, so that's how we're doing two. We're gonna line them up. We're gonna sandwich them together, and that's why you need two, so we can glue it to the back and then push it together. Okay, back over to share screen. So what we're gonna do first is we're going to grab and upload all of the things that we need. So once again, links down below, you can find this frame. If you don't see it, you can hop over to our website, and we were just talking about all of the different frames that we have on Maker's Gonna Learn. So this is one that I saw that I thought might work. Here is another fancy frame. If you want to do that one would work if you're looking for a square. This ornate frame might be one that you want to go for. There's a couple different ones that you can choose from. Some of them are going to work, some of them are not. Let's talk about the ones that are not. For example, these two right here are not going to work. And why they are not going to work is because this bottom piece here and these top and bottom pieces and all of these little filigree pieces inside are not going to be attached together. And for this one to be a solid piece, we do need it attached together. So you do kind of have to be mindful about that and just be aware. We are going to be using, is it Vintage Frame Oval?
Yes, Vintage
So you
Frame
can
Oval.
type in Vintage Frame Oval and it will pop right up. Here it is, Vintage Frame Oval. So what we're going to do is we're going to click that arrow pointing down, and we are going to download that. Now the fonts that we are using today, it looks like, give me a minute, Estuary.
Nope,
That bottom one is not?
it's Opulence.
Opulence.
Yeah.
I was trying to get it.
We're close.
So the fonts that we're using, if you go over to our fonts, first of all, we have some really cute new fonts, by the way.
A bunch of new sketch fonts.
A bunch of new sketch fonts. So Opulence is the first one. So I'm the type of person, I'm not going to type out the full name. Obviously, I'm not going to type out anything and find anything. I thought that's how you spelled opulence.
So there's Opulent, and then there's Opulence. There
There it is, Opulence. You'll download that. So you'll have to download, double click, and then once you unzip it, you're also going to have to double click and install it on your computer. So make sure you do that if you haven't already. We already have it. Perfect. And then once you have all of your stuff, you also need a picture that is a side profile picture. So let's talk about, and we'll go back to number one real quick. Let's talk about the importance of the picture. Because we are doing the side profile view, you really need to make sure that the photo that you take, if you can't find one that has already been taken, make sure that the photo that you take is from the side. This is the view that we are wanting. We don't want full frontal face. We want it from the side. And honestly, the closer you can get, and if you can take the picture on a solid background, I promise you that is going to be so much easier than what I'm fixing to show you. So if you have a child or a pet or a grandchild or really anyone that you want to make that is still alive that you can take a picture of, and you want to make this, instead of going through all of your photos and trying to find something that would work, I promise you, if it's like your kid or your grandkid, just have them stand up next to a white wall and take a picture of the side of their face.
You just got to snap it real quick.
Just snap it real quick. If it's a girl, you might want to either pull their hair back behind their shoulders or even put it up in like a little ponytail. I think that looks cutest, like for little girls, if their hair is like either in two little pigtails or ponytails for this specific project for a silhouette, okay? So that's just my suggestion, instead of, because it took us, I think what took us the longest was going through our photos to try to find a picture that works.
Yeah.
So if you can, and you are making this, or maybe you are listing this to sell, you need to have instructions that say, please email a clear side profile view of the person that you want the ornament made out of.
Yeah.
Okay? So it needs to be a clear side profile view. So we'll go back to our share screen and we're gonna start the process, and you're really gonna understand why I mean a clear side profile, like next to a blank wall. It doesn't really matter what color it is, just a blank wall with nothing behind it, why it's gonna work so much better. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna make sure that we upload all of the images that we need. So for the most part, we really just need this frame right now. So we're going to bring our Finder in. We're going to unzip this vintage frame, drag and drop, and we're going to download that to Design Space, and we're gonna pull it in. Now it is larger than what we need right now, but that is perfectly fine. I just wanted to start building and get all of my pieces in here to start building this ornament. So now that we have our frame, the next thing that we need in is going to be our image of our person that's going in the middle. So let's go back to upload. You're gonna go to upload image. Now this is where I need you all to pay attention, because this is gonna be the most important part of this tutorial. So we do have a photo that we are gonna be using, and you can see here in a minute, it's not really the best photo to use. And we're doing this for a reason. The reason that we are using a photo that's not the best is so we can show you how you can take a hard image, and an image that is hard to clean up, and then still use it. And this is why, because I can't just come in here and click erase background, first of all. Also, did you know that Cricut has updated and now will recognize HEIC files?
Yes, because I pulled one in on accident and I was like, wait, it didn't normally do that.
I know,
helpful.
I'm super excited.
Yeah.
So after we're here, we're gonna go to continue. Now, the one thing about the HEIC files is automatic background remover cannot be applied to those. So if you want the automatic background remover, you still have to convert it from an HEIC to like a JPEG, which is not super hard. But if you're planning on manually removing the background, then it's not a problem. So let me show you why it is important to do it on a plain background if you can. So manual manipulation, I can come in here and like click around Carson's head a little bit, but like, do you see how it's just picking up like random things? We want it to get rid. This is why if it was a plain background, I could do one click and get rid of it.
Right.
I could get rid of it, okay? So what we're having to do is come over here to our manual erase, and we're gonna bump the size all the way up. Now, before we get started, I know that there are going to be lots of people that suggest, well, do it in this, do it in that. Yes, it can be done in Canva. Yes, it can be done in other free design softwares, but we really wanted to stick with Cricut Design Space as much as we could for this project. So that's why we're doing all of this manual manipulation in Cricut Design Space. Can you do it in Canva, and is it easier? Yes and yes.
Yep.
But it is a Canva Pro feature to remove the background, so we wanted to make sure that everyone had the opportunity to learn how to do this. Okay? So now what we're gonna do is I'm really just gonna come in here and I'm going to start erasing, like I've made a line there. So now, and this is the bad part, you're just going to have to really stick with me for this next few minutes, because erasing this type of image in Cricut Design Space can be a little bit tricky, and it might take you a minute, okay? So once again, just bear with me. Just bear with me, and we're just erasing everything except for the silhouette. So I like to kind of break it up into quadrants, is the way that I think about it in my head. So I've done the bottom half. Now if I can get my mouse to cooperate, I can manipulate this top half and I can erase it.
Sonnet was asking, can you adjust the tolerance and colors and make it easier, which
You can adjust the tolerance. So how you're gonna do that is if you come over here to select and reduce the colors, you can up or you can move. Right now it's unmodified, so our color tolerance being at a 16 is pretty high. So if we move that down to, let's say, a 5 and hit select, we might be able to, is it up or down that the color tolerance?
I'd have to like piddle with it. I don't use that feature hardly ever, honestly.
I'm curious now, is it up or down with the color tolerance? It looks like it's the higher number you have, is that it?
If it's a high number, it tolerates more color. So
I
you
don't
think
know.
a lower number would.
I don't know. I don't use the color tolerance a lot, other than there was one instance where there were two colors that were very similar. It was a solid color because it was a PNG, and I was able to reduce it down. And it recognized, it was like a very light pink and a tan. And they were so close that it couldn't recognize two different colors.
Yeah.
So I was able to manipulate the color tolerance that way. But for a photo that is so busy, the background is so busy, I just don't know that it makes that big of a difference like for this. So I'm just erasing the top half. Like I said, I'm working in quadrants before I zoom in. Now I know that you all might have issues doing it this way, but like I said, this is just how I do it before I zoom in and start getting more precise with it. Now, like I said, is this the easiest way to do this? No, guys, it's not. But is this the way that everybody can do? Yes, it is. Because it doesn't cost you any extra. It is free. We can do it in Design Space. Now, before I zoom in and start really manipulating closer here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure I toggle on my preview single layer, because I can see here I've missed a little spot there. I've missed a little spot there that I'm just going to click on. And now I can turn it back on and zoom in. Yes, this would be easier with a touch screen and a pen, 100%. That's how we did it for the first one, was with an iPad and an Apple Pen, but not everyone has that. So once again, we wanted to make sure that we included everybody today. so that everybody would know exactly how to do it. So now what you're gonna do is you're just going to move around the silhouette as best as you can, okay? I'm not getting as close. I'm wanting to still kind of leave some room because I'm gonna zoom in even further and really manipulate the rest, okay?
Little Carson's face.
I know.
And just a cute boy.
I know.
He
And
has.
I am going to be quiet because I can't move my mouth and keep my hands steady either.
Well, while Lauren is doing that, if you guys have any questions about membership, any of our deals, drop them in the comments. If you've got questions on the tutorial, drop those in the comments. Like we said earlier, we've still got some spots available for our limited edition trilogy series. And y'all, these are so beautiful. Like, I just want you to know, like, I am so jealous of everybody getting these that has a nice craft room. I just feel like they're almost like the books that you put on like your coffee table conversation books, you know, that people
Yes.
just have. So they're really cute. I have been worked diligently on the font book. Lauren put a lot of time into the Cricut book. And so we've been working really hard on these. So hopefully you guys love them as much as we love them. Whenever this idea came to us, we were like, that's it. That's what they need. Like, you guys need these in your life. They're just so good. So if you sign up for any of our programs that are $97 or more, you qualify to receive these for free, 50 free, okay? So that's most of our programs are 97 and above. If you're like, I don't even have $97, we also have a 2-pay option for some of the programs and courses that we offer. So that is an option for you guys as well, but spots will not be available for much longer. I'm surprised that we have any left today. So make sure you don't have FOMO by Wednesday when Tanner's on his live stream and be like, oh, I wish I would have just done it on Monday during the live stream with Lauren and Alicia.
I know.
So,
So you do also, one other thing about this, you have to be careful to make sure that you don't have like sharp edges, but like it's also going to be so small that it doesn't
Right.
matter that much. I mean, it does.
and I'll say it's a lot easier to do with the trackpad, like the tracking pad on your laptop, than it is to do with a mouse.
Yeah.
For me personally, I can't do anything like this with a mouse. It's just not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you all and tell you that this is easy.
No. But
the payout, there are easier ways to do this. And I mean, if you all really want me to, like, we can hop over into Canva. And we can do it in Canva if we need to. Because, like, right here, I want to make sure, like, you can
see his lips.
see his lip right there.
Yeah.
And
You can undo it. If you guys accidentally erase too much, you can hit the undo button. So it's not like if you do it too much, it's
You're
over.
just
And you have to
SOL.
Yeah, you don't have to start over. You can just undo it and then redo it. The tea with Miss Pete. This could be a good sobriety test.
very much so.
That's so funny.
Good thing I'm sober.
Yeah, I was doing it in Canva, and I don't know. It's honestly about the same in Canva. It's about the same. The only difference is you can crop it, and then you can remove the background.
Oh, his little neck. I
Yes.
feel like I need to.
And I'll say
carve
you
this
want
out
to
a
leave
little
their
bit.
neck. If you take their neck off, it looks strange because I've done that before. Maybe not for everybody, but every time I try to take the neck off, it looks really weird.
Okay, so let's zoom out. I think that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I'm going to give it like a 9 out of 10.
We'll give it a 9. That's fine.
I mean, I'm honestly from
This
here, it
one
looks
is
like
a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
That's a 9 out of 10.
For pressure on a live stream, 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here is how we got to our silhouette. And you can even zoom out some more, make sure we don't have anything else like any other straggler pieces left. It doesn't look like we do. And then from here, what we're gonna do is hit apply and continue. Now, we want this as a single layer. We do not want a flat graphic, although we started as a flat graphic. This is one instance where we may start as a flat graphic, a JPEG, a PNG, whatever, but we want to end up with a single layer. So we're going to choose single layer and then continue. So now we can see what our single layer file, and look, there are some like little stragglers.
You can honestly slice it out.
And that's what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna slice that out, or if because we're doing it as a single layer, you can contour them out.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
we're gonna go to upload. It is going to then upload here in Design Space. You can see it's fairly large. You see those little stragglers that I missed? Y'all, that's okay, because look what we're gonna do. We're gonna come over here to contour. We're just gonna hit hide all contours, and it's gonna keep the face. And there we go.
So easy.
So easy. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna start building our ornament. So I'm gonna size this down. Now, yes or no, I have not sized this full ornament. We're gonna build it all first, and then I will size it all together. So we have our little silhouette shrunken down to fit inside the frame. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna come over here to our shapes, and we're going to grab an oval. Now the ovals, for some reason, this to me is a sideways oval. I don't know why it doesn't come in vertically.
Yeah.
But either way, we are gonna have to rotate this 90 degrees. And then I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna make sure it fills up this frame. So I'm just gonna size it to make sure it fits inside. And honestly, you may want to size it a little bit larger, just because this is gonna go, we're gonna move this to back. So once we change it to white, you can see here, it is a little bit larger than the inside of the frame. We're gonna be moving that back, and do you see once we move it behind the frame how it shrinks down, but you can't see it in any of these filigree places? That's going to allow us to have a little bit more wiggle room to add glue, and honestly, get it as big as you feel comfortable without being able to see it on the outside of the frame, because all that's going to do is give you more room to add glue and make it a lot more secure.
Right.
That's just my personal opinion, okay? So once we have done that, we are going to grab a text box. We're going to pull this over here. If you're going to, let's go here. Also, fun fact, guys, if you didn't know, you can hold down your, on a Mac, it's Control. On a Windows, it's right click. You can right click your image and scroll down to the bottom of this, and it says image info, and it will tell you the fonts that you used, even if you have flattened it.
Yes, fun hack.
So Eevee and Opulence are the two that we used for this. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna come back over here where our text box is. We are using a Maker's Gonna Learn font named Eevee, which I'm obsessed with the name Eevee.
Yes.
If I had a little girl, Eevee would definitely be in the running. This is Little Carson, so we're just going to type out the name, pull it down here, size it accordingly. I'm gonna duplicate that text box. We're just gonna put 2024, and I'm gonna change the font from Eevee to Opulence, because we love pairing a blocky or a serif font with a script font. It just really brings it together. And now all you're gonna do is arrange these. Now, if you wanted to make sure that they were even, we can select both of them, come up here to align. We can center them horizontally. That means they're perfect. We can also select all of them plus the oval. Look, I come over here to my layers panel. I almost said share screen. I'm already on share screen. To my layers panel, okay? So I'm gonna select the oval as well. So I have 2024 Carson. We aligned those center. They look beautiful. I'm going to make sure they are selected again and also select the oval,
come back up here to align, and I want to center them all horizontally. That way I know my name, my year, and my oval are all centered perfectly. And while they are still selected, I am going to make sure that I come over here to this flatten button, because this is going to be a print and cut portion. We're just going to print it on the printer, cut it out, cut the oval out. So we're going to flatten those three together. You can see it kind of moved it, but guys, don't worry. We can move that back and it looks exactly like it did a while ago.
So pretty.
So pretty.
You could also, and just a thought, like if you duplicate the head and then flattened one of the heads to the printable one, and you could do like without having the 3D head, or you could use it to line it up.
Oh,
and
for sure.
So it would like stack.
So what you can do, what Alicia was saying, let's go back, because we're going to go, I want to go through that again so that you all understand what we did. So once again, I actually went back too far. So we've aligned everything. You can also, with the oval and the name, we can align the silhouette as well. So you can come to align, you can center horizontally, you can see there wasn't much movement. What Alicia was saying is she was saying you could flatten if you didn't want to do like a 3D aspect, and we'll go overhead. So this is 3D, meaning that you can see the shadow underneath that silhouette. And honestly, like, I feel like it gives it a lot more character.
Yeah, me too.
But if you don't want to go through that step, you can flatten the silhouette to this portion and just print it out. Mm-hmm. That's completely up to you. You can flatten and then duplicate and then have a place to line it up. That's also completely up to you. The only thing, if I felt like I was going to flatten it and then add that in, I mean, I'm sure it would look the same.
Yeah.
We can try it.
We don't have to. I just thought it would be an option.
It would be an option.
Yeah.
So there's lots of different things that you can do. Today, I'm just going to unselect that and we'll just flatten all of this together. And then once we have done that, I'm going to select everything. And now is when I am going to size my ornament to however large or small that I want. So our original ornament is 4.5 by 6.3 inches. So we'll do this one. We'll scale it down. I think that's a really good size, to be honest. And that's the exact measurements right there.
Cute.
So once you have sized it, the last thing that you need to do before we go to cut it is select your frame, and we're gonna duplicate our frame. Because like I said, we're gonna sandwich these two layers together. We're gonna put our hanger in between those. So we'll sandwich those two together, glue them together. So that's why we are going to duplicate that frame. So I'm just gonna come over here and I'm going to hide all of my other pieces. And now we are ready to go make this.
Beautiful.
Does anybody have any questions?
I haven't seen any that we haven't already addressed, but someone did mention doing a dog. Jen Jackson, we have a dog that I may use this for. I think that would be so cute to do a doggy silhouette.
Yes.
I love these.
So what we're doing now is I have gone on ahead. This is the print and cut portion. So I'm gonna select send to printer. For this one, we don't need bleed, but y'all, we always use system dialog with any print and cut that we do. We always use system dialog. So after that, we're gonna click print. It's gonna pull up behind here. We are using the Canon TS9500 series. We are feeding from the rear tray and printing on best quality. Did you load any paper in there? Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
It's wetty.
And print.
Print.
So once that, as that prints, I'm gonna go ahead and start the process of cutting our silhouette. I do not need to restart Cricut. Don't tell me that.
It do be telling us that all the time.
We don't.
Oh, Carol wants to show them how to get rid of the grid lines. On the, oh, we're not on the screen anymore.
We'll have to come back to that.
Yeah.
It's
Was it not plugged?
it just says it's not, no device found. Fine, whatever.
We'll try again. Sometimes it's
Come
just,
on.
it might have
Cricut.
just been knocked loose a little bit.
Not a lot, baby girl, just a little bit.
That's a throwback. I don't know why I'm tired. I feel like I woke up well rested. I had the Mondayest morning you could ever imagine.
Why is it saying Bluetooth? Y'all, I don't want to connect via Bluetooth. Who is connected via Bluetooth? Okay, there it goes. Just kidding.
It did that to me the other day, like acted like it wanted to Bluetooth and then it didn't. And I was like, okay.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and cut the silhouette right now while that is printing.
And you need like the smallest piece of cardstock for that.
Like the little tiniest, babyest piece.
Do you guys have all of your Christmas
gonna
stuff up yet, or is it just me?
I have put up Christmas tree, my entryway table. That's it so far. Honestly, don't know if I'll do anything else. I was gonna do my kitchen, but I don't know.
Can you believe that we don't have Christmas started yet?
I can't even believe I haven't heard about it yet. I'm gonna ask Jill tomorrow where her Christmas decorations are.
You know what? Jill made a comment the other day. She said, I don't know if I want to put up both of our Christmas trees. I was like, okay.
Oh, that's
Honestly,
hilarious.
the reason that we're not putting, we've thought about not putting up both of our Christmas trees is strictly because one of them is not pre-lit, and we take like these sprigs and put it all in. The white one is a green tree that we've just bought so many of those flocked sprigs that we've made it a flocked tree.
Oh,
We
okay.
put so many of them in.
Okay.
So it's just like your standard tree, but we have to like fluff it, light it, stuff it, decorate it. And it
That's
makes
a
you want to go
lot.
like this.
Yeah, that's crazy. And I know your mom got those fancy trees a
She
couple years
did.
ago
She
too.
did be getting some. She did get some balsam hill that are gorgeous trees, by the way.
Yeah.
Pricey but gorgeous.
I downgraded to a smaller tree because my big tree was just taking up way too much space in my house. And I was like, you know what? I don't need this big old tree. And my grandma always had a tiny tree, and I just love that little tiny tree. So, tradition.
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 Okay, so it did print, and I'm just praying that since we had to cancel the cut, it will just recognize it. Anyway. Carol's saying it's like Cricut defaults to Bluetooth now instead of like wired in.
Yeah. It
That's-
seems like it's been doing that. I use Bluetooth
I
at
don't like
home
it.
for my Bluetooth, or for my Cricut, so I don't care either way.
I do too at the house actually.
Yeah.
And I think I used Bluetooth here on one of our makers for like the first time
Oh, really?
the other day. Yeah.
Do you guys know to connect to Bluetooth, the password 0000?
0000.
It took me forever to figure that out when I first was learning how to use Bluetooth on the Cricut. I was like, what's the password? Nobody told me. Like, I didn't know. Neighborhood light show? Donna has a neighborhood light show beginning on Thanksgiving night. That's cool. Love it.
Okay. Oh, cut out beautifully. Didn't have to reprint. Look at that.
Satisfying.
Would you look at that? Okay. The last thing we're gonna print or cut is cut. The last thing we're gonna cut is our frame, our gold frame. Look, hold on. Can you guys see yourself? Can you guys see the camera in that? I love it. Okay. So now we're just going to start building. Actually, there's not much building to do except put this down there first. We're just cutting this on medium cardstock. I'm not cutting it on anything special. I mean, we can cut our glitter cardstock on medium cardstock.
Yeah.
I would assume that the mirror...
It's just a good go-to for the Ashley Falco.
Yeah. Okay, what's the frames on the desk made of? Couldn't tell you.
They feel 3D printed to me.
They feel kind of like plaster to me.
Maybe.
Like, do you know?
They're very dense.
Do you know what? I don't know what the material is called, but like, I've had picture frames made of this before. It's not wood.
Let me see it again.
I don't know. I have no clue what they're made out of.
I think that it's 3D
But like, if I
printed
broke
because of
it in
this.
half, it's going to be white on the inside. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And it's not glass, but it's not porcelain.
I think they're 3D printed because of those scratchies on the back. And that always makes me think, oh, I can just look it up.
I was about to say,
I'm going to see if it tells me.
Let me break one real quick.
Because now I'm like, wait, I bet it says what they're made of on the listing. Plaster of Paris, PVC, those are some options. Let's see. Plastic, metal.
It's not metal.
They're made of resin.
Resin?
Okay, this is exactly what it says. These mini photo frames are made of resin material, sturdy and easy to clean, with a metal surface and delicate texture.
They don't have a...
I've got a feeling AI created that description there.
I got a feeling.
These antique photo frames are decorated with Baroque style carvings.
Inside my bones.
Do you guys have words that you just like and words that you just dislike? Do you need a spatula? Oh, there you go. Okay, let's hear the words. We've got persistence, rhyme and rhythm, illuminate. Ooh, illuminate's a good word. I'm a firm believer in setting intentions, so I do make New Year's resolutions, but I also make a vision board. This will be my third year making vision boards, and Tanner will swear by vision board too. We are vision board believers, okay? So we're actually going to be doing a Canva tutorial on vision boards again this year. So, and I think we're going to design a real one. Last year we designed like a fake one. It's actually still the background of our computer right now in here. It's got fake people on it.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. But maybe I'll put, I don't know, they're very personalized. So like you don't want to like put all your personal goals out there. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't care. I don't know.
Well, maybe this is the year that I start. I don't know. Okay. I was very easily.
Plethora. That's a good word.
Oh, plethora is a good word.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Whew. That was tricky. So, what we're going to do now is we are going to add this. Now, y'all, I know this sounds I know this sounds crazy, but yes, your back layer, the gold, is also going to be facing forward. So most of you all, I'm sure, would think, oh, well, let me flip it around and let's do white touching white. Well, first of all, it's not, actually it does end up turning out pretty even, but we don't want, I want the gold touching gold. That way we can, like if this part comes up, do you see, for example, this is not glued together, but you can still see the gold. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like
it just gives it some dimension, I think.
Yeah, now we will use the back of that, the center to cut out to put gold on the back like that if you want to, but like we want both of these layers, the gold facing forward like this. That's what you're looking for, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to lay this down. I'm gonna grab my precision glue. And, oh lordy day. The devil's playing with the church's money.
That glue takes a second to get coming out.
Well,
I don't feel like that's a good idea, Lauren. That's one way to burst the glue all over the table. I think I was trying to squeeze it. Yeah. Is it coming out now?
Okay.
It's just a little pokey, and it'll go once you get started.
okay, it is a little pokey. It's very pokey. It's about too pokey for my liking.
Pick up the pace, Krim.
Pick up the pace.
Ooh. This Eileen's Tacky Glue is doing really good, coming out perfectly fine.
Is it? I don't ever use that glue pen.
Oh, I've used it quite a few times.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Heck. I don't know.
Oh,
girl.
another thing that we were going to do is we were going to sandwich our little thing in between here.
Oh, yeah.
And I would personally
You looking for a hot glue?
suggest
it's in
a
there.
hot glue gun
Yeah.
for this.
Samesies.
Which we may not have time to let heat up at this point, but you all can catch, you all get the gist. And I'm just gonna add a little dollop of glue right there. I think that's a perfect place right there to add that little dollop of glue. We will glue our ribbon down. I just ran my hand through,
Hot glue.
nope, through the glue that I have over here. And now we're gonna line this up like this and glue this down.
Call to Create asked, does it make sense to have MGL and Passive Earners membership? I would say yes.
It really
But,
does.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely go hand in hand.
They do go hand in hand. It's just some of our friends are not ready to sell or they don't want to sell. So MGL is the only one that they have. A lot of our people have both. And y'all look. How cute.
Little Tootie. That's so cute.
That's so cutie patootie.
I
Now, I
love
will
it.
say, I feel like, maybe she didn't. Oh, yes. Okay. I will say, it did look like when Holly made this, she used foam squares to kind of raise the second layer up. You can if you want to. I don't feel like it makes it look that much different. And actually, this one feels a little bit more secure. Can you tell a huge difference?
No, nothing crazy, no.
So, I mean, you can use foam tape if you wanted more of a 3D effect, or you can just sandwich them both together. And then if you want to, you can add this to the back just to cover up that white. It's completely up to you, whichever your heart desires.
Love it.
And that's it.
All right. Cool beans.
Let me just show y'all. I'm gonna show you close up what we're gonna be making today, because I don't know if this is like gonna do any justice. This is like the cutest, probably my favorite craft this week. Can they see that, Sadie? Up? Good. Okay, so this is a Dollar Tree picture frame that we have turned into an ornament. We have also taken a photo off of our phone and turned it into a watercolor painting. So
Love it.
it looks like one of those, you guys know all over Etsy, like the little portrait paintings that are so popular, like for the last 3 or 4 years. I actually was doing them in Procreate and selling them for a hot minute. But I'm gonna show y'all how to do it without having any
Love
artistic
it.
talent. Okay, so this is a picture of my mom, my daughter Ruby, and my niece Emery, and it says Mimi's Girls 2024.
She's gonna die when she sees this.
I know, and like how cute. You can customize these to have whatever writing you want on it. You can change the fonts, but I'm gonna show you how to get this watercolor effect, how to remove the background, everything that you need to do to create this little ornament, okay? And y'all can get fancy with it. We've got our little frame. This color honestly is beautiful. Like if you're into the rose golds and coppers on your Christmas tree, I don't know what theme y'all are doing, but you could totally match these to the theme of your tree and do like a whole little family tree.
Yes.
That would be a cute idea, actually.
Yes.
So these are just $1.25 at the Dollar Tree. Honestly, just like one of those things where I'm like, could I find like a 10-pack for cheaper on Amazon? Maybe. So if y'all find any, let us know, but you can always just go get this at the Dollar Tree. That's what I like, the convenience part of it. And then we've got this really pretty folk art matte linen. Y'all, we use this color for literally everything. The color is linen, okay? It's the matte. That's our favorite color. You can, if you ask Lauren right now, our favorite color acrylic paint in the studio, we're both gonna give you this answer. So you need that, you need a paintbrush, you need some, you need some ribbon and a hot glue. I'm just using this like canvas ribbon right here. I think is really cute and matches our vibe. And I've got a hot glue. You will need a printer as well. Okay, so let's just start, and you're gonna need your picture. So I've got my phone. I've got my phone over here.
Love it.
And I've got Canva pulled up. Let me just, we can go to share screen. I'm just gonna go to our home screen. Let me get off some of these images. And so we are gonna be using a Maker's Gonna Learn font as well today. So if you became a member yesterday, now you can use all the files that we're using this week, which is really, really nice. The frame size, people are asking, this is a 2.5 by 3.5 inch frame. And honestly, it's like the perfect ornament size. Like, I don't know that I would go any bigger. You could go smaller, but it's gonna be like really tiny. So the first thing that we want to do is get this beautiful little watercolor image situation. There's a couple different ways that you can do this. So we did a tutorial, I want to say it was like last month, and we turned a picture into a watercolor. Do y'all remember that?
Yes, I loved it.
Yeah, so we did something like that previously before, but this time we're gonna be removing the background first. So it looks like we actually just painted the people in the photo. Okay, so.
I love that.
And I'm gonna show you how to pick your photo as well. So let's create a design. We're just gonna select create a design, and I'm gonna do a custom size. This is just gonna be an 8.5 by 11 because we're gonna resize everything in a Cricut design space actually. Okay, so from here, we're gonna need to upload whatever image we're wanting to use. So I'm going to airdrop my photo from my phone onto the computer. You can email yourself a photo if you are not.
I think emailing is so easy.
It is. You can just email it to yourself, or you can literally airdrop. I'm an airdrop girly because we do this all the time.
Yeah, literally go to your photo on your device. You would click email, attach, and then send it to yourself. You would open, just like you do a cut file really, download it to your computer from the email, and then you upload it to Canva, which is super awesome.
I love that. See, Janet said, my daughter sells dog photos transferred on Procreate. Y'all, anything.
That's amazing.
This would be so cute with a dog. This would be so cute. So I have an image here, and this one has a face on it. This is, I want to use this photo, but we're going to pull it in and see how well it does whenever we change it to watercolor, because I'm worried about this is little River. His name's River, isn't he precious? I'm worried that it's going to kind of distort his face. So really you're wanting to find photos from the back side. So you don't want anything like with a face on it, because the watercolor like doesn't do it right. It like makes it look crazy. But this image is kind of far away. So I'm thinking maybe we can get away with it. So what I'm going to do is airdrop this to myself. And I'm hoping this doesn't send this to your laptop, Tanner.
It might.
Nope, it didn't. It didn't. I mean, it might send it, but it's sitting here.
Perfect.
And then so I'm just going to accept, and I'm going to save it to my downloads.
Love it.
Love it. And there it goes. And then I can just drag and drop this into my upload. So it's so easy uploading your photos into Canva. It truly is so easy. Okay. Then after that, you're gonna take your photo, pull it onto your area right here, okay? I'm gonna be using the background remover in Canva. There are tons of free background removers all over the internet. If you guys do not have Canva Pro, you won't be able to remove your background here, but you can do it, like if you literally Google background remover, there's so many, you guys, okay? You may have to sign up with your email, but there's lots of options. Okay, so look. It took away all of the area around them. And so we're just left with Lauren, Buddy, and River. This is my nanny. She likes to be called an au pair or a nanny. We were talking about her yesterday.
An au pair.
She's so funny. She's like, don't call me a babysitter.
Don't call me a babysitter.
And I'm just gonna blow this up a little bit bigger so y'all can see. So once you're here, now I believe that there are some watercolor apps in Canva. I did not use them, but right now I want to try some out because Canva has so many different apps. I just don't feel like I need to go elsewhere to do this because I did it on my phone when I originally did it, but I want to look and see about some watercolor apps directly in Canva, and that way you're not having to like export your image and all this stuff. So let's do
watercolor and see what kind of apps. They may not have one. If you all know a watercolor app in Canva, let me know. There's a Color Rise. I think that turns black and white photos into color.
Love it.
If y'all haven't been playing in the apps in Canva, you're missing out.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know because there's a lot of things. But I don't see any apps for watercolor, but I'm thinking if we go to edit and go to maybe filters, that will have a watercolor option over here. So there's natural, warm, soft. There's even this like color pop. Let's see what that looks like. No. Okay. Let me open up this app on my phone. Okay, this app is called Waterbrush. It's like this little, hold on a second. This right here, they see that, Sadie? Okay, this app, it's got a little tiny seahorse. This is the app that we use for that other tutorial. So if you did that one with us, you'll have this app already. It's just a free app. But I need to get the photo out of Canva and back to my phone without the background. Okay, so on share screen, we've got our image. I'm gonna go to share and download, and we're gonna be downloading this as a PNG.
Y'all, we have the Auntie Tay in the house. Hello, my friend.
Hi,
so great to
Auntie
see
Tay.
you. She says you can use AI and tell it to turn it into a watercolor
I
image
thought
right
about
on
it.
Canva.
I know. Okay, I thought about it.
Can we do this?
Okay.
Hold the phone.
We'll use the Magic Morph app. Auntie Tay, I'm using Magic Morph app. If you have a better app for this, tell me. But the last time we used the Magic AI on Face, it turned Lauren into a pirate. So like oh, it doesn't work with pictures. That one doesn't work with pictures. Tell me one that I can use for pictures.
I love it.
Because I would love to do it that way. Let's look for, sometimes here's the AI powered area. Let's looky here. There's a Sketch to Live, AI Image Gen. I feel like maybe that could be, Product Studio maybe.
What if you type paint?
Ooh.
Okay, Sadie's suggesting that we type in like paint. Oh, here's a Paintify.
Ooh.
Okay, let's see, you guys. Let's see. Upload an image or select one in your design to Paintify it. Let's try it. Here we go.
Here we go.
I get nervous with AI and faces. Honestly, it kind of excites me because I'm like, will they turn into something crazy? We don't know. Oh, y'all, Lauren's pregnant with a little girl in that photo, and it just automatically put a little girl in that photo. Isn't that weird?
What?
That's so cute, though.
That's amazing.
Okay. We could go with that, but y'all, it's like literally giving us a totally different image. That's really cute.
Yeah.
Like, won't lie, that's really cute, but I want like their actual image. Does that make sense?
No, I get it.
Okay.
Auntie Tay says, yes, you have to use the magic brush, but it may be an issue with the face.
Yeah. It was like not going to be letting me.
Also, after we're done in Canva, I'm going to announce yesterday's giveaway winner and share with you what today's gift up for grabs is.
Yes!
So just hold on tight because we're getting there. Woohoo!
Okay, so I'm going to show you all the way I originally did it. So we've removed the background. From here, we're going to download our image and I'm going to send it back to my phone. Okay, so we're going to go share, download. We're just downloading this as a PNG and I'm just going to select download. It's going to download onto my computer and I'm just going to send it right on back. Okay, so I'm going to open it up and we are going to airdrop it. Okay.
Love it.
You can also email it back to yourself. Okay. We're just taking the easy way out today. Airdrop. Where am I? There I am. Accept. So I'm going to accept it on my phone. All right. So here's our image. This is what it looks like on our phone, the same way that it looks like on our computer. I'm going to go to our app and we're going to load from photos. And I'm just going to, can they see this really well, Sadie? Okay, I'm just going to select that photo, okay? And then once you get into here, this is where the magic happens, okay? It already gave us a water brush. This looks cute, okay? I thought it was going to look scary, but like the first one is already cute. The name of the app is Waterbrush, okay? And it's got like a little seahorse icon. All right, so I honestly think that's really cute. There are other options if you
Like if you pick one and it doesn't look right, you can go through and pick whichever one looks the best to you, because it's going to depend on your picture, truthfully. That one's actually really cute. That one's called Autumn. Let me go back. I think I liked Autumn the best. So that looks like that's the Autumn one. Do you guys love it? Okay, I'm going to hit finish.
Love it.
And then we're going to save it to our photos. And I'm going to ship it right on back. I'm just going to put it back on my phone. I can even share it directly from the app. Let's see if it'll let me airdrop it. It sure will.
Yay.
Okay, we're sending it back. Now we're back to the computer. Okay, accept, and I always save it to downloads. I don't open it in photos. I just save it to my downloads.
Smart.
Just because I know it'll be there, you know. Okay, and then we're going to upload that image again.
Love it.
Okay.
Love it.
Let me get off of this app. We're gonna go to our uploads. I thought it was gonna open my photo. Let's go to our Finder. Recents, here we go. Drag and drop. Is that it? It's hard to tell from far away. Nope. Let's see, it failed. Hold on, let me try again.
We got to get it again. Y'all,
Gotta
this is
try.
so much fun just to be able to see what people are working on and like to see what, like how it really works. You know what I mean? Like there's a little behind the scenes. That's one thing I love about the crafting with the like live streams. So you
Yeah.
get to see how the process is, how it works. There's no fluff, right?
Right.
Not just like, oh, it magically works.
I love it.
So good.
So I'm just gonna add a new page just so you guys can directly see the comparison between the two. Now this one did add a background. We can remove that entirely, and I'm going to. But you can see here, this is the watercolor version. Look how cute little River's face is.
Aw.
I love it. I think this is so fun. And what I'm gonna do is go ahead and I'm gonna crop off this water brush. Okay, I'm just gonna crop that off, and then we're gonna remove the background on this one as
Love
well.
removing the background.
Okay, and then let's zoom on out. Now, this is where we're gonna be adding our words, and we're gonna be using a Maker's Gonna Learn font for this.
Ooh.
So I'm just kind of cropping this one.
Get on Maker's Gonna Learn, y'all. It is time to prowl.
It's time. So you can pick whatever font you want. We're using a font titled Willow's Grove. So let's go to our fonts right here. And let me sign in first. That would be helpful. There are lots of different watercolor apps. If you all do not have an iPhone, I want to say the app's available for non-iPhone users, but if you don't see it, just search for watercolor photo editor or something along those lines, and I'm sure you'll find something.
Love it.
Okay, so we're gonna go to our fonts, and I just want something kind of dainty and pretty, nothing too over the top, and this Willow Grove just does that for me.
Yes.
So I'm gonna type that in. Everything is linked in the description below for you all. Okay, I'm trying to decide what I wanna put on this one. So we put Mimi's Girls on the other one. I was thinking like Always Be My Baby, like hashtag Mariah Carey, shout out Mariah Carey. Let's put that, because I just feel like that's really cute, because this is these were her maternity pictures, and now she has two, and she's got both of her babies in this picture. You can't see Lucy, she's in her belly, but I just think this is cute. And then we can even put the date. So I'm gonna hit Command D, that will just duplicate your text box, and we'll put 2024.
People are digging this ornament.
Yay! I love it. This would be a perfect wedding gift. Like you could put a wedding photo.
Oh,
Sadie, I'll make it for you, girl. I'll make it. Okay, so I need to get this font into Canva. So you're gonna need to create a text box. Whenever you select that text box, you go to your fonts up here. You can see the upload a font option right beneath. So we're going to go to our downloads. Maybe. Let's close this out. Hold on a second. Okay, it's in a zip folder, so I'm gonna open that up. I thought I did this already, but we're just gonna retry it, okay?
love it.
Let's go back to Chrome, upload a font, recents, downloads. Let me just type it in. Sometimes it has issues finding it. I'm gonna type in Willow Grove. There she is. See, I knew she was in there. Yes, upload. Anyway, I want to show you all a little trick of the trade if you're in Canva. So we just selected the Willow Grove font, and our fonts,
I want my 2024 to be in the same exact font. So what I like to do a lot of times is I will hit Control click or right click depending on what kind of mouse you're using, and you can hit copy style, okay?
Yeah.
And then I can select the text box. It gives me this little roller icon, like paint roller icon. I'm gonna select 2024 and look, it makes it the exact same size and font of the other text box.
Smart.
So I am going to shrink it down a little bit, but it did go ahead and adjust my font. So that is just super cute. Okay, I'm digging this, y'all. I love it. Now, this is exactly how I want my design. Let's zoom out, make sure it looks how we want it. And we are going to be pulling this into Design Space because we're going to make a little print then cut, okay?
Yay.
You could technically, like, if you wanted to do a bunch of these, you could like create a bunch and cut out a bunch at one time, because this is going to be so small. We could probably fit like 4 or 5 on one sheet of print then cut, or even just save it from Canva and cut out a bunch, because it's just literally a square. If you have a paper
Right.
trimmer, you could
Right,
do it
right, right.
yourself. Okay guys, so we've got our image exactly how we want it. Now we need to get it into Cricut Design Space. So what I do is go to Share up here. This is where you're going to download your image. Make sure you've named your image something you can find. I'm just going to keep it at Always Be My Baby. It defaulted to that because that was the text I put on the image. And then I'm going to go to Share and Download and PNG. And we just need the one page. We just need page 2 because that's where we put all the artwork. The first page was just the image with the background removed. And then I'm going to hit Done and Download. Okay. Now, that's going to download. Let's get Cricut Design Space opened. I think it was not opened previously. We were having issues with it yesterday, so I'm crossing my fingers that it's like ready and refreshed to go. Oh, it's wanting us to upgrade our operating system. Well, we're not doing that right now, okay.
So funny.
Okay, so I'm just going to go home, close that. Close that. Let's open up a new project, okay? So now we need to upload our image. So I'm just going to Uploads, select Upload Image, and then we're going to drag and drop what we just downloaded. So here's my Always Be My Baby file.
Okay, Lori asked, to get your photos from Waterbrush, do you have to subscribe to Waterbrush?
No.
No. Perfect.
Nope, I'd
Love
have
it,
never
love
had
it,
to.
love it.
And then select Continue, and we're going to select Apply and Continue. Now when you get to this page, we're going to be selecting the flat graphic and Continue and then Upload. Okay, now this is where it's going to matter what size frame you got. So we got a 2.5 by 3.5. So you can go in here, make sure your image is locked so you don't distort the image on here. And we can go ahead and change the height to 2.5, and let's see what it does up here in the corner. So it makes it 3.23, which is pretty dang close. But what I'm gonna do instead to get a more precise size is create a shape and the exact dimensions that I need. So I'm gonna make a square, I'm gonna unlock it, and we're gonna make this 2.5 in width by 3.5 in height. And I'm gonna change this to a guide. So up here on this operations area, there's a drop down menu. Change it to guide. That's gonna give you a hollowed out square. And I can bring it over top of my image so I can see where I'm cropping it, okay? Because I'm about to crop this picture. So I'm gonna move it around till I get it where I want it. If you want, you can select both, like click and drag to select both. And we're gonna go to Align and Center. And now it's perfectly lined up. Let me zoom in.
Love it.
And we're about to crop everything that's outside of this red box, okay? So I'm gonna select both and hit slice. And then we're gonna delete everything outside of that image. We can even delete this frame, and this is our image. I'm gonna actually make this background a different color so you all can really see. Okay, this is what it looks like. Cool, right?
Love it.
Super easy. And then this is where I was saying, like, you could do multiples because we're literally going to be printing a 2.5 by 3.5 on one sheet of paper. You all could do 4 or 5 probably on one.
And you could have easily duplicated it in Canva, set it up, changed
Oh,
out the
yeah.
photos. Like, you know what I mean? You could really bulk do this if you're making it for multiple people. You're giving it to
Absolutely.
all your coworkers. You know what I mean? Like, there's
Yeah.
so many fun things to do.
For,
So, love
for
it.
sure. This would be a cute idea for gift tags, Annette. I love that idea.
I love that.
Okay, so then we're gonna go to make, and we're gonna save this project as Dollar Tree frame ornaments. Wow, I spelled that really good. Ornament, and then I'll save it to my projects. That way I can revisit if I need to. And then we just need to print. I'm gonna send this to the printer. Okay, so I'm gonna select continue, and we're gonna send this to the printer. But whenever I am crafting or printing anything that I want a super good quality on, I'm going to use my dialog box. So select send to printer, make sure you've got the correct printer selected. We do not need to add bleed because we don't have a full color image. If we had color touching the edges of our image, we would want to add a bleed just in case our cut was not perfectly aligned. And then I'm going to hit use system dialog and then select print. Now, if you're on a Mac, sometimes it'll spin and spin and spin. Your dialog box will pop up behind Cricut Design Space. And then from here, we're going to select feed from rear tray because I am using a little bit thicker of a cardstock just to kind of give it some.
I love a good thick
you know,
cardstock.
Me too. It's like my go-to. And then I'm going to select best quality, and then we're going to print it.
Yeah.
Okay,
we love
so
it.
y'all, after you print out your cardstock, we're going to be cutting this on just a medium weight cardstock. Ooh, I do not like that matte. Let's pick a new one. I'm gonna pick medium. Actually, I'm gonna go heavy. Let's do a heavy cardstock. This is a kind of a thicker cardstock. You could really print this on regular paper, y'all, but like I said, the cardstock just gives that that you need. Okay, so we're gonna send this in. Oh my gosh. The colors in this photo, because we did an
so
autumn
good.
filter, it's gonna match the vibe, like our
Of
paint
the
color.
ornament. Yeah.
Yeah.
So fun.
While that cuts, let's go ahead and we're going to paint our little picture frame.
Love it.
So just get that open. And this matte paint dries so fast, which is nice for us.
Mode, so it's nice to like go back and forth. Like get inspired and then go take action. Get inspired, go take action. I love it.
Okay, here's our little cutout. Look how cute it
Love
is.
it.
Honestly, put a hole in this and make this a gift tag. Like, that is
Yes.
just too dang cute. You could even
So
write a
good.
little cute note on the back. I don't know. I just love it. So this is almost dry, and then we're gonna put our second coat on. I am gonna go ahead and get my hot glue gun ready, and I'm gonna go ahead and cut a little piece of our ribbon. So you don't need anything super crazy, maybe like 5 inches. Yeah, we'll do like a 5-inch piece. Not me just assuming that's 5 inches. But you know what? You know, y'all give me a hard time about being an eyeballer. But let me just say, I've had my finger here. I'm gonna guess that's about 5 inches. Let's measure it.
You can clean the Cricut mat with a baby wipe as often as you feel needed. I do it anytime it looks like there's residue on it. Like paper, like cardstock residue will really show. Vinyl a little bit less, heat transfer vinyl less.
Tanner, look.
What's going on?
I guessed that was 5 inches.
And was it 5 inches?
It's 5 1/4.
Alicia,
so pretty much.
Listen, Alicia, I don't question you.
Good, I'm glad. Everybody else does. I'm just kidding. Actually, no one ever really says anything, but
Oh my
shoot, I
gosh.
just dipped that right in the
Now,
paint.
Lauren,
You won't catch her eyeballing it.
yeah,
You won't.
no,
I'm gonna throw this away.
precise.
Okay, so there's my little strip. This is, I'm gonna try to do my second coat, but let's see what happens. It may not be dry enough. This, if you use like a flat or a matte paint, they usually dry really quickly. Okay, oh yeah, it's going on. We got it going on. Okay, I would love to see you all recreating this project. So if you do, I want you to put it in the picture in the Facebook group so we can see it. I'm gonna come looking for them. Did anyone recreate yesterday's craft?
It was beautiful.
If you all missed it, you need to go back and watch it. It's such a good selling craft.
Yeah.
I think, and it's something that you can make easily. It doesn't cost
Yes.
a lot.
Yes, yes, yes.
So we love that.
Grand Crafting Station, if you're stuck and have any questions, you are more than welcome to reach out to hi@makersgonnalearn.com, and we'll help you. Or you could put it in the chat and we'll see if we can help take some time to help you. So yay. Those scissors are the not Ferris.
Ford?
Tim Holtz.
Tim Holtz, yes.
These are amazing craft scissors. Another great icon of the craft industry is Tim Holtz. He does a lot of mixed media, but like these scissors are really fun.
These have been around
They're
since
like-
when I started, and
yeah.
I like, they're still sharp. They're still
They're
good.
very, very sharp.
Love it.
Yay.
Okay.
Oh, people's ordering the basswood sheets. My basswood's ordered.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
Oh my gosh, y'all are just gonna love the crafts more and more as we go in this week. But this was my personal favorite of all the ones that we created for this week. This is my personal favorite.
I love this project. I mean,
Me too.
because I think it's people are who keep it forever. Mm-hmm. It looks like you bought it.
It does.
You know what I mean? Like,
it
it's
does.
so good.
I'm gonna grab the heat gun to
Get
just
that heat gun. Okay. Love it. Love it.
One thing that's good about using a flat paint is you know it's dry when it's not shiny anymore.
Yes. So good.
Yes. Okay.
So good.
I've got our thing is pretty much dried. I'm going to pop my glass back in. I did tear off the stand on this. You don't have to do that, but just to get it out of the way. And then I'm gonna fold my little pieces down.
So
Oh,
good.
let me not put the photo in here. Let me just not do that real quick. I don't know what I'm doing. That's not cute. Okay, let's put our photo in. We're just gonna pop it right in. Uh-oh, she's a little wide. Let me trim it down really quick. Just a little bit, like a hair too wide. But it is Dollar Tree, so what do you do, Okay, y'all, this is it.
Yay.
Here's both of them. Look how
Donna, we do have
stinky.
ollies.
Oh yeah, we love all.
Love it. Oh my
love
gosh,
ollies.
bring one of these over to me. So good. Oh my
love it.
gosh.
It's fresh.
It's like you literally bought it.
I know, it's so cute. And you can do all different colors. You can match it to your color theme.
Mimi's girls.
Mimi's girls. So
Guys.
fun. So we're working with special materials today. When I say special materials, I usually mean not vinyl. So we're working with wood veneer. We're working with craft board. If you've never worked with that, it's like a really thick cardstock base. Well, it's like really thick cardstock. But let me show you guys close up what we're making. If we can go overhead, I'm gonna show you how stinking cute this is. Now, Courtney made this originally and I was on maternity leave and she sent me a picture and I was like, oh my gosh, that is the cutest thing I've ever seen. So these were just our newborn pictures that we had made for my baby. This will be her first Christmas. And I just love this. This is a good giftable ornament. And this this would be something I would bring for a first Christmas in the new home, or if someone just had a baby, even got married. If they just got married, you could put wedding pictures in here.
That would be do their last names, first Christmas,
Yes.
first Christmas in a new home. Really and truly, this could be really fun with just family photos in it too, and not necessarily for a first Christmas.
Yeah, just give it to them as it is with their last name on it or something like that. So you're not gonna need a whole lot of supplies, but there are very specific supplies you're gonna need. So like I was saying, it's made out of wood veneer and the backing is made out of craft board. So this is our wood veneer. You all can see how thin this is. It's like a thin sheet of wood, basically. This is the Cricut brand wood veneer. It comes in different colors. I personally love this natural finish. I just think it's so pretty, and it kind of matches the vibe of my Christmas tree anyways. And then I've just got this piece of craft board. This is also Cricut brand, and everything I'm talking about is linked in the description below for you guys. If you ever watch a video and you're like, where'd they get that? Check the description. We always link all of our materials. And then I've got just a piece of scrap white HTV.
I've got a brayer. I like to use a brayer instead of a squeegee a lot of times, especially with the wood veneer, because I can just like make sure it's on there really good.
And with print and cut.
I just love a brayer.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. I've got a pen tool because we're going to be weeding that HTV and it's going to be teeny tiny. So the pen tool is just got a little needle on the top of it right here. So it's a little bit more dainty than a weeding tool. And it's called a pen tool. These are amazing. They sell them on 143 vinyl if you're ever looking for one. I've got some DAP glue. This is just a quick drying super glue. It's all purpose. It works really good with the materials we're using today. I've got some tape because I'm using a standard grip mat, and normally I would use a strong grip mat. We ordered some new strong grip mats and they were for the silhouette on accident. So you can use a standard grip mat, or like a new standard grip mat works really well for stuff like this, but I like to stick tape all the way around the perimeter. That way our wood veneer is not going to be moving because we don't want to mess our cut up. So just got masking tape. You can use painter's tape, whatever you've got on hand. Washi tape works good. And then I've got some ribbon. You can use whatever ribbon you've got on hand, and then scissors. You're just going to want like a thin ribbon. You don't want to do anything really thick, just something like this. Even like jute twine would be really cute, something along those lines. So that's all you need in terms of materials. Now let's go into the share screen. So I've got everything laid out here. Now, the beauty of being a member is that we already have this ornament file ready for you guys to go. So what that means for you is that you don't have to build this file. It's already been built for you, which is amazing. But this is all of the elements that we're going to end up coming up with. So you can see here, it kind of breaks apart into multiple different layers. So we're going to be creating all 4 of these layers to build our ornament. So what we're going to need to do is go and get everything that we need off of the Makers Gonna Learn website. So let's pop over here, and I've already got the font pulled up. This is the font we're using today. It's called Angelina. She's cute, she's gorgeous. And if you're not sure what font you want to use, you can always test out like what you want it to say. Like if I wanted to see what Georgia would look like in this font, which is my baby's name, I can kind of test it out. That's gorgeous. I love it.
Yes.
So what you need to do, select the download button. If I go too fast through this and you've just become a member, you can learn how to do downloading fonts and things like that on our 30 Days to Master Your Cricut, and we walk you slowly, step by step, how to do this. So it pops into my downloads. I'm going to double click that zip folder, and then I'm going to double click right here and hit install font. And that is going to put it onto our computer. Now I need to go back to Design Space, save whatever I've been working on, make sure you save it, and then we're going to refresh Design Space or reload it. So go to View, Reload, and then our font should be installed on our computer. Pretty easy, right? I remember when I first started downloading fonts into Design Space, and I was like, how do I do it? Like I had to do it a bunch before I finally figured out, like, okay, once you do it like 50 times, you're like, okay, I got it. So our font is on here. I'm going to show you guys where to find it. So let's just type out what we want on our ornament. Let's do Georgia's first. Christmas. I'm going to pull this down below and then go to your fonts. Now you're going to find your downloaded fonts in the system fonts right here. And I'm just going to type in Angelina, hit search, and there she is. Look how cute. Now, even if I shrink this down right here, you can see there's a little bit of a gap in between the text. If you want your lines of text to be a little bit closer, go to Advanced up here in the top middle, and we're going to ungroup to lines. And then I'm going to click this bottom row and just bump it up a little bit. I like them to kind of hug each other. I love when like the G in this lowercase g kind of crosses over. That really makes things look a little bit higher quality in my opinion. I don't know why. I don't know what the reasoning is, but it just does. It looks better. And then you can actually just group those back together. I'm actually going to, let's combine and unite them. They're going to stay exactly where they are this way.
Yep.
So if I grouped them, they would still be able to float around, and I don't want them to float whenever we go to make it. So I'm going to sit that to the side for now. And then the next thing we're going to need is the base for the ornament. So I've already got this pulled up. If you go to the description and click on the photo strip ornament link, it's going to pop right up into your browser.
this is what it looks like. And what I'm going to need to do is hit download. It's going to pop up into a zip folder, same way the font did. And we are going to just leave this open. So it's going to pop open in the downloads area of your computer. If for some reason you can't find it, go to your search bar, go to your Finder, and type in the name of the file. So it's photo-strip-ornament, and it's an SVG. And then we're going to open up Design Space. So we're leaving that open behind Design Space. I'm going to go upload, and then we're going to go upload image. And then down here, I'm just going to select my Finder, which is this right here. And let me minimize our browser screen because that's kind of in the way for us. Open Design Space. Where it's full screen, it's giving me a hard time. So I'm gonna make it not full screen. Pull up this Finder folder right here, and you can just click and drag. Now you could just browse and find the image wherever it is in the folder, but I like to click and drag personally. So, and we're gonna upload that. I'm gonna go back full screen so we can see what the heck I'm doing. And then I'll select the ornament, add it to Canvas, and here we go. Now let's see if it's the same size, because I feel like it's bigger. Oh yeah, it is bigger. Now you could do it that size. This is a 6.8 in height, or you could just do like a 6-inch one. I wouldn't make it huge.
No.
Mainly, I mean, I don't know. I just wouldn't go too big. I feel like between 6 and 7 inches is probably a good height for us.
Yes.
So what I'm gonna do next, I'm just gonna move all this stuff to the side so you all aren't paying attention to it. So you know we've got just these elements right here. Okay, these are all of our elements so far. Now, you can see over here in the layers panel, there's 2 layers to this image. Right now they're grouped together. So what you're gonna need to do is ungroup them. So you can see when I hover over this little button in the layers key, it says ungroup. I'm just gonna select that, and then you can see here, this is gonna be our craft board layer, and this is gonna be our wood veneer layer. Does anybody have questions yet? I don't see any comments coming in.
No comments, no questions. It makes me wonder, are people like,
Are y'all
but we have
watching?
about 190 people here.
Oh, good, okay. So
Yeah.
you guys are just watching then. Good, that's great. So what I'm gonna do next is get all of my
we
pictures.
did just have a question. What blade do you use for the wood veneer?
Patty, I'm gonna get to that in just a second. Just hang tight, okay? So we are gonna go ahead and upload our pictures, and I'm just gonna go to uploads, and these are already in here. Now, if you wanted to pull in images, like your own images, let me find these that Courtney pulled in for me. Oh, there they are. Okay. So you can upload whatever images you want. You can email them to yourself and then save them to your computer. You can airdrop them to your computer if you've got a Mac. Whatever you need to do to get those on to your uploads. I'm going to go ahead and add them to my canvas and hit view. Now they come in really big. Look, there's my baby. She's gotten so big since then. She was a week old here.
Yeah.
She was teeny weeny. So, and this is this is Ruby and my husband Trey. So sweet. So I'm just gonna resize all of these a little bit smaller. Okay. But really, the main thing that we need to do is get them to the size of these squares. So what I like to do, I'm gonna zoom in here so you guys can get a really good look. What I'm gonna do is take a basic shape, just a square. So you can go over here, select square. And what I'm gonna do, I don't want it to be exactly the size of the squares in this photo strip. I want it to be a little bit bigger. So it kind of hides behind the border, if that makes sense. Because you can see, like right now I've got this selected. Say the image was this big. Let me change the color. Say the image was this big. When I send it to the back, you can see the edges of that image are kind of tucked behind the frame. So you don't want to make it exact because it's going to be hard to line that up. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to make it difficult. So that's a good size. And then we're going to need 3 of those because we have 3 slots and they're all the same size. Okay. But then what you're going to want to do, and I'm just going to change this to a guide function. This is going to allow these squares to just be an outline. And that way I can see what I'm hovering over whenever we actually go to cut out our pictures. So change in the guide. Let me bring that one back to the front. And then what you're gonna do is take your square and put it over your image. Now you can see right now, just Trey and Ruby's face is in here. I want the whole family. So I'm gonna need to resize this image so that it fits inside of here, okay? And I don't wanna cover up Georgia's head, and I also, let me zoom in even more. You also want to make sure that you're not accidentally making it too small where part of it's cut off. You want to make sure everybody fits in here really good. I feel like that's pretty good. I want to make it bigger. Just make sure everything's within that box, and then you're going to select it. We're going to select the square in the picture, go to combine, go to slice, and then it's going to cut it. I don't think you can use the combine exclude function with the guide. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you can't.
But if you wanted to use the exclude function, you can always, so we're gonna hover our square over. I'm gonna show you guys what you could do. I'm gonna hover this over. Let's zoom in and make sure everything's fitting where we want it. Okay, and then I'm going to change this square. I've got it where I want it, right? I'm going to change the operation to basic. Then you can select the square in the picture, go to, the reason you can't do exclude is because we're using an image, like a photo, because it's a PNG. And you cannot exclude with an SVG and a PNG. They're like not compatible, okay? So we're still gonna need to slice, so ignore me changing this to a basic cut. I couldn't remember why it wasn't gonna let me. But now we're gonna slice it out. You can delete all of these layers and see we've got our second image. And then we'll do the one of little Georgia's face. Let's go get our guide. And I'm just gonna shrink this down a little bit. Y'all, this is just so cute. I can't deal. And then we're gonna select both, hit slice, and delete all of the layers that we don't need. Okay, that was a lot. Does anybody have questions so far? Anybody?
Not so far. The questions that people have been asking have just been like simple questions that we've answered in the comments.
Okay. I see a lot of people talking about the veneer. We'll go more into depth here in just a second when we start cutting the veneer. I'm going to give you guys all the tips, all the things that we do around here when we're working with veneer. But let's get the design space portion because I don't want to get you guys confused.
Yes.
So now what I like to do, I'm going to line these up in here. Okay. Line these up just like that. Now, I would like for them to print out exactly where they are. I want to print them and cut them as one image. Right now, they're 3 separate images. So this is what I like to do. I'm gonna grab a square and we're gonna unlock it. Okay, this is gonna allow us to kind of warp it however we need to. And what I'm gonna do, I need it to be smaller than the wood piece, but I need it to cover the photos, okay? I'm gonna change it to white. And I'm gonna send this all the way back. Send it all the way to the back, okay? Click off of it. Now we're gonna move our brown piece, okay? So this looks like a real photo strip right here. But the photos are still free floating. So like if I click it, it's still an individual image. What I wanna do is flatten all these so they're on one layer. So right now we've technically got 4 layers because we have the 3 pictures and the rectangle. I want it to be on one layer so it cuts out all together whenever we do our print and the cut. So what you need to do is select all of it. Okay, select all the pictures as well as the rectangle, and we're gonna flatten. This allows us to create one image, okay?
That's so much easier than having to individually place each picture where you want it.
Why did it let me click that picture of Georgia just then? Did you see that?
I did see that, but I don't know why.
Because over here, everything's on one layer. That must have just been a glitch on Design Space. But
Had
over
to have
here,
been.
yeah, because that was weird. It
That
never
was
does
very
that.
weird.
But you can see over here, it's all one image. So it's only gonna cut around that big square, okay? Now, if you really, really wanted to get, I'm gonna bring this to the front. If you really, really wanted to get picky about where things go, I don't know if I should show them the score line hack. Do you think we should try that? Let me show you guys. I'm going to show you guys like a little hack that you can do. I have not done this on craft board before, but I think that it'll work. So if you guys ever do like paper crafts or anything like that, a lot of times it's hard to line up the things that go on the paper craft, and like it's permanent once you put it on there. If you're gluing it or sticking it, like you don't want to peel stuff back off. So what I like to do, I'm going to duplicate this.
Just change it to a score line. Should be able to.
It won't, it's not letting me.
Okay.
What I'll do is make a rectangle this exact size. So we need a 1.881 by 5.572. It's very specific. So 1.881, we're gonna make a rectangle that's the exact size. 881 by 5 point what?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I'll go back.
5.332.
332, okay.
I think.
Let's double check. 5.572.
572.
That was better than I would have remembered. I can't remember numbers. Hold on, people. So we're creating a rectangle right here, the same size as this one, okay? Now what you're gonna wanna do is we're just gonna move our little pictures over here. I'm gonna pop this right where our pictures would go, okay? Let's double check that everything's aligned to bring it to the front. And you can even select this all center vertically, okay? Move this. I'm going to select this square and change it to a score function. Y'all with me? Okay. Now I need to select the score line as well as that backer and attach it. So now I have a scoring stylus in my Cricut. It's gonna make a line around there, and that way this little sticker right here that we're gonna print on printable vinyl can go exactly where it needs to go. Does that make sense?
Yes. That will show you exactly where to place it so that you're not placing it too far down or too far to one side.
Right.
And your white's not showing through.
Yes. And this score line is like a hair to the left and it's bothering me. So I'm just selecting it over here in the layers panel and I bumped it one time. That's perfect.
Beautiful.
Okay. Does everybody, yes, Kelly said it's a little off. I fixed it. Is everybody with me? That was kind of like, that was a hack and totally not necessary, but it's going to help you whenever you go to line up your picture, and I'll show you guys how helpful it is whenever we get there. But that is pretty much everything we need. We do need to resize our text. So this is going to be printed or cut in HTV. I'm going to change it to white, and we're going to shrink this down. Now this font is very like choppy. So let me just see here really quick. Do you guys see how choppy this font is? Sometimes I like to add an offset. I'm going to show you guys what I do. It may Design Spaces being like a real pain today. Let's see here. Okay. I made a 0.01 offset here. So I selected the text, go to offset, hit 0.01, and we're going to hit apply. Now you're probably like, well, that didn't do anything. It still looks like crap. It's still very like distressed looking, but look.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. And so I love this hack for distressed fonts because this Angelina font is beautiful, but like whenever you go to cut these little distress markings, especially with something that's super dainty,
yes,
it does not. It's a hot mess express, especially with adhesive vinyl. HGV is not as bad, but like you guys don't want to have to deal with that. So we're just going to work with this offset, okay? I'm going to change it to white so we can see it better. And let's bring it to the front and just resize it so that it fits there. Okay? Y'all with me?
I think so. Everybody's with you.
Okay, that's all of the Design Space portion. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm just going to group this all together and then hide it. That's my little hack for hiding everything before I cut. So we've got all of the things we need. We've got our backer. This is our chipboard. This light brown's our chipboard. The dark brown is our wood veneer. We've got our HTV words right here, and this is our printable vinyl. So we're working with 4 different materials, you guys. This is crazy. And then what you're gonna do is go to make. Okay, Right now, it's pulling in an 11 by 17 sheet of paper for our printable vinyl. No, thank you.
No, thank you.
We just need 8.5 by 11. Now, if you're making these as gifts, obviously you can do multiple and go ahead and print your pictures all together, so you're not wasting a whole sheet of printable vinyl for one photo. But just for the sake of the video, we're just going to do one picture.
Yeah.
So I'm going to select continue, send to printer. We are using the Canon TS8100 Series 2. I don't need a bleed here because we have a white offset border around it. I am always going to use System Dialog when I print. If you are a Maker's Gonna Learn member, you better also be doing this, okay?
Amen, hashtag retweet.
Hashtag retweet. We're going to print it. The reason we use the dialog box is because this gives us our highest quality print, y'all. It popped up in front. It's a Christmas miracle. I think because it's full screen.
Even better.
So if you hit print from dialog box and you don't see it, check behind design space. Sometimes it pops up back there. We're going to be in the media and quality on this drop down menu, and we're going to feed this from the rear tray, and I'm going to hit best quality, and then we're going to print that, and Lauren's fetching it for me right now. And that's it. Let me go ahead and select our Cricut. We're using an Explorer 3 today. Holy moly, I forgot to change it on the canvas.
Oh, no.
I think it'll be fine for our print and cut. Okay, because I didn't move it.
Okay.
We're gonna try it.
Keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, keep our fingers crossed. Okay, here we go. Did it print?
It's in the process.
It is, okay. We'll test it out and see if that works. We're gonna use printable sticker paper and white with the green liner printing. I'll be honest with you guys, the difference, there's not really a lot of difference. There's one that has like a gray liner printing. There's not a big difference.
Yeah, there is quite a bit of difference.
What's the difference?
It cuts through. It cuts completely through the backer. And
The
everything.
gray one cuts all the way through?
Yes. Uh-huh.
I guess I always use the green one.
Yeah, the gray one cuts all the way through.
So the green one is going to give you a kiss cut, which means it doesn't cut all the way through. The gray one's going to cut all the way through. It's going to give you like a sticker, like an individualized sticker.
Yep.
So we do want to use the green one for this purpose. And then I'm just going to bray it down. Those are new, those printable sticker paper
It's because
settings.
Cricut came out with their not new. I mean, they used to have back in the day, like they had
They're
sticker
old.
paper, but they have now re-released a sticker paper, so that's why they changed all their settings in Design Space as well.
They relaunched it better, I think. I think it was like not good before. Okay, go ahead and take that off. And then I'm just gonna remove this from the backer. You can feel that. You can feel the cut on that one even too. Okay, so y'all can see it's cut. I'm gonna leave it on here just for a second. We're gonna cut everything else and wait till we pull it off. Okay, and so now it's wanting us to cut our HTV. So you can see up here, we've got our George's First Christmas. Now, this is HTV, so it needs to be mirrored. Don't forget, go to edit and turn your mirror on and hit done. We're gonna be using the everyday iron-on cut setting. That is for heat transfer vinyl at default pressure, and we're using the fine point blade for this. And then overhead, you can see this is the shiny side. This is the more matte side. With normal HTV, you're gonna cut carrier sheet side down, so transfer sheet side down. HTV has a built-in transfer sheet. It's typically shiny, and we're gonna put it face down, okay? So we should be looking at the less shiny side, and then we're gonna pop this in their Cricut. Okay, and then we are going to cut it. Donna says, I added the StarCraft matte laminate to my stickers, and because of the double layer, I had to use the gray backing sticker setting with no more pressure to get the kiss cut, but that worked beautifully. That's good to know, Donna.
Yeah.
Because we do that a lot. I'll have to remember that one. Okay, thank you guys for being so nice about my outfit.
It is super cute.
My best friend, she cleans my house, Michaela. She was at my house this morning about to clean, and I was like, don't look that. I said, I have to be on camera today. She was like, no, and Trey was like, you look good, but Trey will tell me I look good when I don't look good. Like, he's just trying to be
your
nice.
husband.
I know, but I'm like, you're the one who has to tell me I look bad. Like, I depend on your honesty.
You could look like a trash panda, and he would still think you're beautiful.
He does. And he says that. I'm like, but what do you think the rest of the world thinks about it? I don't need your opinion. I
don't need your opinion. I need a real opinion.
I need a real opinion. That's so funny. Holly asked, have y'all seen the lean, I may be saying that wrong, lean photo printer? It looks awesome to use for pictures.
Huh.
I haven't heard of that before. You'll have to show us. Kelly, I always cover my print and cut with the matte cover, then bray it.
Normally, the ink dries pretty fast.
Yeah, on this matte paper, it's like
instant.
Yeah, now glossy is another story.
Yeah, but I still feel like I've not had any issues with it being like...
It's not awful, but
No.
sometimes if you do it like right when it comes out, it can be a little sketchy. But normally, we use the matte so much. The matte's my favorite, and I just think it's so pretty. And I mean, look at the quality. We can go overhead. Look at the quality of this print. I feel like
It's very good quality.
it is. It's very good. I think it looks so cute. Okay, it's cutting out these teeny tiny letters. I don't know.
And after this, are you going to cut the wood veneer or the craft board next?
The wood veneer is next.
Beautiful.
I know y'all are getting antsy. Okay, and then I'm just going to peel this off now. Don't come for me. Everybody weeds on the mat. I know. Weed on the mat. That's the thing around here. But this is so tiny. Is my head covering? Okay. This is why, now I guess we can sort of weed on the mat. This is why this pen tool is so handy, because y'all, this is tiny. And I can get in the middle of those letters and cut. And weed. I don't know why I said cut. Oh, lordy day. This is a little bit strenuous, but this would be 1,000 times harder with adhesive vinyl.
Oh, for sure.
So 10 out of 10 recommend using HGV, specifically Caesar Easy Weed. It weeds like butter. It cuts like butter. It's just the goat. It's the one that you want to use. And then you got to weed out these little tiny middles of the letters. And you could totally skip the name at the bottom. Like if you didn't want to do this little intricate design, you could totally just skip this part. But it does add a good personal touch, in my opinion. Okay. My contact's trying to pop out.
Oh, really?
Yep. Okay, there we go. So I think we lost the dot to the I, but honestly, still a win in my book. Because that we did really good. So I'm going to set it to the side. And now we're going to cut the wood veneer. Everyone's been asking. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on my mat. You can see that we have used this already. I'm just going to flip it over here. And I've got my brayer. Oops. I'm trying to line this up perfectly. Okay. Got my brayer. Now, remember at the beginning of the show, I was talking about using masking tape or painter's tape, because this will feel like it's stuck down, but I promise y'all, which this cut isn't super crazy, so it may not move, but in order for me to feel good about cutting this on the Cricut, on a center grip mat, I'm taping it down, because I have no trust.
Zero trust.
Zero trust. I'm just going to tape it on all 4 sides, and that way there's no risk of it wiggling around, because I just can't. I don't want to have to recut it, you know. And this wood veneer, she ain't cheap.
No, she's not, but I really do think like it is a material that is one that takes a project from like a level 5 to a level 10 if you use it.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yes. And I was going to tell you guys, I mentioned at the beginning of the show that this tape is awful. I mentioned at the beginning of the show that what is happening here?
Is it not?
It's like, you know when you pull tape and it only comes off on a certain portion? Here we go. We got it. You guys could cut this out of cardstock and do the same thing. Just FYI. Like you could cut, instead of wood veneer right now, you could pick like some pretty red cardstock, or glitter cardstock would be really pretty. Specifically the red Ashley Falco red glitter shed proof. I'm just saying. Also, I think she announced 2 new shed-proof
She
glitters.
did navy and maroon.
Yeah, and they're gorgeous. We need to get some of that. Okay, so all sides are taped, okay? Now, somebody asked, I think it was Patty, was asking about our, which blade. I was trying to say needle. Which blade? This is the deep point blade. So there is, like, I want to show you guys side by side. Maybe I can get this fine point blade out. Okay, look. Can y'all see the difference here? The black one is the deep point. This is the fine point. You can see there's an obvious difference in the blade. This one's a little bit longer. I want to say the angle is a little bit steeper on the deep cut blade.
It is. Sorry,
It looks a little bit more steep.
So
than
the
other
fine
one.
point blade is a 45-degree angle. The deep cut blade is a 60-degree angle.
That's what I was thinking. I couldn't remember the
The
numbers.
extra fine, or if you get the like off-brand Cricut blades,
Yeah.
there is one that is a 35-degree angle. That's the blue tipped one.
What do you use that for?
Tissue paper.
Oh, like delicate,
Very delicate
things.
stuff, but like you can't use tissue paper on a Cricut mat.
Right.
You can with a new silhouette though.
Ooh. Okay, so back in Design Space, let's go to Browse All Materials. They have a wood veneer setting, so let's just type in wood veneer. Okay, natural wood veneer. Now, I can't promise you if y'all are using non-Cricut brand wood veneer that this cut setting is going to work for you.
Nikita said Cricut veneer is 50% off at Michael's right now.
Oh, that's good to know.
Stock up,
Yeah, really, really.
literally.
But I will say that the Cricut, we don't always advocate for Cricut brand materials when crafting, mainly because you can find better quality in a lot of the things that are not Cricut brand. But the wood veneer, the Cricut wood veneer, I always go to. Like, we don't use another brand of wood veneer that I'm
Yes.
aware of. I've never used
No.
another brand. We normally probably get ours off Amazon or just like the Cricut website if you guys are looking to get some. But they were saying that it's on sale at Michael's right now. So, yes, if you need to get some, it's linked below. We linked the wood veneer for you guys. Ooh, it's cutting and it's not moving because we taped it down because we're smart crafters around here.
Amen.
Amen. Okay, so you can see here, we're just gonna very delicately pop this out. Let me pull this off. Okay. It's a little snag. Sometimes I'll just kind of bend it back and forth until it pops off. All right. And then you can see we've got a little bit of tape up here. We can just kind of peel that off, pop out all of our little squares. Now, if there's a part that's really snagged, you can always grab a true control knife and it'll cut right through it. You can see here, this one's a little bit more snagged than the other ones for whatever reason. Let me show you guys. There we go. So I'll just go along the crack here and kind of loosen it up. Just be careful not to cut into the part you want to keep. I'm gonna go down through here and then over here. Okay. And then this should just pop out. Sometimes going on the back side helps too.
Yeah.
Helps a lot actually.
So we did have a friend, Holly, asked about printers. What printer should I ask for Christmas, and what would be good for thick paper? We love our Canon printer. The one that we used to use all the time was the Canon TS9500, which is a great printer and actually can print larger than like the 8.5 by 14.
Yeah.
If you want one a little bit cheaper, we love the one we've been using is the Canon TS8100 series. We love Canon printers, especially for print and cut.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Those Canon printers, I tell you, that 9500, it did us well.
Yes. Other than when we tried to put tissue paper through it.
Other than when we said it was amazing on live stream.
Yeah.
And then tried to use it on the live stream and broke it during a
Yes.
master class.
We also had some more questions. I don't want you all to think that I was looking over that. So we had a friend on here ask about 3D cut files, and I've been trying to get that taken care of. So we're going to be, it's supposed to, and I know this is not a 3D cut file, but to answer your question, there should have been instructions that download with all of the 3D cut files, but for some reason they're not for me right now. So we're in the process of taking care of that with our 3D cut files.
Good.
Answered that question.
Thanks for letting us know.
Yes. Now, the next couple questions that I really want to address is Denise asked, do you have to use the deep blade housing, or can you change out the blades on your regular housing? Yes, technically speaking, you can use a deep point blade in a fine point housing. The housings are the same. They just keep them separate so that you know the black housing is your deep point blade, your silver housing is your fine point. Because if you're like me, I tend to forget a lot of things. And one of those being, I would probably put a deep point blade in my fine point housing and forget to change it out after I'm done.
Yep.
And it's very hard to tell the difference once you've taken that cap off.
It is.
To be real honest. Like
Unless you're holding them side by side, it's kind of hard to tell the difference.
I'm
going to cut this on craft board setting, y'all. So I've already put my craft board on my standard grip, so I'm going to select, it's craft with a K, okay? Craft board done. And then it's telling me to load my scoring stylus. I've already got it in there. And we are going to use the fine point blade for this, so I need to change my blade back, okay? And then just do what Cricut tells you to do. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll go ahead and load this in.
And we did have a friend ask, I currently have a Silhouette Cameo 4. Will this work on it as well? So yes, you're just going to have to, the settings that we use, you're just going to have to use different settings on your Silhouette. So you'll probably have to, the blade will be further down in the housing, like you would maybe have the blade setting at a 5 or something, and then your pressure is going to be different and your speed. You have to set all of those if you are working in Silhouette.
Yes. Okay, I did get the mini easy press out. I put it on the medium heat setting. You don't want it too hot. HTV adheres to wood very easily. You would be surprised. So we don't need it to be too toasty. But I am gonna go. What in hee-haw tarnation? Is it my craft board setting it doesn't like? Hold on. Let's try one more.
Well, that one, the power cord.
I'm gonna fully unplug it and like re-plug it in
Okay.
somewhere else. I don't feel like that would matter. It's okay, we're gonna try it. Okay, let's turn it
I
back.
really hope we don't have to call member care.
If you guys put it on the share screen, Sadie, so they can see it, because Donna was asking. So this is what it said before. Power cycle your machine by unplugging and replugging its power cord. If it persists, call member care. Okay, it's being a little bit persistent, if you want me to be honest with you. Let's go back, go back.
Go back, go back, go back, go back to where you were.
Okay, let's X that off. Let's get rid of all this. Just,
I wish there was a way you could like select everything and hide it all together.
well, earlier I selected it all, grouped it, and then hide the group. That's what I do a lot of times, but like if you could just hide your project. Let's try again. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna take off the score line and see if that helps. I don't know why, but I feel like that might help. All right, let's
Nikita said mine has had that error and cuts out halfway through a thing that needs multiple passes.
Oh, so maybe that's the issue. Okay, we'll see. We're gonna try it one more time. If I need to cut it on heavy cardstock, I will. And let it do multiple passes. Okay. So it's been scoring just fine. And then when we go to cut is when we're having an issue. She just wanted to be unplugged. She just needed a refresh, that's all. Okay. Why cut the picture hole for the back?
We are not.
No, well, I think she means this hole.
Oh, because
so it's like a solid piece. I think that's what she means. Do you mean this hole, like the top little dangly hole? I think that's just so it's solid. It looks finished. If you don't do it that way, it doesn't look as finished. I think that's what you mean, hopefully. Okay, before I pull this off, I'm gonna, okay, oh, it's definitely cut through. I was gonna make sure that it cut all the way through before we pulled it off the mat. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. And then we're just gonna go with gravity and pop this off. And you can see our score line. It's a little bit off, if I'm being honest with you guys. So that I may need to just calibrate my machine, which we'll worry about later. And that tape took a little bit off of my mat of this thing, but this is the part that you're not gonna see, so it's okay. And then what we're gonna need to do is stick our photo. So we're gonna take our picture, okay? Just gonna pull this off and we're gonna pray that this lines up.
We are using an Explorer series machine today. In case you were wondering, it's actually an Explorer 3.
Okay, I hope I line that up. Look, let's see here. Did I? It's off. See how off it is? Like, see how the white's on the top there? So I think my problem is the calibration. I think that it just wasn't calibrated correctly, so it cut a little bit off. So really, I could peel this off, but I feel like if I peel this off, it's going to peel off my, What I'm going to do to troubleshoot this is
just print another
reprint. Yes, I'm just going to reprint it. So let's go back to the share screen, and we're going to open up our image, okay? And I'm just going to reprint this.
And I'm actually just going to use the same thing.
Okay. You just tell me when, girl. Change it to 8.5 by 11. We're gonna go continue, send to print.
Go ahead.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Okay. Remember, use your dialog box. Print it from the rear tray, best quality always, and print. Okay, it's printing out. It's printing out. Washi tape would have been better with the craft board instead of the masking tape, if I'm being honest.
Or painter's tape.
Painter's tape is, a little bit less
Did you know they
sticky.
make a delicate painter's tape?
That's what Glenda just said. I didn't know that.
Yeah, me and Courtney used it this week to hang pictures.
Oh. Well, that's good to know. I didn't know they had it. Is it called that?
It's purple.
It's called Delicate Painter's Tape?
Scotch brand. It's delicate painter's tape.
Heck.
We did it to hang pictures because we didn't want to rip stuff off the walls just in case.
Oh, okay. I use frog tape. That's my favorite, but it's sticky.
Oh, frog tape is great for painting. It gives you that, crisp line.
Yeah, the green frog tape.
Yep.
It's yummy.
Well, print it one more time.
Okay, I'm reprinting. What happened?
I was trying to use the same thing and I thought it would print in like the top right corner, so I put it in with what we just cut out in the bottom, or top left. I put it in the bottom right, and that's where it printed, was the bottom right.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's okay.
I was just trying to save paper.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna recut this and just, it's gonna be good actually that we still have this one on here, because I'm gonna use this as a guide and I'm gonna line it up more towards the top of this back piece, if that makes sense to y'all. So, but yes, you should always calibrate when you're working with wood and stuff like that. You should just calibrate before you're doing like print and cut and things of that nature, just so you don't mess your projects up and you don't have to reprint like I am having to do.
Cut that off.
Oh my.
I'll cut it off.
Oh, okay. Either way.
While you get that ready.
You need to cut it.
See, that's what I did.
It printed right where it was. Don't get it on your...
Well, I'm wearing black. It'll be fine. There you go.
Okay. Listen, y'all can still do print and cut if your paper's janky like this. Who would have thunk it? Okay, brayer down. This is also why I like the brayer, because like the squeegee, I feel like it's going to scrape my picture. It probably wouldn't, but it just makes me feel better. Okay, printable sticker paper, a green liner, printing. Let's go ahead, pop her back into the Cricut. And then while that cuts, we can iron on our little Georgia's First Christmas onto the front of our wood. So I'm just gonna line this up here, okay? My heat is ready. We've got our heat press on a medium setting. And you wanna kinda hold that transfer sheet when you're working with wood. It tends to slide, because like I was saying earlier, HTV adheres to wood really well as long as you get the proper amount of heat on there. But this little transfer sheet will slip and slide around. But look how easy that was. And it's a warm peel. So you just pull it off right after you iron it. Cute, right?
Yeah, lovely. We don't have the Delicate Surface Painter's Tape linked, but if you just Google Scotch Delicate Surface Painter's Tape, you will find it.
And it's purple, right?
Light purple, yes.
Light purple. Okay. Did it cut it? Oh yeah, okay.
Do we have the printer linked?
Yeah, inkjet printer. It's linked. I've seen it.
Yep.
Okay, let's try again.
We have the TS9500 linked, and it is actually on a Black Friday deal. It says it's $200. Is that what it normally is? Do you remember? That's what it normally is. So it's not on the Black Friday deal.
It's normally like $199.
That's what they have it right now listed.
It's always that, guys.
They have it. They have a big red thing that says Black Friday deal, 34% off. They lying. They're
They're doing you dirty. So I'm just.
But honestly, that's not a bad price for that good of a printer, in my opinion.
No, I agree.
I think it's I think it's worth $200 every day of the week.
I agree. Okay. So we fixed it. I just lined it all the way up to the top there. It's a smidge crooked, but you know what? It's gonna look good. When we put this on, it's gonna finish it. So I'm just gonna take this Rapid Fuse DAP glue. It's like kind of like super glue. It's an all-purpose, very strong. It sets in 30 seconds. So we're gonna put it on and then attach it quickly. Make sure you get some glue on these in-between pieces and up here on the top so everything feels very finished. Come on out, Leroy.
Now, we did have a couple people, let's see. Hold on just a second. Could you use a pen to write on the wood? You could if you wanted to, but if you also, if you have beautiful handwriting, by all means. Absolutely.
You could let the Cricut do it.
Yeah.
I don't know that
I've never
bleed.
tried to write on that wood veneer with a pen or anything.
Yeah, and it might bleed into the wood grain. You have to be real careful about what kind of tools you use.
Someone asked, how do we get the Cricut to cut the sticker in one piece? So what you do is you line up your photos, and we did this earlier, so after this live is over, or now if you wanted to, you can go back and rewatch that part, but just to give you a little bit of a refresher, we lined the pictures up the way that we wanted them and then added a white rectangle behind it and flattened them all together.
Yes. Okay, there's glue coming out of the sides. A little bit at the pictures. What would have been good of me to do, and I knew I should have done it. After you put the glue on, take a paper towel
and dab it.
And I used to do this when I did scroll saw stuff. I did it every single time I used glue, because now I've got these little glues coming out here, and the other one does not have that, but it's okay. It's still really cute. And we're just going to press this down, make sure everything's really glued down. I feel like that's a really good quality looking ornament. I love it.
I do too.
And then I've just got some cutesy string here. And we're just gonna cut a little loop here.
Someone asked, could you have used a zig pen? I don't know, with the wood veneer, I wouldn't.
That adhesive is not meant for wood.
Yeah.
I would say that's only for cardstock.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna loop this through. Okay. And then we will tie a knot. Just make sure it's even. And then I'm gonna tie a knot here. And we are done.
I love it.
That's it. Do you guys love it? I feel like there's lots of little tidbits and cool tips in this tutorial that I really wasn't even expecting, honestly. Okay, that's it, guys. That's all.
All right, people. Do you want to see what we're making today?
Yes.
Show them on the overhead.
So this project, go ahead, we're overhead.
Okay.
This project is probably one of my favorite
It is
projects.
my favorite Christmas project
that we've
done
done
this year so
Yeah.
far. Yeah, and it's simple, but when you look at this, you don't instantly go, I know how to make that, you know?
You have to think about it.
At least as like a Cricketer that's been doing this for a long time, I see Cricut projects and I'm like, I know how to make that. Like, I don't even need a tutorial most of the time. I can just see something or see something at a store and be like, I know how to recreate that. And this one is not one of them for me. I think because I'm like, I don't know how to knit.
Right.
And this is knitted.
It is knitted.
Like, what?
But
and how are you going to use your Cricut to make that?
That's right.
I cannot wait to share this with you today. So let us know what you think of this project, and if like just by looking at it, if this is something that you might want to recreate.
Now, while we are looking at this,
Yes.
can
Can you see it okay down here?
Yeah, I mean, it's got some shadows, but like it's fine.
Okay.
So this project is one that, like Courtney said, it's not one that you can automatically, it's not one that you're like, oh, I know how to make that. So that is one of the key things that I think makes a craft sellable.
Yes.
Is if you look at something and you're like, as a maker, you're like, I don't know how to recreate that. Like it's going to take some time.
Yeah, even other makers would buy this from you because they don't know how to
Exactly.
make it.
Yeah, she wants to raise it toward the camera.
Is that good? I can't see what you can see.
Yeah, like you
Okay.
can see the knitted thing.
Yeah.
So if you are a maker that wants to jump in on the selling world
Yes.
by chance, Tanner is going to be hosting a webinar here, and then actually
Is it next week?
It starts on Sunday.
Oh my gosh. This Sunday?
Oh my gosh, it is this Sunday, isn't it?
Yeah, that's in like
A few days.
3 days?
Right.
Yeah, you definitely need to hop on that link and get signed up because he's going to teach you how to sell stuff like this.
Yes, even in a shrinking economy, which I know, like, I feel like that's a buzzword right now. That is something that we're all worried about. So he's going to be teaching you how to sell, how to learn to sell, if you are a seller, what to do, how to pivot, things like that. And yes, Kathy, this can be done with an Explore Series machine.
It can actually be done with a Joy, without a Cricut.
You actually
There
just
are
have to have
two
design
ways.
space.
Yeah, there's
Right.
two. And if you don't have design space, you could still probably figure this one out.
Yeah,
Okay.
for real.
So let's go ahead and head into design space. Are we
Okay.
ready for that?
I
Okay.
think we're ready for that, yeah. So we'll go
Okay.
ahead and go over to design space.
In here in design space, you can see the letters that I've chosen. I did A for the first one that I did. I think today, since Lauren is here, we're gonna do the L for Lauren.
Love it. I love
But you
a good
just
L.
type in whatever your first initial is. If you want to make it for your first initial, or if you're making it for like a family gift, you can use their last name initial, and that'll be great. So there's two ways you can make this. Either way, I recommend using the Addie Kate Sketch font, which you can find on Maker's Gonna Learn, and it is linked below. So you're just gonna go into Addie Kate Sketch, and you are going to type in whatever letter you want. Today we're using L. This is my old example. Okay, so if you see this here, you're gonna size it. Actually, shoot, I should have told you the size that I made mine. I made ours approximately 4 inches tall, and I think it's not like super oversized. It's like a very average ornament size. If you want oversized, you can do it more oversized.
I think oversized would be super cute I like
As a stock-
that
Yeah.
for a more like an ornament, but I think as a stocking tag,
I would go bigger. I might go
oversized would be
6 inch,
beautiful.
5.5, 6 inches for a stocking tag. I
Yes.
think that would be great. Okay, so back here, I'm gonna make my L about 4 inches tall. It's almost that already. And with this selected, if you go up here, it's set to basic cut. Now here are the two options. You are either gonna use your Cricut and put a pen in it, and you're gonna have it draw. You can see the outline here, but usually when you put a pen in it, it's gonna look filled in. That's what the sketch fonts do. They end up looking filled in. If you make it 12 inches or really big, you will see like an outline like a normal font, but at sizes that we normally use, you're not gonna be able to tell it's actually an outline. Okay, so that is one option. That's not the option I chose, but if you don't have a printer handy, that's the option I would go with.
yes.
Now, if you are right by your printer, you're just gonna turn it into a print and cut, and you can see here, you don't even see the outline. So that's gonna be what it looks like when you go ahead and draw it with your Cricut too. Guys, that's all we're doing in Design Space.
That's it. Wow.
So you could either go ahead and make this, you're gonna, you know, continue, send that to your printer.
Oh, you've got it on the Venture right now.
Okay, anyways, I'm not even gonna go ahead and do it.
Right. But you would print it on your printer.
Printer like anything else, or put your Cricut in, your pen in your Cricut.
Yes.
Okay, I'm checking comments for questions.
Nobody's had any questions so
Okay.
far.
Perfect. I am starting to wonder if this is going to be a really short live stream, but I feel like we can, you know, have a good time.
We'll
either
make
way.
it. So if we have anybody that is here that is not a Makers Gonna Learn member and you want this font to recreate this file, we're actually doing we're going back and doing our dollar deal again. So if you, with the dollar deal, if I can find it, oh, there it is. With the dollar deal, what you get is a 7-day trial to our website, and you do get unlimited access, and you get 20 downloads, bringing it to 20 cents a download.
I thought it was 5 cents.
Oh, it is 20 downloads for 5 cents.
Yeah, 5 cents a download.
5 cents
20
a download.
downloads for $1.
Yes.
And this can be one of them.
This font can be one of them, and you can download this font. So if you want to try us out for $1, click that link.
All right.
Period.
Lauren,
Yes.
can you check the description of the video so that we can tell them exactly what this product is called?
Yes, in
Okay.
just a second.
This is
It's Yarn Bee.
Yarn Bee.
Yes.
It's in the description of the video. It's not linked because we could not find a link for this. But guys, if you live anywhere near a Hobby Lobby, you need to go to your Hobby Lobby to get this. It's gonna be around the yarn section, but like for us at least, it was an aisle above the yarn section where the embroidery stuff was. And they had a macrame cord and they had this, and it sits on the shelf like this. Actually, keep it on the overhead. I'm gonna go grab the one with the label.
Yes, it is Yarn Bee Braided Basics XXL. So I'm gonna try to Google this and find a link for you guys. But it is the Yarn Bee braided, and it has to be braided. It's Braided Basics.
Yes, I Googled and Googled and Googled, and if you find it, I promise that was not on the internet when I was doing the searching like last week. So, Yarn Bee Braided Basics XXL. They do have different sizes. I definitely recommend the XXL for this project, and I think that you can make lots of other cool projects with this too. If I'm being like fully transparent, when we first came up with this project, we were going to use regular yarn and like this tool that makes I-cord. And so Canadians, they have it on Amazon Canada, and I've seen it at Walmart as well. Are you kidding me?
We tried everywhere and couldn't find it. Yarn Bee is like my favorite, first of all.
Yarn Bee is a Hobby Lobby brand, I thought.
Is it?
So maybe it's like maybe a different brand they have at Walmart or something. I don't know. Or they just have special packaging for your Yarn Bee at Hobby Lobby. I don't know. Either way, super cool product. If you know how to crochet, if you have an I-cord tool, you could make your own, but This saved us so much time, energy, stress, everything like that. So,
Oh wait, I found
You found some?
not yarn bee.
okay.
It's called this one, which I don't know if it's hollow is the problem, but it looks like it would be because it looks like it's braided. On Amazon, it's the Scentsy Premium 5mm polyester rope.
See, I don't
macrame
know.
cord.
I don't think macrame cord is usually hollow, but it looks like it would be.
It looks like that, but it's
You could try
polyester, so
it.
it's shiny.
This is the only one we've tried this project with. So if you want to do it, I would recommend going to Hobby Lobby.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and get started. So this is my printout that I have for my print and cut. You don't need to go and cut it. You're just going to use it right out of the printer. So I have my braided cord here, and I'm going to wrap it around the letter very loosely. If you can see, I'm starting a little bit ahead. I want to have a little bit extra here. We're going to cut it off at the end, but I'm just getting a general idea of how much cord I need because I don't want to waste that much. Okay. So,
Just so everyone knows, I'm still looking for this
all right.
online while Courtney does this.
Okay, so then I'm cutting that. Just like so. Wow, I hope we got some new scissors on Amazon Prime Day because those did not want to cut. All right, so let's see. I probably am using about 14 inches for this. And then we're gonna do the same thing with the wire. The wire, same thing. This is from Hobby Lobby. Definitely easier to find than the cord. And it's pretty thin. I think I have this correct wire gauge listed, but I'm not 100% sure.
You do have underneath there, we have 18 gauge wire.
Okay,
listed.
18 gauge wire.
Yeah.
Sorry, maybe I should have looked at that before we went live.
It's okay.
So now I'm going ahead and I'm twisting this wire around my letter. Again, kind of loosely, but not as loose as the cord. It does not have to be perfect at this point. Do not worry, okay? So that's approximately how much wire I need. Honestly, I probably didn't need to do that. I could have just cut it the same length as my cord, which was what I had planned to do. It's actually a little bit shorter, which is actually perfect. Okay, so now we've got this. We've got our wire and we have our cord. One is a little bit smaller than the other, the wire being smaller. I'm straightening out my wire as straight as I can get it. And I'm going to play around with this edge to get this to go through the middle. This is the hardest part of the whole project, and I promise you it's really not that hard. You kind of just wiggle and push it through. It reminds me of like flipping a tube in sewing. You can kind of spin it, make sure it doesn't pop out the sides, and it's just going right around. The whole idea of using your Cricut to draw your letter is amazing.
Look, I just found something on Amazon. Solid color, hollow knitted crochet yarns.
Guys, I'm so sorry we didn't have this done ahead of time. I swear I spent like an hour on this
Okay,
before.
no, this is not Yarn Bee.
Okay.
This is a different brand.
Yeah,
I
but-
just searched cotton knitted I-cord and
Okay.
found it.
How much is it?
$13.99.
Okay. If you have a Hobby Lobby, go to Hobby Lobby. It's only
Yeah.
$5 and sometimes 40% off or so. So, do they have this yarn at Michael's in the US? Braided
They
Chain
do.
TM yarn by Loops and Thread.
I'll look at Michael's real quick.
I don't know soon. All right. So, I'm going and I'm pushing this through. Still working on it, but making progress.
Now would be a great time if anybody has any questions.
Yes.
Kristen says the whole idea of using your Cricut to draw your letters is amazing. Kristen, this
I use this trick so often, especially with hand embroidery.
Yeah.
If you just print out a font or just print out your letters like with hand embroidery, or like if you wanted to hand stencil, things like that, I used Cricut Design Space so often just to
Yeah.
print stuff.
And I think we use it just because we're so familiar with it.
Yes.
You could do it in Word, you could do it in Canva. Canva's a little bit harder to get your system fonts into. You have to have the Pro membership. But you could do this in Microsoft Word if you're not like Design Space. What would be the word? I want to say
Savvy?
sufficient? Savvy? Yeah, savvy. What
would say
word
savvy.
is more like sufficient? Like sounds more like sufficient, but means you know all about it.
I don't know.
I'm blanking. Okay.
I'm just
Anyways,
Design Space savvy.
Design Space savvy if you're not. Just use Word. All right. How many people do we have here with us?
Hold on, I don't know.
Okay, this happens sometimes.
We have 83.
83. Okay. This happens sometimes. It pokes out the side. Not a problem. Just kind of back it up. Pull it from this end. Oh, it's a little stucky. And get it back in there and keep going.
Go
Don't
push it.
freak
You're a
out.
little bit out of there.
Sorry,
you go.
yeah.
You're a little bit out of.
All right, we're getting towards the end. Once I have it pretty much at the end here, you can see it pop out. I'm gonna pull it back out some, okay? All right, people, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna close out this end. We're going to use a dab of hot glue. If you have a low temp hot glue gun, great use of that. Wow, this was very burnt. I'm waiting till my glue gets clear or it would definitely be seen on there. So I'm just adding a little bit of hot glue here. I'm gonna wait a second before I pinch it with my fingers. If you have those finger protectors, this is a great time to use them. So now,
Dollar Tree has some great ones.
yeah, we probably have some somewhere.
We have 2 sets in our Dollar Tree room.
Okay, I wanna move this up so they can see it. You can see
Hold
the
on.
hot glue
You're
here.
not- hold on, you're not in focus. There we go, right there.
You can see a dab of hot glue. You can also maybe see this frayed edge. I'm gonna add more hot glue. You can see it now, which isn't really a problem because we are gonna cut it off at the end. And we might need to add a little bit more glue after we cut. But this is how I did that one, and the edges look perfect. If you are like really into sewing already, you can definitely take some thread and stitch these ends together. But I wanted to do this a way that anyone would feel comfortable doing it.
So my question is, can you burn the edges out? No, it's cotton.
Yeah. And
So it's
you
not
need
gonna
to close
burn.
the hole together.
That's
yeah.
right. Well, I mean, sometimes if it's like nylon,
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
burn it and like squeeze
Yeah,
it
I
yourself,
would
but
not
cotton
burn
you
it.
can't.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So now I'm like taking my scissors and cutting a round edge at this curve. Cutting some extra glue and some extra thread off. And now everything is like in there. Perfect. Okay. You're not gonna do this end yet. We are ready to start on our L. I'm trying to see if I care where I start. I think I'm gonna start here because if you were writing, I think you would start here. So, it is so easy to bend. You're literally just following the template here. And the wire itself was easy to bend before I had it in here, but you could kind of see some imperfections, like where it wasn't really smooth in the line.
Right.
This cord covers all of those imperfections. So if you've ever done like wire lettering before, I've done it. It is very tedious and I think very hard to get to look good. Even if you're using like, oh gosh, I guess pliers, yeah, not wire cutters, pliers. You're gonna see indents on the wire from where you use the pliers, and you'll see all kinds of little waves and stuff like that. This is not like that. I was kind of worried it was gonna be like that. It hides everything. It's awesome. Did you see how fast I just did that?
Oh, you're already done.
Yeah.
Wow. So we did have somebody ask us if paracord would work. Paracord is like more of a shinier material.
Yeah. You might be able to make something similar, but it's gonna have like a rustic kind of camping, hiking vibe, and not this very light and airy and.
So if paracord is hollow, it might be able to work, but I think paracord is normally a little bigger than this.
Yeah, which I guess if you get thicker wire and it is hollow, it would work. I'm not really sure.
Oh yeah, Carol said those would sell at a craft show for $10 easily.
Yes.
Absolutely. Like
I would probably do custom orders for their initials, like have some examples and take custom orders instead of having like to do the whole alphabet and everything, you know?
Really what you could do is just have a printout of the whole alphabet, and as fast as you made those, like pre-make your sizes and just make them there.
That's a good idea.
If you're somebody who does craft shows, that would be my workaround. Instead of making a bunch of one letter, I would just have a printout of every single letter in the alphabet, and then have a bunch of pre-made, put the wire through the cord and have a bunch of those pre-made, and then just make them there.
That would be awesome. All right, so now I'm seeing the end, and I have actually a little bit more extra than I thought. So I'm going to cut the cord. So hold on, let me show you this. I'm pinching the whole thing at the end of my letter. So this is where I'm gonna end up ending, but I can feel, and I have wire until here. So I'm cutting the cord until the wire. Okay. Then I'm gonna back this up and expose the wire. You can scrunch it up here and it's gonna get like tight. I'm putting it back down on my template. Just keep your template like handy. I'm gonna take the wire cutters and snip the wire at the end of the letter on the template. Easy peasy. Then I'm going to like stretch this out again, and then I'm seeing where it's at the end, but I'm giving it just like a little bit extra. And then I'm gonna cut that with my scissors, okay? Then I'm gonna back it up. That is like perfection. I'm adding some hot glue and letting it cool a little bit again before I work with it with my fingers. This time I'm trying to trap all of the loose ends in the hot glue, because I didn't do that the first time and I wish I had. All right, so cool it off a second. So what are you using yarn? Yes, it's a braided yarn.
I think I found one on Amazon. It specifically says it's a hollow cotton knitted yarn. I'm getting that added to our description just in case you all can't find this at Hobby Lobby.
Yeah, but we are recommending the Yarn Bee Braided Basics XXL, also listed in the description, just not linked, from Hobby Lobby, because it's cheaper and that's exactly the product that we're using.
Also, one thing that I want to talk about, because April made a good comment earlier. She said about Hobby Lobby sales, they do it every other week. Yeah, that's been something that they've done that for a while. But, and Courtney and I learned this the other day, that yarn specifically.
Oh yeah, it doesn't go on sale.
Look at the label. It. So if you all see something at Hobby Lobby that has that sticker that says your price on it, did you know that
it's excluded?
It's excluded from all of their sales,
which is really, I think, disappointing, because and kind of misleading, because they'll say like all Yarn Bee stuff on sale, 40% off, but then some are marked with this special tag, and you don't like. I mean, now if you're watching, you'll know, but I didn't know until checkout, and I was like, dang, that really stinks. All right, there's some extra glue on here. I'm gonna be able to cut off.
Just had a pop-up. I thought we turned those off.
Off of what?
An ad.
Our ads.
On the lives?
Yeah.
That's like up to us? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we were I thought Tanner said he turned them off yesterday.
Yeah, we definitely want to make sure that's happening.
We're
Or
so
not
sorry,
happening.
guys. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, I'm putting a dab of hot glue where these two intersect. You just need a little bit. Oh my gosh, you know why my hot glue wasn't hot? It wasn't on the stand.
Oh.
It had just been sitting there. I mean, it still worked, but.
I've got the ads delayed right now, guys. So if you all get an ad in the next few minutes, let me know because I've delayed them and I'm gonna keep delaying them. So please.
Oh, you can do that.
It says I can delay them. This has been something that must have been new. Maybe YouTube updated things because we did not used to have this issue, and we're now having issues of. Tanner thought he fixed it yesterday, and it must not be something that. We're sorry, guys. We're trying. We don't want ads on our live streams. We just want to make that clear.
Yeah, we want you to have the best experience possible. All right, when my hot glue gun heats back up, I'm gonna add a little glue at this cross section. That's all you're gonna wanna do is add glue at the cross section. So for this A, I was able to do it here and here. For the L, I'm doing it here and here. On the S, you'd only have one to do right here.
Is that an S or a G?
This is an S, a capital S, yeah.
Okay.
Not every letter, I will say, which I don't know off the top of my head which ones won't. Like maybe an H is not gonna have, depending on this font, it might have a little loop. But anyways, like here, it has a good place to hang. Here has a good place to hang. Here has a good place to hang. You might have to find a unique place on some of the letters to hang it from. And if you can't just loop it like this, you could glue it to the back.
Right.
So it's not really a problem.
One of the things that normally, and the only reason I know this is because I used to have an H last name for a short period of time. Normally H's just hang a little crooked.
Right, but they look cute that way.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, so I got my glue added there. And guys, what are we thinking? What are your thoughts on this so far? We're gonna add, I think this is the perfect finishing touch.
Oh, I do too.
We could not find this in the office, and I refused to hang it from anything else. I knew that this would complete the look, and it totally does. So this is soft suede lace. So good. This is kind of expensive, but I wonder how many. We got 50 feet of this, so it really, like per ornament, is not bad.
And it must have we've had this for years.
Yeah, I don't remember buying this. We've had a good long while, and it just really completes the project. I kind of think it would have been cute to do in this color too, but I'm saving that for a different project coming up. So definitely stock up, and we will have more projects coming with this awesome product because we really like it. So I hope you guys are able to find it easily.
Also, somebody asked about doing a full word. Yeah, you can actually do a full word.
I think that would be awesome.
It would be very, very cute.
And then maybe, let's go ahead and type Noelle. Can we head over to Design Space? What font, Daisy? This is the font Addie Kate Sketch font.
Yes.
Okay, I'm excited about this. I'm gonna type in Noelle in all lowercase because I think that would just look the best. And I'm gonna make it bigger. Looking cute. Advanced, ungroup to letters. I'm gonna go ahead and kern this. What do you think? This L, I think, could be moved up. I kind of want to slice some of this N off. What do you think?
Try with a capital N.
Capital N.
Yeah, that N looks kind of weird.
No, it does.
I feel like a capital N might like balance out
Yeah, the L.
the L a little more.
I think you're right.
And I'd bring the L down.
Okay, I'm working on it. Okay, this looks super cute. And then I think if I was doing this as an ornament, I'm gonna like loop the cord
end to the L.
to the end, so it like up and down like that. I think it would be so cute.
Yes.
Wow.
You gonna do it, or are you just thinking
I don't
about
know. I'm thinking about it. Can you tell I'm thinking about
it?
it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to like waste their time because we already like it's gonna be the same exact process.
I don't know that that's wasting their time. Let's also,
Yeah.
speaking of sketch fonts, just in case, just humor me.
You want to try a different font?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that way they can see all of the sketch fonts that we have too.
Are you gonna recommend?
I'm going to our sketch fonts to recommend one.
I can search and see what we have on this computer. It definitely, we could try Affirmation or Cynthia.
Worthy? Do you have Worthy?
Yeah. Let's see what Worthy looks like. Oh, that's really cute, actually.
I like that one.
Let me try that with a capital N.
Nope, I don't like it as good.
I don't like it as good, but I liked how that they like were at the same height, you know?
Go back to the lowercase n and let's now delete out Addie Kate or move it so I can see it.
What do you mean?
Like the
this
Noel,
one?
that's Addie Kate, just move it down. And now make this one bigger.
Well, it needs to be kerned, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
So let's go ahead and kern it real quick.
And technically, you really don't have to use a sketch font. It just helps you visualize it more when you use a sketch font. I just don't know.
But this one would allow you to do it in the middle, I think.
Oh, yeah.
What if you've got it ungrouped to letters, take the L, just make it smaller. Just make the L itself a little bit smaller. You're not going to be able to tell that big of a difference, I don't think.
Yeah, and you could do kind of like this.
Now move the L up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I would do a smaller L and do it from the O, but I want to see what it would look like if you turned it.
No, I don't like that. It doesn't look like a word.
Yeah, that's true. How sturdy is the end result? Okay, I actually wanted to talk about this, Tara. I think, let's just talk about this. Ornaments are delicate, which is why I was okay with the end product. As a keychain, absolutely not.
No, it's not a keychain.
This is not a keychain. This is an ornament. This is a decoration, a stocking tag. I will show you how easily you can undo it.
Right.
But that's like destroying your ornament. I don't think, like it takes purposeful action. If you are careful with your ornament, as people should be careful with their ornaments, it's gonna take the shape.
Right.
For shipping, just pack it flat. You don't need a box. Just like a flat, sturdy envelope, I think, would be perfect. I think that they are super shippable. I definitely think you should list these in your Etsy shop. See how they do. We cannot wait for those results. If you guys have an Etsy shop, if you're thinking about having an Etsy shop, check out the pinned comment. Tanner is teaching a workshop next week. There are multiple times you can choose from, and he is going to teach you how to market and grow your Cricut business even in a shrinking economy, which is super big right now.
Oh, yeah.
All right.